terrace fields become lively neighborhoods nested along naturally connected ecologies. Inhabitable bridges span across biodiversity corridors, connecting communities both physically and spiritually with centers for innovation, education, and recreation. The city may lead you on a journey of discovery to connect with your body, mind, and soul. A home for meditation and a place for togetherness, where knowledge can
Your Serene Highness, Dasho Jigme Singye Wangchuck, Your Serene Highness, Aji Chin Udam Yangzong Wangchuck, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Tenzin Wangyal. I am 15 years old, currently a student at the Regents International School in Bangkok, and it is my distinct honor to serve as the Master of Ceremonies for today's morning program. To officially open today's program, it is my deep honor to invite our festival director, Mr. Kelly Doji, to give the opening remarks. A passionate advocate for the arts and a guiding force behind Bhutan Echoes, Mr. Kelly Doji brings vision, creativity, and heart to everything that he does. So please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Check. Your Serene Highnesses, Excellencies, Honorable Chief Justice, Your Eminence Kalu Rinpoche, Dashos, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, and friends of Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival. Over the last decade and a half, the festival has welcomed an array of international figures during our annual gatherings. And for a few days each August, Thimphu is glittered with literary stars and personalities. We are ever grateful to Her Majesty, the Gelephu, Doji Wangchuck, for inspiring and empowering us to continue to bring you this festival. Our gratitude to Her Royal Highness, Aji Sonam Deche Wangchuck, for her gracious guidance through the years. Thanking their excellencies, the ambassadors of India and Bhutan, and the stalwarts on the board of the Indo-Bhutan Foundation for their continued support. We are grateful to the Royal University of Bhutan and the Vice-Chancellor for the continued use of this very beautiful venue each year, and thank you so much for that. On behalf of the festival team, we offer our deepest condolences to Director Tsering Tashi and his family for the passing of his father, Tashu Doji Gelson, the Lord Chamberlain to the great fourth king. This festival, in many ways, celebrates late Tashu's life as well, as we pay tribute to the very greatness that he so intently served all his life. Our gratitude also to our previous producer, Kitso Pelmo Wongdi, who so ably got us back on the road after a lull during the pandemic. Continuing in the tradition of strong women that lead, we would like to introduce to you Tsering Kenden Namda, the producer of Bhutan Echoes, and her core team, who have so ably put everything together on their own. Tsering Tashi, Sonam Wangmo Drukpa, and I thank Miru Gokhale, Kunzang Drukpa, Kunzang Choki, Tandi Bida, Dr. Ariana Maki, and Dr. Yongyuk Mayalap for being our festival directors. Their bright and committed ideas have culminated in creating a marvelous program for this year's festival. Our thanks for the support of the Tariana Foundation through Chimi Pede and ED Sonam Pem. Excuse me. Now, on behalf of the festival, I extend a warm Kusuzangpala to all our speakers and friends. Namita Gokhale, it's lovely to have you back with us always. Suhasni, Simi, Hanze, Priya, Ugen, Pema, I could go on and on. Kiran, thank you so much for being here. Our honored Nobel laureates, and of course, Huma Qureshi, thank you so much for being here with us. Huma and I are looking forward to our first Netflix series together later this year. Now, His Majesty the Great Fourth granted me all my education, and through a sometimes troubled youth, I admit here to the world that I wasn't always a good boy. But it was at Her Majesty's insistence that I continue my education. And I continued that note, I carried that note with me for all of my adult life. And therefore, I am here today, able to say big words in front of you, like circumambulance and sesquipedalian. But it's high time to seize our doom-scrolling tendencies and ADHD booster shots of snippet knowledge for meaningful words thoughtfully strung together by brilliant minds, inspiring ideas and emotions in any chosen field of subject. An overall indicator to a nation's health and well-being is partly measured by the extent to which young people engage in reading for pleasure. Reading reflects our shared human experiences and sparks meaningful conversations for a more enlightened society. Reading teaches empathy and encourages one to stop and listen, which are important lessons in a world that is turning highly individualistic. Our theme this year is the Great Fourth's wisdom of balance, harmonizing heritage, nature, and the human spirit. We pay tribute to the Great Fourth's vision to preserve culture, guide modernity, and preserve our national resources. All our sessions will touch upon one or more of these themes. This year not only marks the 70th birth anniversary of His Majesty the Great Fourth, and His Holiness Jigme Singye, the 70th Gelephu of Bhutan, but also our royal patron, Her Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck, wishing Her Majesty a very happy birth year. With that in mind, the festival is on a grander scale than ever before, with even more speakers than the previous years, engaging in numerous thought-provoking sessions and workshops and book launches and festival films. For the first time, everything will take place at the festival venue to facilitate a celebratory environment. We are a not-for-profit organization with a year-round initiative to nurture literary culture through a range of digital and in-person programs and projects. Bhutan Echoes resonates and reverberates our stories far into the distance and returns again and again in wave after wave until we are awash with wonder and awe at the brilliance that surrounds us. So let us begin with a quote in observation from a great educationist, the late Jesuit Father William Mackay. The Bhutanese have the concept that the divine being is incomplete until it is mirrored by human beings. Sangye, or Buddha, brings each one of us into being because each one of us is unique and will be able to mirror some aspect of the divine that no one else is capable of doing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IBF Drukyul's Literature Festival 2025. Tashi Gomang.
As we continue, we begin with a conversation deeply rooted in reverence and national pride, on the extraordinary life and enduring legacy of the Great Fourth. His visionary leadership, profound humility, and timeless wisdom have shaped the destiny of Bhutan and inspired generations. It is my honor to now invite His Serene Highness Tashi Jigme Singye Wangchuck to graciously introduce our distinguished speakers.
Hello? Imagine yourself as a 16-year-old, suddenly given the responsibility of not just an entire nation, but its people, their dreams, and their futures, all resting upon your shoulders. That was the reality for His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck. I'm turning 16 this year, and the thought of me being given the responsibility of an entire nation just absolutely terrifies me. Yet, His Majesty transformed this responsibility into something truly extraordinary. He wasn't just a king, but a visionary who redefined the world's view on GDP by developing a philosophy not based on economic growth, but a development centered around the people's well-being, gross national happiness. I recently asked His Majesty, what was the most important value he had as king? And he simply replied, the people always come first. And those words have resonated with me. And those words have resonated with me deeply, as His Majesty's belief that the people always come first stands as a hallmark for His Majesty's lifelong dedication and love for His people. Through His Majesty's leadership, he has shown that true greatness lies in putting others before oneself. His Majesty is a king whose legacy of selflessness, compassion, and bravery will inspire generations to come. And that is why I am deeply honored to be joined by His Excellency Dr. Terry Matthau, Ambassador of France to India and Bhutan. He is a longtime friend of Bhutan with over 30 years of diplomatic experience of Asia. He is a respected scholar of Bhutan's political history and gross national happiness. He co-authored The Bodhisattva King, initiated the Tashi Gomang Preservation Project, and he continues to support this festival, reflecting his deep connection with Bhutan's values and stories. And now, joining us as moderator is Mrs. Suhasini Haidar, a diplomatic editor of The Hindu and award-winning journalist with over 30 years of experience covering South Asian diplomacy and conflict. Including a decade at CNN International, her show, Worldview, is a key platform for regional and international affairs. With her deep understanding of Bhutan's geopolitics, Suhasini's presence adds a greater depth to today's conversation. Her Majesty, the Royal Queen Mother, Gelephu Wangchuck, has always carried forward His Majesty's legacy with compassion, creativity, and service. As patron of Bhutan Echoes, and through her acclaimed books and service, she has graciously shared her Bhutan stories with the world, all while uplifting the most remote communities through the Tarayana Foundation. She envisions this festival as a vibrant space that honors tradition while welcoming bold ideas and new voices here at home and across the world. Unfortunately, Her Majesty is unable to attend this year's Bhutan Echoes due to unavoidable circumstances. And that is why it is my honor to be representing Her Majesty in her absence. Today's session, The Wisdom of Balance, the Great Fourth's Legacy, honors His Majesty's extraordinary leadership and lasting impact on Bhutan. This year's Bhutan Echoes honors His Majesty, the Great Fourth, on his 70th birthday anniversary, a time for gratitude, reflection, and renewal. The festival theme, The Great Fourth's Wisdom of Balance, Harmonizing Heritage, Nature, and the Human Spirit, is more than just a title. It's a guiding philosophy which reminds us all to stay connected to our roots as we move forward. In today's ever-changing world, His Majesty's values of humility, wisdom, and compassion are more relevant than ever. Thank you for joining us to celebrate a life that continues to inspire us. It is now my pleasure and privilege to welcome our panel to the stage, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Terry Matthau and Mrs. Suhasini Haidar, to reflect on the legacy of our beloved Drukyul, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to this edition. Bhutan Echoes has always been something that has become, over these years, a sort of jewel in the neighborhood. We have so many very, very famous literature festivals in South Asia, and I've attended many of those. I haven't written a book, so I'm actually a little more popular because then I get invited to moderate. But the truth is that, Bhutan Echoes has made its place in a very, very crowded world. And it's a privilege to moderate this first session with our esteemed speakers today. What we're discussing today is a life that has encompassed the achievements of several lifetimes. His Majesty, the great fourth king, accomplished in his reign of just 3 decades so much that leaders around the world, with much more time at the helm, would admire. Whether it is the gift of gross national happiness, a concept that has made so many around the world rethink their own lives. It's not just about Bhutan. About Bhutan's place in the world, whether it is at the United Nations, in South Asia, Bhutan's special relationship with India, the environment, all that His Majesty spoke about preserving long before anyone else had spoken really about climate change and being carbon zero. And then democracy, a new constitution for a country, and his final act as monarch, that of abdicating to His Majesty the fifth king. The important thing about I could go on, and I'm sure all of us will have much to discuss in this session, but the important thing about it all, the thread between them all, is in a sense that everything was achieved without conflict. Whether it was the transitions, whether it was the deliverance of special gifts to the nation, of ideas to the world, it was done without conflict. As a journalist who has covered a lot of conflict, I do believe that we are in a particularly troubling part of world history. It is only the 3rd decade of the 21st century. We're only halfway through it. And think of all the conflicts that we've seen in just this decade. I don't even need to enumerate them, but we've all been through it. We've all had to show resilience to come through the kind of conflicts we've seen. It's hard not to mention everything from COVID to Ukraine, Gaza, India and China, India and Pakistan, recently Thailand, Cambodia, and our neighborhood. Regime change of governments that have come violently, through protests, through revolutions. All of this has happened just in a few years. It seems hard to imagine. His Majesty didn't just deliver that transition within Bhutan, but he has also, in a sense, given the world the model of a country that balances the conflicts at its borders. So I want to begin this session with this quote from His Majesty, the Great Fourth, that he gave at the end of Operation All Clear in 2003, and it's recounted in the book, The Bodhisattva King, in an essay by Shiring Tashi, where he says at the end, after having achieved all the goals, "There is no reason for you to rejoice, although the conflict is over. The victory was swift, the results good by army standards. But there's no pride in war. When a country is in a conflict situation, it's not a good indication, as it always is in the best interests of the country to resolve conflicts peacefully. Bhutan must never rely on the might of the army to fight its wars." I can't think of a better quote or more timeless quote, and one that pertains to our reality today, to begin this with. Your Excellency, Ambassador Mato, I'd like to start with you, if I may. You documented the transition to democracy in Bhutan very closely. Just tell us, for the audience, how you came here and what you called in your essay a unique model for the world. Why was it so unique?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, dear Excellencies, the Prime Minister, dear Lompos, dear Dashos, ambassadors, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure for me to be back in Bhutan and for the second time in a row to this festival. Well, and I would also like to say, Your Highness, that it's a privilege to share the stage with you because, if I may say, you belong to a generation was born after the abdication of His Majesty the Fourth, and who might consider, I know it's not your case, but who might consider that his reign belongs to history, which is definitely not the case, because the decision he took throughout his reign has an impact on everyday life of the Bhutanese. So to answer to your question, if you allow me, I would like maybe to elaborate on the concept of, leadership. There are two words very often heard when we talk about the reign of His Majesty the Great Fourth: vision and abdication. Well, vision, obviously, the fourth king was a visionary king because he set the course, a long perspective, and he is an inspiration for his people. But if you think about it, there are many visionary leaders in the world and in the history. As a matter of fact, most of them are not doers, they are not achievers. They usually delegates to others, which leads to a second group of leaders, second concept of leadership. It's operational leadership, meaning that those leaders focus on doing, on execution, on efficiency, and they're there to take risks. So I think it's also the case of His Majesty. And as a matter of fact, vision without execution is just, I would say, dreaming. And definitely the fourth king is not a dreamer. The second factor I would like to highlight is that, abdication. You have to think that his decision to abdicate was unique in the history of the world. So abdication usually happens under constrained force, either nationally or internationally. Of course, we have many examples of voluntary abdications, but usually it's because of old age. Well, His Majesty was only 51 when he decided to abdicate. And it's also the case for kings who have only ceremonial powers. Obviously, it wasn't the case of a king, even if he had implemented lots of reforms. Well, his powers were very important. So this also is the illustration of a second characteristic of His Majesty the King reign, which is altruism. So once again, vision without execution is just dreaming. You need the two, operational and vision, so which leads to another concept which I like to use when I describe the leadership of His Majesty is leadership, effective leadership. So effective and altruists are the two concepts I like to highlight when we talk about his leadership. And as a matter of fact, from that, you can deduce everything regarding of the balance. So this is very important. Once again, I prefer to talk about effective leadership.
Your Highness, you were born after this reign, after the reign of the Great Fourth. So in a sense, what you have heard is possibly, from others or from reading about His Majesty. So I want to start by asking you about something you do know about him as a grandfather. Is that different from what you've heard of him as when he was when he was the fourth king?
I think His Majesty, personally, is an amazing grandfather. And he has instilled so many life lessons to me. And the traits like his selflessness, his compassion, his bravery, are all traits that I wish to have one day. And, as I'm 16, life can be quite overwhelming sometimes. And every time I'm facing difficulty or I'm having a challenge, I always think about His Majesty the Fourth King. and how he was my age or during his reign and how he faced challenges. And his dedication to the people and his country and his fierce dedication to succeed led him to overcome those obstacles. And if I have that same dedication, then I know that I will overcome my obstacles as well. So His Majesty, from the stories I've heard from her Royal Queen Mother, from the grandfather I know today, he still holds those traits deeply, and he continues to carry them forward.
You know, one of the sort of ideas was this transition in various ways, but what was the transition from tradition to modernity? When I first came to Bhutan, there was no television here. I think, in fact, television came after the internet, in a sense, because people had... when you imagine that sort of idea, for many, outside Bhutan, the idea would be that this is, something unbelievable, that you would hold back modernity, in a sense, or hold back the mechanisms of modernity for a people. How do you think that balance has to be achieved?
Well, this reminds me of a story that her Royal Queen Mother told me, and it was a story when she was a little girl, and when cars were first being introduced into Bhutan. And the local villagers and her were just baffled at what this strange thing was. And they didn't know what a car was, and the only real explanation they had for a car was it had to be some type of animal. So they would feel so bad for it because it would carry huge loads going left, right, front, and center. So then the villagers, they started gathering wheat, barley, and grass and started trying to feed the car. And, and it's just amazing to see how, from my personal experience, so many Bhutanese have access to cars, the internet, have cell phones, and it's just amazing to see the comparison between my time and how Her Majesty explains her time, and how Bhutan has rapidly grown over such a small span of time. And what's even more inspiring is His Majesty and how he welcomed technology, like the television and internet. And he didn't just introduce technology to hide our identity, but more like to help it grow our identity. Because he believed that especially the younger generation, had to progress towards the future, but also to hold our cultural values, to preserve our culture, so that later on in the future, the next generation can not only reap the benefits and the luxuries of technology, but also be instilled the values of our culture and our traditions.
Your Excellency, could I ask you to weigh in on that? Because, in a sense, the strong cultural identity, the preservation just of the architecture in Bhutan, could translate in many other cultures as a kind of restriction that you have to dress a certain way, or your homes have to be only a certain height or built a certain way. The language has to be preserved. In a world where globalization, in fact, was really the theme in the 1990s, here was this very strong cultural identity being preserved. Do you think there is a conflict?
No, there is no conflict. And actually, I coined this through the concept of change in continuity. You have to think that when His Majesty became the king in 1972, well, he had to face 4 challenges. Not only face, but find solution to them. First, he had to create literally political awareness. Well, as you said, in 1972, no TV, even of course no internet, no social networks, only one paper, no university. So he did it through 2 interesting ways. First, decentralization. It was key, actually, to bring a democracy to the people at the grassroots level, at the Geok level, at the Dzongkhag level. Well, and we remember at that time, His Majesty used to walk around, the country, literally walk around the country, sit with the people and ask them, what are your priorities? And a very interesting thing, the plan, the 5-year plan, started in this country in 1961. But it really became a comprehensive instrument with the 3rd plan in 71, yes, in 71, with the creation of a planning commission. And interesting enough, His Majesty decided to be the chairman of the planning commission, a position he held till 92. Well, I don't know any country where the head of state, the monarch, is at the same time the chair of a planning. I mean, it was very concrete. So first, he had to create this political awareness. Second, he had to invent an ideology, because none of the Western ideologies, socialism or liberalism, were relevant in Bhutan. And of course, it was GNH. And the idea actually was to translate the values of Buddhism into a modern way. It's exactly what he did. Third challenge he had to face was to, let's say, unite the country, the people, and we all know how we deal with so-called Lone Sampa issue, very balanced. And of course, the fourth challenge was to build new institutions, which led to the constitution. So you see, the idea was definitely to preserve the culture of the country, but at the same time to embark in the process of change, of modernity, and to cope actually to all the challenges around. And as a matter of fact, which is interesting in Bhutan, is that only the monarchy has been able to do that. Since the beginning, if you see the four kings, the first king united the country. The second king, actually, when in South Asia everywhere, movement of independence, well, he had to keep his country independent, and we remember, we know from the archive that, in 47, 48, it was not obvious.
No, there's a lovely account of how Prime Minister Nehru actually wondered, do you really need to have your own country? We have the army, we have the way of securing the rest of you. And then, of course, by the time Pandit Nehru came to Bhutan, it changed.
And to have India as the closest friend of Bhutan, very, very important. The third king also was the father of modernization in Bhutan, and the fourth king, as I said, had to face those four challenges. And the current king also is in the same a continuation. So once again, the kings in this country has always been the only instrument of transformation, but at the same time to preserve the identity of the country.
Your Excellency, if I could also ask you just about what you spoke about, because you said His Majesty himself was the head of the Planning Commission. He was the leader of the country. He was the unifier. He had to do all of these things, but he was also the diplomat. As children, I think Indians always remember his visits to India, but also his leadership during the SAARC process and South Asia. His Majesty, the fifth king, has called GMC or Gelephu the gateway to South Asia, in a sense. It's interesting that this was also a role he took on, whether it was dealing with the careful balance. He himself spoke about the idea that Bhutan is a country sandwiched between the world's two most populous nations. So force and might is not an option. How did his model, if you like, on diplomacy really set itself apart?
Well, same as I said, with a vision and being operational and very effective. I think there are two concepts which are very important to understand in this country, diplomacy. First is to be very pragmatic and realistic. His Majesty knows that, Bhutan is a small country, as you said, sandwiched between two big neighbors, so he has to adapt to the situation. So, being very pragmatic. And then, at the same time, with a vision and ambition, going step by step. And as a matter of fact, the evolution of a relation between India and Bhutan is very interesting. If you remember, in 72, the relation was very unbalanced. And now I tend to describe the relation between Bhutan and India as dependence with dependence. Bhutan needs India, and India needs Bhutan. And this actually was part of a vision of His Majesty the King.
Certainly, and a region of partners and equals rather than the question of the biggest and the smallest. Your Highness, while you hear all of this, and of course, as Ambassador Mathoon said, of course, you know, the revision of the India-Bhutan Friendship Treaty was, in a sense, a part of all the transitions that we've mentioned. It came at exactly that time. As a young Bhutanese as well, what is your understanding of the special relationship with India? Because many would say, you know, the young Bhutanese today has access to the whole world. It's in his palm or her palm. So many are traveling around the world. Is there really the same relevance for a relationship with India?
Yes, of course. I think because, like you said before, His Majesty did not believe in a type of, do not rely on the military or military impact. And he believed that peaceful terms and relations are far greater than relying on the military. And India's and Bhutan's relations, from what I've heard, as from my perspective as a younger generation, I would say that it's very necessary because Bhutan is such a small country, and we're sandwiched between two of the largest countries in the world. And I think it's very important that we keep friendly relations and that we can coexist as one another. And His Majesty, through his diplomatic visits and his work and his dedication and his hard work, is continuing to enhance India and Bhutan's relations. And I hope that this relation continues for many, many, many centuries, years, or very long. I hope it goes for very long. And Bhutan and India have a mutual respect, from what I see, have a mutual respect with one another. And yeah, that's what I see.
All right, so no big brother, and which is often used as a term in the neighborhood. We're speaking today about different parts of His Majesty, the Great Fort's legacy, and there's nature, there's heritage, and then there's human spirit. So, just in continuation of what you were saying about, as a young 16-year-old, one of Bhutan's biggest imprints on the world has, of course, been the environment, the carbon zero, the net negative country in the world. At the same time, some of these parts of the environment, whether it was His Majesty's 1974 Forest Act that kind of decreed that there must be so much forest cover of Bhutan, the fact that dams must be run of the river and not the kind of larger dams that one has seen in other parts of the world, that everything must be preserved before it goes away rather than later, also translates for some as not a rejection, but keeping out some of the parts of modernity in the world. The technological changes in the world, the big skyscrapers one sees in so many growth centers of the world, the jobs that would be created if Bhutan had taken a different path. As a young Bhutanese, do you see that as a conflict in terms of just ensuring that that the next generation has enough reason to stay and work here?
Well, I feel like modernity and culture don't hinder one another, but enhance each other, because His Majesty emphasized that Bhutan's deep respect for the environment is rooted in our age-old culture and our spiritual beliefs. And this belief has shaped our lives. And an example of this belief is our ancestors used to believe that if we took care of the mountains, rivers, and forests, then they would take care of us. And this belief has transformed our day-to-day lives, and we continue to carry this forward to the future generations, just as how it has been passed on to us.
All right. I'm going to put both of you on the spot, so I'm going to start by asking you, because for this audience, both of you have personal anecdotes and ideas about how His Majesty saw the nation, but also the personal side of it. Tell me your favorite story about him, Your Highness.
My favorite story would be His Majesty, going all the time with him. His Majesty is a very active person, and His Majesty always likes to go cycling, walking, hiking, and I would always be there serving His Majesty. And, you know, I was quite chubby back then. I was quite chubby before, so going on cycles and going on those difficult uphills, His Majesty will be all the way at the top, finished already, and I'll be there all the way on the bottom, dragging my cycle up, telling His Majesty, wait, please. Then, and those memories are very special to me. And His Majesty, and we would go for walks sometimes, and we would see the beautiful nature. And His Majesty is very deeply connected with nature, his compassion, his selflessness, and all the little interactions he has with different hikers, and talks about and cracks little jokes here and there, and those memories will always have a special place in my heart.
You know, His Majesty did some of his schooling abroad at a very young age. He went to the United Kingdom. You know, I think he was 10 perhaps when he was away from his family. Do you, in a sense, relate to some of this, that as a young person to be taken away and then come back as
Yes, 100%, because right now I'm currently studying abroad, and I can relate to His Majesty. But obviously His Majesty went to boarding school much younger than I did. But I had, the first year I went to boarding school, I missed my home very much, because there's no place like home. I missed everyone that I had left, and but however, I slowly adjusted to it, and I'm happy that I'm back here. I'm always happy to be back here during my holidays, and His Majesty, I can definitely relate to it, and I could see how hard times were back then, especially in England as well, and I definitely relate and to the challenges he has as well.
Yeah, in fact, there's a wonderful account, I think again in the book that you co-edited of His Majesty when he was at the academy in Paro. You know, 18 students along with him, and he was given this homework to do, and the homework came back. And his teacher looked at it, and it was a different handwriting from the past. And it turned out that the person who regularly did His Majesty's homework had not been available, so there was somebody else who had filled in. But it is stories like that make His Majesty the Great Fort so much more human. You have a special story? Your Excellency.
Well, I don't know if it's a story, but I've been fortunate and privileged to share hours of discussion with His Majesty the King during the last 4 decades. I can tell you about my first audience. It was back in the late 80s, so I was preparing my doctorate, a PhD on Bhutan, and I had the privilege to be introduced for an audience with His Majesty the King. So, of course, I was very impressed. I was very young at that time, and I had prepared lots of questions, like kind of an interview to His Majesty. So I was introduced in the tongue. His Majesty greets me. Then he started to ask me questions, and the first question was, do you know Albert Schweitzer? Albert Schweitzer is a French doctor who got, the Nobel Prize in 1951. So yes, I knew Albert Schweitzer, but I must say I was not very literate about his life, his achievements. And I think that His Majesty was not very pleased with my answer, because I made a couple of comments very vague about Albert Schweitzer, and he started to tell me about the life and the achievements of Albert Schweitzer. So I say myself, wow. And it lasts about 30 minutes. So you see, we started, so I was there to discuss about the monarchy in Bhutan, and he gave me a lecture about Albert Schweitzer. So, and it was a great lesson for me because now each time actually I go to see His Majesty, I have to be very accurate about everything because, you know, as you said, he studied abroad very briefly. He traveled, but not so much, but he knows everything about everybody and about everything. So I know that when I go to see him, so of course we'll talk about, Bhutan, but we'll talk about everything which is happening in the world, and he will ask me questions, and I have to give answers.
All right. I think that's the perfect note to end this first session. But thanks so much. You've been a great audience, and thank you, Your Highness, Your Excellency.
It is now my honor to announce that we will now unveil a special tribute video to our beloved great fort. As Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, graciously reminded us at the recent Tariana Fair, all roads in Bhutan lead to the great fort Jigme Singye Wangchuck. I warmly invite everyone to join us in celebrating this moment with pride, gratitude, and heartfelt reflection. Thank you.
My dear children of Bhutan, the future of Bhutan. Today, I want to tell you a story of the Great Fort.
As prophesied by the great treasure revealer Teten Drukta Dorji, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck was born on 11 November 1955 in the Chenchuling Palace, Thimphu. He began his studies in North Point, Darjeeling, and later went to study in Summerfield and Heatherdown schools in England. As a child, His Majesty was a star sportsman and loved to play hockey, rugby, and boxing. After returning to Bhutan to continue his studies in Ugin Academy, Paro, His Majesty introduced basketball, golf, and tennis in the country. His childhood was unfortunately cut short when he had to become the King of Bhutan at the age of 16 upon the death of his father, the third Drukyul. Soon after becoming king, His Majesty worked tirelessly for Bhutan, putting the welfare of his people and the country beyond everything else. At the time, he was the youngest and best-looking king in the world, but he spent all his youth constantly working towards the progress, peace, and prosperity of Bhutan. His Majesty, the Great Fourth, was a visionary who put forth policies that would have far-reaching implications for the future of this nation. His Majesty took pride in being Bhutanese and accorded the highest importance in preserving our culture, national identities, and our spiritual tradition. He was also concerned about the well-being of his people, and very early on during his reign, he propounded the philosophy of gross national happiness, putting happiness at the center of development. It was one of the most challenging times for Bhutan when some Indian militants who were illegally encamped in Bhutan's southern borders refused to leave the country. despite all the efforts made by the 4th Drukyul. When all measures failed to convince them to leave our country, His Majesty led some 3,000 of our bravest soldiers in an operation to chase them from our country. Leading the operation like a true hero, he led his soldiers from the front without any fear for his life and secured victory within a short time. After the successful operation, all of us in Thimphu, including the government, was excited to give a hero's welcome to His Majesty. We wanted to line up the streets and hail him a hero. But His Majesty came home quietly. He didn't want any hero's welcome, like a true bodhisattva. He believed that in war, nobody wins. His Majesty was an absolute monarch with absolute power. He was not just the head of state, but also the head of government. But he realized that it was time Bhutan became a democracy, and that introducing democracy would be in the best interest of the people and the country. He set about the process of decentralization as early as the 1980s, starting with gradual devolution of power from the capital to the districts and then to the geogs. His Majesty also set about preparing the nation's new leaders for the new system. 5 ministers were elected from the parliament who assumed the role of prime minister for 1 year, each for 5 years. Then he held many meetings with the people all over the country, where he explained to the people about his plan to introduce democracy in Bhutan. Most of the time, the people were surprised and shocked to hear this and begged His Majesty to continue with the current system and not to introduce democracy. His Majesty would very attentively listen to all the pleas made by the people, but in the end, he would very firmly tell the people that the right time had come to introduce democracy, and that democracy would be the best form of government for the people. His Majesty retired in 2006, and the nation celebrated 3 historical milestones: the 100 years of monarchy in Bhutan, the introduction of democracy, and the coronation of our present king, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. Besides being a great statesman, a true warrior, and a visionary, His Majesty, the Great Fourth, is also a loving grandfather. He is a proud grandfather of 19 children. He enjoys the company of his grandchildren and loves spending time with them, instilling them with the right values of life from time to time. In turn, the children love him, look up to him, respect him, and admire him greatly. His Majesty also goes on walks every day where he meets people from all walks of life. One of the amazing qualities of His Majesty, due to his deep compassion for his subjects, is that when he meets people, he can instantly sense if they are suffering from any ailment. To ease their sufferings, His Majesty sends them to his doctors and refers them to hospitals where they can be treated for their illnesses. Thousands of Bhutanese have benefited through such grace and compassion of His Majesty the Great Fourth. When His Majesty was about to resign, he instructed the 4 queens to engage and immerse in activities that benefit our people. Consequently, Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck started the Tarayana Foundation, which looks after the welfare and upliftment of our rural population. Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck started the youth development of Bhutan to care for our youth and help with their problems and challenges. Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck's initiative involves preserving our cultural and historical heritage and caring for the nuns of our country. Her Majesty Gelephu Singye Wangchuck looks after our women and the problems they face. She also upholds the rich textile tradition of Bhutan. In gratitude to what His Majesty the Great Fourth Jigme Singye Wangchuck did for this country, we fold our hands together and say thank you for all the sacrifice he made to ensure Bhutan remains a peaceful, happy, and sovereign nation. As our current king, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck said in one of his National Day address, there never was a king like His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck in the past, and we shall never also see the like of him again in the future.
We are honored to be joined by two very special individuals, dear and long-standing friends of Bhutan Echoes, who have admired and firsthand seen Her Majesty Gelephu's work and life dedicated to compassion, resilience, and nation building. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. Ms. Priya Kapoor, the editorial director of Rolly Books, where she manages the daily operations and publishing lists. She has edited several bestsellers and is also the co-founder of CMYK, India's only bookstore chain which focuses on art and illustrated books. Ms. Chimipede Wandi, the Secretary General and Senior Advisor of the Tarayana Foundation. She is a recipient of the 2018 Tarayana's President Award for Service Before Self. Ms. Chimipede holds degrees from Cornell University and the University of Agricultural Sciences in Bangalore. May this conversation remind us that when compassion becomes one's way of life, it transcends borders and transforms nations. Thank you.
Good morning. Before I begin, I just wanted to say what an honor it is for us to represent Rolly Books here, for me and my brother Kapil, who will be speaking later on this afternoon. I had the great privilege of going to a school in India where I made lots of friends from Bhutan, including my roommate of 3 years. So to come back to Bhutan to see friendly faces and to make new friends is a great privilege for me. This morning is very special because as a publisher, we were asked to publish a very important book, which some of you saw last night as a surprise for Her Majesty, and you will see the book later today. And I want to thank Chimi for giving us this opportunity. And I'm going to actually pose my first question. I mean, if I may begin by asking you a question. You have worked with Her Majesty for over 3 decades now. You've worked with her very closely. You've traveled with her as well. What do you think is her most important legacy, her most enduring legacy?
Thank you, Priya, for the question. I'm actually quite nervous. That's kind of strange to say, admit, but we did have this wonderful project as a surprise for Her Majesty. It is one thing to try and, rather audacious, it's sort of our audacity to imagine we could encapsulate who Her Majesty is within the covers of a book. So we looked at it from a very different angle to try and really get lots of people whose lives had been touched by Her Majesty to come forward and write a few words. We had to really put a very strict word limit, otherwise everyone wanted to huge amounts of what they thought should be included. And we're grateful that Roli agreed to do it. And we're also very grateful to Miru Gokhale for doing the professional editing. It's unfortunate that she couldn't join us today on stage due to some unavoidable circumstances back home. But nevertheless, I would like you to also convey gratitude to her and to everyone at Roli. Now, coming to the question, again, how do we encapsulate her? Her Majesty is this larger-than-life characteristic, the charismatic personality who has a way of connecting with individuals across the profile. She's as confident and capable of speaking with state leaders, thought leaders, artists, and Her Majesty has all of these qualities embedded in her, so it's easy for her to connect. But we also see, like as you've mentioned, I've been fortunate to have been in her service for the past almost 3 decades now. Actually, in August, it is 3 decades. So it's been my special privilege to have had this ringside view of all the transformation that was taking place throughout the country. And one thing that's consistent with Her Majesty is very, very hardworking and is also very courageous in pushing forward bold ideas that would benefit the people. I guess it's Her Majesty who is the wind beneath, all of the achievements that Narayana has made and continues to make in the service of the people. It's because it's serving those in need that gives us the fortitude and the strength, and with Her Majesty guiding at the helm. So it's sort of not just one portion of Her Majesty that's interesting and impactful. It's the entirety of her personality that ensures that holistic development is possible, and that leaves no segment behind in fulfilling, in creating situations and circumstances where individuals can truly bloom. And so that's Her Majesty in a small, as small a capsule as I can manage right now. Yeah.
I have to say that for us as a publisher, I was very relieved when I received the manuscript that all the different contributors had already given their piece, because for a publisher, the biggest nightmare is to have multiple contributors to manage the deadline. So we were very grateful that, that hard work had already been done by you all. But I have to also commend you, as you said, for the word limit, because it really is a bite-sized glimpse into everyone's relationship and experience, and each person who's contributed in the book has that one-on-one relationship, which I found astounding, because she must, I don't know how much time she has to really spend with people, but maybe those are one of her qualities where she makes you feel seen and she wants to spend time with you and, to really understand you. There was one anecdote in the book which Namita Gokhale actually wrote in her piece, which I found very moving, that they were traveling as part of the Jaipur Literature Festival in America, in Boulder, and Namita had something on her mind which was troubling her, and it was visibly troubling her, and Her Majesty asked her to go for a walk with her, and she said, look at the water and feel as if it's just water flowing over you. So whatever trouble you have, let it flow over you. And Namita was also amazed. She said, I didn't speak to her, I didn't say anything, but that was her power of her perception, and also looking at each person who she spends time with. But another aspect which I found quite incredible after reading all these pieces is that people can have ideas and can have bold ideas, but to follow them up with action requires real grit and hard work, as you said. And Her Majesty seems to have been the pioneer of incredible initiatives, including this one, the Bhutan Literature Festival. And I just wanted to also ask you that as a woman, and I know that women have important positions in Bhutan, but what place or what role has Her Majesty played in that?
Thank you for that. I was with Her Majesty and Namita when this conversation took place, so I recollect that quite clearly. But that's exactly who Her Majesty is. You don't have to vocalize everything. The perception, she's a very perceptive individual, so when you are in her presence, she already picks up your vibes and she kind of knows what might be going through, and that helps and also complexes the situation a bit, but sometimes unintentionally also the other person might break down or something like that. So we get a situation at hand which the rest of us are not quite ready to deal with. Her Majesty, in her greatness, will just go sailing right through it. So yeah, that's one aspect of it. But as a woman, I think Her Majesty has been this incredible role model for young girls everywhere, not just in Bhutan, I feel. And South Asia is kind of blessed to have her as a very prominent figure here in Bhutan, so that can be looked up as a great model for young girls growing up. She's articulate, she's compassionate, kind, passionate about what she cares about, the well-being of everybody. So in a room, if you're sitting in a room, Her Majesty can pinpoint exactly the kids with the brightest eyes, who might have the ability and the capability of understanding the wisdom that's being shared, even in a story form. And Her Majesty never stops calling on one individual at a time, also in conversation, but make that individual feel that he or she is the most special individual in the entire auditorium, for example, So Her Majesty is that sort of an individual personality that knows exactly what might be required, what might be a balm if you're not feeling good. And just a word here, a word there, has this ability to transform how people, then they can reflect upon that and then realize, oh my God, yes, but we could easily do this. And so this, for me, the greatest part of it as a role model is that she has inspired thousands of young girls who want to be, earlier, before Tarayana and before some of the other older NGOs were set up, the civil society space was quite limited, and the people were hesitant as to what they would be allowed to do and what not. So Her Majesty cleared that path, and with resounding message that if it is in the interest of the people, like His Majesty always mentioned, if it is in the interest of the people, if it benefits them, no harm in doing it. So we have to take that legacy forward. Her Majesty also has been multi-talented. It's, continues to inspire us in all fields, like you mentioned, the literary part of it, but the artists who are commissioned to do murals on temple walls. It's both traditional as well as a mix of the new age, modern interpretation of some older stories as well. So there's reading, writing, literature, you have the arts, and Her Majesty loves old Bollywood songs of, our generation, not yours maybe. So there is this talent, the support to all creative person, the artistic individual is also inspired. Just as the thinker would be inspired, because the work sometimes requires a lot of courage, as you mentioned. Her Majesty might have the clarity of vision, but also to have, inspire in the team the courage and the responsibility to take that forward. So Her Majesty does it all with such great simplicity and such great grace that sometimes we kind of just, we're left baffled with saying, it could be solved very easily, simply, and here we were overthinking things. So sometimes that's also one factor when you consider a lot of university degrees and PhDs that might be required to solve complicated issues. That isn't the case. You have to have it in here, to, in your heart, to want to be of service, and miracles happen. Yeah.
Was it really a surprise for her? Was she surprised last night, the book, when she saw the book?
I think Her Majesty was surprised. We managed to keep it quiet. We had no title mentioned anywhere in the program, but that was supposed to have been today. And when we found out that we might not have Her Majesty with us today, we kind of just shifted it around and included it, threw it in as a last-ditch effort to, at least have that, have Jigme Pam, who is also another very close companion and who's been a team member, sort of the three of us, when Tarayana was conceived, all the travels that Her Majesty has taken on, both of us. And of course, a lot more people were engaged. So yeah, I think Her Majesty was surprised, but haven't yet had the opportunity of actually finding out.
Well, I think it's a wonderful book, and I hope there's a Zonka edition of it as well.
I think that's in the plans. But having said that, we are also, both Chimi, Tsering, Tashi and I have been inundated with lots of angry people as well, because we did not have enough time. They didn't meet the deadline, or they didn't send in their articles in time. So I still have a handful of those. And we might still have another volume of it at some point, maybe. Yeah, that's something. And the Zonka version is also critically.
This is why deadlines are important, to be able to hand them in.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, you've already reflected on your readings of it, but this format, did it do justice to, in presenting the multi-faceted talents and creative side of Her Majesty? I just needed your professional suggestions or ideas, if you had any, to how to improve this forward. Did it allow you to get a glimpse of who Her Majesty is? How might we, as an organization, be able to present Her Majesty in a more holistic nature in the future?
Well, thank you for that question. I think what I really enjoyed was that you had contributors from various facets of Her Majesty's life, people who had known her all her life as a young girl, but also there are people who she's met on her many, walking journeys around the country, important people, friends from across the border. So it also gives you a different side to her. But there were a few, I actually noted them down so that I would get them right. But there were 4 characteristics that I felt were equally shared by everybody. One was her warmth, and you've already reflected on that she has this ability to make you feel like the only person in the room. A deep commitment to her people, and that reflects in her work and her commitment to everything, all the different initiatives that she takes. A pioneering spirit, and also her inner peace, which allows her to also see when somebody else is troubled. For me, of course, the most exciting thing was that she's a writer as well. As a publisher, she's published books, and she's an avid reader. And I think it was Ashwin Sanghi's piece where he mentions that he was so pleasantly surprised at the first time he came and he was sitting in an auditorium like this. She said, oh, and one of my favorite authors, Ashwin Sanghi, is here, and I've read all his books. And for him, it was like, wow, I had no idea that Her Majesty was one of my readers. And it also just made me think that how does she have the time to do all this? She has personal interests, she has a family, she works very hard. But just to go back to your question, no, I think it did do justice. I wish we had more time to maybe have a wider range of photographs. I thought that maybe pictures of her as a young girl and through the various decades of her life, because it is commemorating a landmark birthday. But I think maybe in the next edition, if we have more time, we can look for those photographs.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of the photos also. Because we tried very, very, very hard to reach out to anyone, particularly from the early days. Unfortunately, all of Her Majesties and from the family albums, all of them were burnt down during the fires in which Her Majesty lost, the entire building went up in flames. And so we were not able to get pictures from early days. But I understand that some of our old classmates might have. And so we've been reaching out to them. It's sort of a long time for them also, so it's difficult for them to relocate and find. So hopefully for the next edition, we hope to get a few more pictures from Her Majesty's youth. And we also have reached out to family and friends in the village who might have in their albums. So for the next book, definitely. This year has been an action-packed year for Tarayana in particular because of several events to commemorate this 70th birth anniversaries of not just Her Majesty, but His Majesty, as well as His Holiness the J. Campos. So we had organized several, one regional conference for women, where Tarayana is also a founding member of that. Because of Her Majesty's instructions, this was founded. And so to celebrate that aspect of it, a regional best practice sharing platform. And the other one was more an international deep think in how GNH as a philosophy is working in Bhutan. Tarayana has the experience of delivering it on the ground for the last 22 years. And how can this go forward, take it beyond our borders, because everybody can benefit from it. And so we've been a bit tight time scheduling, so I mean that's sort of an apology to everyone who buys the book and does not find Her Majesty's young pictures, but we promise we'll try our best to do better.
That's actually what I have for you.
Yeah, and so maybe in the thing, I just want to also just reflect that the SWAN meeting that I was mentioning, South Asian Women's Conference, for that, Her Majesty turned around to wave goodbye to people. And like I keep noticing everywhere, and each individual, because I was back in the hall with them later, and they said, Her Majesty waved to me. It was like a general wave, but everyone felt it was personal to them. And so this has been something that Her Majesty manages to achieve wherever she goes. So yeah, I think that on that note, and also a reminder to anyone who feels that their thoughts and you wanted an opportunity to be part of this book program. Now that's out in the open, we can share it openly and request for anyone who wants to still write, do send in your articles. We still want only 1,500 words, not more, because it's difficult otherwise. So if you want to, you can still send them in to Tarayana, and we'll make sure that those are also collected, collated, and a book might come out of those as well. Yeah.
And I think the book is also now available for everyone to have a look at the bookshop.
Yes. So if you are interested in this book that we just talked about, as personal tributes of all these people, diverse people from all walks of life, it is available, I think, in the book shop at the back. And please help us, support us so that the next book can also come out.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we bring Her Majesty's birthday celebrations to a graceful close and usher in the 70th birth anniversary of His Majesty the Fourth King. It is my honor to now invite Mr. Sonamongchen. He will be performing Sem Gilhamo, a cherished classic said to be among Her Majesty the Queen Mother's favorite songs. Mr. Sonam brings his signature touch of magic to this timeless melody. Offered
돈 이미 줬어 마여봐 땐전하다 찬디데니 이루가웨 아땅나다 찬디데니 이루가웨 생길하모 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 그대 별없나 양 너다보지 않나 네 생길로 주투 다늘알없나 양 사들하지 않나 주신이 힘땀투 샤드도 바람이기 생기었더라 최란 웃음다 따라 주기 숨기고 줄레비 가슴 네 깃동 같은 남에 줄레비 제레 네 깃동 같은 남에 그대 별났나 양 놀라보지 않나 네 생길로 주투 주디라든나 양치루라고나 너손 타들리네 밑에 나는 샤위지 치기 벤나네 로키디라이나 나를 기비된데 치기지매 뭐 다손이 밑바라 줄레비 가슴 네 깃도 같은 남매 줄레비 제레 네 깃도 같은 남매 줄레비 가슴 네 깃도 같은 남매 줄레비 제레 네 깃도 같은 남매 그렇죠.
We now continue with a special session that convenes global voices championing equity in the face of environmental crisis. This year, we are deeply honored to host the first Nobel laureate couple to ever visit Bhutan. We extend a warm and distinguished welcome to Professor Abhijit Venayak Banerjee, who is the Ford Foundation International Professor of Economics at MIT and the co-founder of JPAL. A 2019 Nobel laureate in economic sciences, he is a fellow of top academic institutions and advised the UN, Save the Children USA, the British Museum, Global Education, and COVID-19 panels. Professor Esther Duflo, who is the Abdul Latif Jamil Professor of Poverty, Evaluation, and Development Economics at MIT, and also a co-founder of JPAL. She is also a 2019 Nobel laureate, where her work focuses on poverty, health, education, and governance. She co-authored Poor Economics and Good Economics for Hard Times with her husband, Professor Banerjee. Moderating this vital dialogue is Mr. Phuptoji, the CEO of Ningnor, a Bhutanese-based digital startup focused on innovative, research-driven solutions. Ningnor has partnered with multiple organizations, including WHO Bhutan, Kinsel, and UNDP Bhutan. Let us reflect together that protecting our planet begins with protecting one's community. Thank you, La. We are very sorry, La. Our esteemed guest will be coming onto the stage very soon.
Your Serene Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I apologize for not showing up on stage when called. As a Bhutanese, I usually like to joke that being a few minutes late is our constitutional right. So I hope you will excuse my surprise that we were called on stage a few minutes early. My guests today don't need an introduction. Professors Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo are globally renowned economists, co-founders of the Abdul Latif Jamil Poverty Action Lab at MIT, and they were the joint recipients of the 2019 Nobel Prize in Economics, which was awarded for their groundbreaking work in using field experiments to tackle global poverty. Their books, Poor Economics and subsequently Good Economics for Hard Times, have redefined how we collectively and me individually think about development, inequality, and justice through deep, rigorous attention to how people actually live. Together, they represent one of the most influential intellectual partnerships of our time. So with that, I would like to invite my speakers, Professors Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, to the stage. Once again, Kuzampo, to everyone, Your Serene Highness, Your Excellencies. In Bhutan, in Buddhism, actually, there is a saying, Lebi Chuso Tende Zambodi, and which translates as towards good things, good conditions come together. And us Bhutanese, other than our constitutional right to be a few minutes late, we also love tender, auspicious connections. And we often view the coming together of conditions and people as the result of some great karmic force. As I sit on this stage today, I cannot help but let that Bhutanese-ness take over me. And because I have the immense pleasure of speaking with Professors Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, who are not just Nobel laureates in economics, but more importantly, right now in the world, they're the most rigorous, most compassionate thinkers on global poverty and justice. And the auspiciousness is multiplied because we're celebrating this conversation during Bhutan Echoes, whose patron, Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, Gelephu Wangchuck, is viewed by many Bhutanese as the living embodiment of the goddess of compassion, and whose work has long been along the lines of poor economics. She has always tried to enable the poorest among us to become their own heroes. So, and the people in attendance here today as well, they're not only among the most powerful and, more importantly, most well-read in the country, but we also have friends from around the world who love and who have supported Bhutan for a long time. I was hearing some conversations the other day, and I heard some of our foreign friends say things like, I first came to Bhutan in 1990, and so I was quietly thinking, I only came to Bhutan in 1995 when I was born. So they have known and loved Bhutan for much longer than I have as well. So all of this coming together feels like Tende, feels like auspiciousness, and the topic of our conversation today, green justice, empowering the vulnerable in the fight against climate change, feels like Tende, because Bhutan sits in the third pole, which means that because of climate change's disproportionate impact, we will be paying for benefits that we never reaped. And some people will call this injustice, but fighting back against it, fighting for our future, fighting for our climate, all of that asserts a deeper truth, which is that climate action, when done correctly, is justice. Our speakers today are uniquely positioned, are uniquely placed to tell us the how of this, but because they are also currently placed in Bhutan, I would like to request to place their answers within the Bhutanese context. So with this, Professor Banerjee, Professor Duflo, your Nobel Prize recognized a radical shift in how we understand poverty and human behavior. Instead of relying on abstract models or grand theories, you focused on field experiments, real-world incentives, and lived experience of poor communities. Could you help us understand What exactly distinguishes your approach from more traditional economic thinking?
Well, let me start by thanking the organizers and the excellencies for inviting us here. We are honored to be here. This is it's an extraordinary country at an extraordinary time, and we are privileged to be here, being part of this wonderful event. So thank you very much. And thank you for taking the trouble to giving us this very generous introduction and having read our books too. That seems double jeopardy. So I think that, I think you're being excessively generous in the sense that there's always been this tension inside economics of, how much should we proceed on purely a priori grounds? How much should we be able to say, this is what is logical, therefore this is how people must behave, this is how markets are conceived, this is how therefore markets will behave, versus this is unfortunately or fortunately how we are. And sometimes it's fortunate because market, this vision of human beings is often one-dimensional and limited in ways that you wouldn't want to, embrace. So, but with all of that complexity, we are sort of impelled to ask the question: is it the case that the world is the way that we describe inside a model, or is it the case that there's many nuances and many actually systematic patterns that lead to deviation from these kind of postulated patterns? And what does it imply for the world? What does it imply for the way we do policy? How do we fight poverty, recognizing that people are not always quote unquote rational in the way that's often assumed and postulated? So what I think mostly being relatively ignorant and skeptical we ended up doing was saying, let's just do experiments and find out. Let's see how people actually behave, rather than assume that they would behave in this or that particular way. I'll give you one example. We were studying vaccination, and there's really, this was in a part of India where the vaccination rates at the beginning of the study were 2%, the complete vaccination rates, meaning number of fraction of children who got the 5 vaccines they were supposed to get. So this was frightening, and but there was really very clearly 2 points of view on this. One point of view, which was mostly given by the government people. The government people told us, look, we have tried, but these people, they're backward people. They're not going to get vaccinated. They believe in not cutting the child's hair before the child is 1 year old because some spirit will come and grab the child or whatever. So they had all kinds of nice examples, and they were convinced that they'd done their best. Then there was the rest of the community, and they said that's the government's fault. The government is not vaccinating people. These people, the nurses who are supposed to show up for vaccination don't show up. And this was a standoff, and there was really no one was particularly optimistic about progress. We went in there and we persuaded an NGO, which we work with, a wonderful NGO called Seva Mandir, to deliver the vaccines on time every month. They would announce on such and such a day the vaccination camp will happen, and then they would do it. So this was to solve the problem, and we checked on it, and it was very, very reliably done. And that did raise the vaccination rates from, 6% by then in the villages. That this was an experiment. There's a control group. In the control group, these were chosen randomly, so the villages were very similar. It was about 6%. When you actually get reliable delivery, it becomes 18%. Now we had kind of, mostly out of, a little bit out of frustration with this conversation, introduce a third element in it, which is that we can deliver reliably, and in addition, what we could do is we could offer every mother who brings their child in to get vaccinated a kilo of dal, of lentils. And we were told that, this would do nothing, or worse, this will create bad habits. We were admonished in a variety of high-minded ways. Turns out that doubled the vaccination rate. Once you go from 18 to 36% when you do that. And since then, we've done this experiment time and again, and giving people a small reward, not a reward that sort of makes it either changes whether it's worthwhile to vaccinate your child or not, but just a small reward that makes that moment of vaccination memorable, really changes the rate of vaccination massively. And we've seen this time and again.
So, thank you, Doctor. Now, I think this is a very compassionate approach, right? Because you don't, assuming that people are rational and then punishing them when they turn out to not be rational, it feels very corporate, and it feels very uncompassionate. So your model feels very compassionate to me, and Bhutan is blessed that in the 20th century, when the whole world was engaged in using ideology-based dogmas to solve developmental questions, we had a very wise leader, and you saw a short video earlier talking about his legacy and life. So we had a very wise leader in the Great Fourth, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck, who very famously and very succinctly once said, GNH is more important than GDP. And what he was doing then was he was insisting that the point of economic development is people's well-being. And His Majesty's philosophy is called the gross national happiness. It is holistic, it is long-term, and it places human flourishing above GDP. So what that means is, even sometimes, if a mother who knows that vaccination is important for her child, if for some reason she cannot bring her child to get that vaccination, it means that we give incentives, because GNH is about making sure, by all means, making sure that the people are doing well. So GNH and your model, I think there are some similarities there. And both of them, of course, reject GDP as the sole metric of success. And Bhutan's own approach to development has long been incremental, consultative, and locally rooted. So when I was reading Poor Economics and Good Economics, I saw a similar spirit in your model as well, of putting dignity, context, and well-being at the center. So Professor Duflo, I wanted to ask you, do you see the alignment between the model that you are proposing and GNH, or does it differ in important ways?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you again for having both of us here. This is wonderful. I think perhaps there were several radical elements in coming up with GNH, but perhaps the founding radicalism was naming it as something different. Because at the time where this was proposed, I think there was a very clear alignment between happiness and or welfare, human welfare, and income, that in the prevailing ideology, both at the individual level and at the country level, where institutions linking one and the other were trying to push countries to really focus exclusively on economic growth and macroeconomic parameters leading to set growth. And in the economics profession, at the same time around, a single focus on trying to figure out the keys of growth. By naming happiness as something that is distinct from growth, not necessarily in opposition to growth, but distinct, it clarified that there is actually more to human well-being than income. And there is also more to human poverty than lack of income. And that has a lot of consequences. So in our work, we see it in various ways. We like to define poverty not just as not having money, but as being unable to fully realize yourself as an individual. So, and once you say that, that's declined in any number of ways. So it's for a child not to make it past 1 or 5 because they didn't get vaccinated. It's for the same child or another child not being able to go to school. It's for a young person in a very poor family not being able to fulfill their dreams, even though they may have great ideas, but they have no money they have no capital to access this, to realize this idea, or no connection, no social connection that makes it possible. It's also for a woman not being able to participate in the labor market if they want to. So once you say happiness, then you kind of almost realize that there is this kind of very many dimensions to someone's life, and many of them, money helps. Let's not, we don't have to hide that truth, but it's never going to be the end or the end of it either. In some cases, it's possible to do a lot without much money, and in some cases, even a lot of money won't be sufficient. So in our work, we are trying to show how to achieve these various things. That also means that if you define happiness, because happiness is never going to be like one unified thing. It's not money, but it's not either like one thing. It's this combination of the things that together constitute fulfillment. And therefore, there is not going to be one silver bullet to the problems of poverty or to the goal of creating fulfilling lives for people in a country. We like to say it's more like many silver pellets. And it kind of gels with our view of don't try to find like the one miracle cure to the problem of the world, but try and understand the problems one by one, almost in this very fractal way. And then become very concrete about each of these issues. And once you do that, once you say, well, the issue is not, let me find the one thing that's going to eliminate poverty, but is, one problem is kids that don't get immunized, or one problem is they go to school but they don't really learn enough in the school. Then you can start focusing about, how come it is that they don't learn very much in the school? And and that's where the compassion, empathy become critical. Not as moral value that one must have, but as if you want to have any hope to understand the issue, you first have to open your eyes and your mind and your heart to the way that people live their lives. It's kind of instrumental on top of being ethical and moral. And once you do that, then you say, well, then you can start getting into what might be the issue, get some ideas. And then that links to this humility issue, which is, well, you have some ideas, but there is a good chance they are not that good. So you should try them out. Because something will work and something will not work. And if your end goal is happiness of the other people, it shouldn't be like, the end goal is not to show that your idea is great. Your end goal is to try to separate between decent ideas and good ideas and pretty bad ones. And that can only happen through being in the field, being close to the people, and experimenting and accepting failure as one kind of very natural part of the journey. So Abhijit gave you one successful experiment. They're always more fun to talk about. But the reality is that we have so many failures. I can give you one we have, the failure comes in various flavors. But I'll give you one where the failure is not the experiment itself, but we just didn't find anything. And this is something that's maybe very relevant to a lot of people's lives here as well. It is about the problem of indoor air pollution. So people in many places in the world cook with mud stoves that are inside their house and with biomass. So that can be leaves or that can be cow dung, and the stove often is just a little mound of stove inside the house. It's incredibly smoky. So people, in particular women and children, are breathing this like extraordinarily polluted air, even if the air is pure outside, which can be a big if in some parts of the world. But inside the house, it's extremely polluted. So many people, very rightly, first principle, are like, that doesn't make sense. At a minimum, there should be a chimney. And people came up with these ideas of various designs, some from MIT, of like smokeless chulas. Chula is like a little stove in many Indian languages. And some of them rely on the same fuel. They don't take any different money, but they are kind of square, enclosed, and they have a chimney. And when I heard about this, it's like, this makes so much sense. This is so great. Obviously, we have to do that. And I was one of many to have these views. Hillary Clinton, who was then the state secretary, loved it. So there was a lot of money to spend on the smokeless chulas, and people were doing designs and so on. And we worked with another great NGO, also Ghanaian inspired by Seva Mandir, called Gram Vikas in Rossa. And together we set up an experiment to test it out in many of the villages where they had other activities. And they built the chulas and so on. Great. And then at the beginning and then we outfitted people with a smoke monitor, and our idea was there's going to be a great reduction in smoke in people's lungs, and then we can see the productivity effect of all these health impacts. That's why we were getting into. There was no doubt in my mind that the health impact would be there, because it's so obvious that removing the smoke is a good thing. Anyways, chula starts, etc., they get built. And at the beginning, we see in the monitoring of people that indeed there is less smoke. But very quickly, we can see that actually there is just as much smoke as before. Or like, what's going on? It's not working. And it turns out that the chulas always have little issues. They break and things like that. And we had a helpline, very well organized for people to call. Nobody called the helpline. The moment the chulas didn't work, they were like, it's okay. We can go back to regular chulas. And then even people whose chulas were still on, they were like, well, it's okay. We can also go back to regular chulas. So it turned out people didn't like them for all sorts of reasons. It didn't fit the way they were used to cook. They prefer to cook outside when possible. They want to have, they didn't want, they were very big, so they took a lot of fuel. Anyway, ex post, I can give you all of, it's like 20/20 hindsight after the fact, obviously. But for people didn't like them, they were not adapted to their life. This was a total disaster, didn't work at all. So this is an example of all the goodwill was there. The project started from an actual real issues. People were open to them in principle, but it just didn't work out. And maybe, just maybe, we could have heard that when this was first proposed to them. But we were so keen that this is like this great idea that we kind of pushed it upon them.
So thank you, Professor. Now, from what I'm understanding, I think you're saying there is a big alignment because GNH also takes on this very balanced approach, which is the theme of this year's Bhutan Echoes as well, right? So it takes on this balanced approach, and more importantly, I think something that does not get talked about a lot with GNH is that it also takes on this experimental approach because of course GNH is in our constitution saying that this is the guiding philosophy for the state, but if you actually go and then see its implementation, there's a lot of local level implementation, and so there's a lot of room for local leaders to have their own interpretation, and just to make sure that overall what we give the people is economic growth, which, as you said, is the baseline, right? It's the most primary one, and then building on top of that, you also make sure that people are living in clean environments, that they have good governance around them, and that they can connect to the culture around them. So I think this alignment is there as well. And although I doubt in the infinite wisdom of His Majesty, I doubt he has kept documented notes of experiments that would be helpful for an economist. But I think there is a room to do research at this level and to see just exactly how much aligned they are, and to see how great of an economist our Great Fourth is as well. And one of the pillars of GNH is obviously the environment, and that's the topic of conversation today. So I want to bring us back and ask you why it matters for climate. So, because I want to bring your model into the climate conversation. We know that the poorest are the most vulnerable to climate shocks, whether droughts, floods, or food insecurity, right? And most often, they don't even get a voice in designing solutions. Bhutan, as I said in the introduction, sits in the third pole. So even though it was the Europeans, the Americans who benefited most from industrialization, sending carbon up into the space, it's going to be Bhutan who, throughout our history, have protected our forests and said we need these trees. And by the way, when I talk about that, something I learned a few years ago, because when I was a child, I was a very edgy child. So I thought, oh, Bhutan only has 70% trees because we never bothered to go into the forest and cut them, or because we never had the industry to cut them. Then I learned that actually Bhutan's forest coverage had fallen very sharply in the mid-20th century, and it was only thanks to interventions from the royal government and interventions from our elder leaders in the room today that it is now back up above 70%, right? So anyway, so sorry about that digression, but that respect we have for our environment, it's not paying dividends for us right now, because Bhutan, with its place in the third pole, we're going to be very dangerously affected. So I want to ask you, what should we do about it, right? And more specifically, I want you to answer this question in 4 parts. I want you to answer, what should governments do? So the people wearing the orange scarf in front of you, these are our cabinet members. So what should the government do? What should civil societies do? What should private businesses like I do? And what should individuals, all Bhutanese here, what should they do in order to fight climate change and not feel helpless?
Okay, and that's a several trillion-dollar question. I'm going to, I'll take a little bit of it and pass it to Esther, who's more capable of dealing with these large value questions. I think at the heart of the climate question, there's really two pieces. One is the piece about, what can we do to slow down the process of climate change? And that's, as you say, Bhutan is not one of the great guilty parties in that. But even at the margin, a ton of carbon is a ton of carbon. So if you produce one less ton of carbon, or you plant more trees and they absorb more carbon, that is contributing to the global public good. Now, I want to emphasize the word global there, because I think part of the challenge of climate change is we can do everything we want, but if nobody else is contributing, then we'll have the crisis one way or the other. So we're always in this. There is a need for not just the 4 levels you mentioned, but the 5th level, which is the global communication about it, the global coordination about it, the global action about it. And without that, in a sense, whatever Bhutan does is going to be just inadequate. And I think is part of what we've been working on is thinking about that fifth level. On the other side is the question of, yes, and then all kinds of unwanted and unmerited, really, because Bhutan, as you say, is not one of the guilty parties. Disasters are going to happen. What should we do? Conditional on understanding that disasters are going to happen. And, how do we help people adapt to these things? The temperatures, yesterday I was at dinner, I was discussing the weather, and I was told that the weather is, the summers are warmer, the monsoons are more unpredictable, the snow sometimes comes and doesn't. So these things are happening, and they're happening pretty fast. And we know that, there's going to be consequences. And like in everything else, the people who have very little are going to be the ones who are going to be most exposed to those consequences. So I think that the second leg of, I said there were two parts, is to ask what do we do to protect people from the disastrous consequences of these things. And again, there's a question of what happens at the international level and what happens at the national level. How do you take whatever the international community does or doesn't do and translate it into the local level? Let me speak a little. We're writing a book about this, so we could speak endlessly, but let me speak a little bit about the local level. And it seems to me that one of the pieces at the local level will be to think of ways in which we protect people who have to work under unsustainable conditions. How do we make them sort of whole? How do we make them, give them the ability to, so maybe this is less of an issue in Bhutan, but a few hundred miles away in North India, I was interviewing construction workers and asking them, well, what do you do on days when it's 50 degrees? And they say, well, we work. And how do you work? 50 degrees outside working. How do you do it? And there's lots of very clear, well-studied evidence suggesting that these are doing actually long-term damage to people's health. The damage is, if you're young and healthy, you don't realize that it's doing damage to your kidneys, but it's doing damage to your kidneys that's going to come back and kill you in 20 years. So how do you get people to understand what's happening to them and not make them face just an unpalatable choice? We tell people, you're going to die, but we're not going to do anything else to help you. That's awful. That's worse than not doing anything. So you tell people. So when you tell people that this is a challenge that you'll have to deal with, you also have to think about what's the mechanism for then saying, okay, it's okay if you don't work on these very hot days. They'll ask you, what do I do? My boss won't pay me if I don't work. So I think we need mechanisms for adaptation which are very detailed. Sort of, how do I identify who are people at risk? How do I then give them the kind of protection they need and the information they need and the medical help they need? All of those things will have to come together in a kind of a fairly short period of time in settings where there's not a lot of money available for it. So this seems to me to be one of the big challenges of our times, maybe the biggest.
Yeah, maybe I'll add one thing that Bhutan specifically can do. So Bhutan is very small, So even though it's true that a ton of carbon is a ton of carbon, there are not going to be that many ton of carbon averted from Bhutan, also because it's already not in a very, the emission per capita are very low in the first place. But maybe one thing that we can bring it back to this idea of gross national happiness in some ways, because the world is now in a very perilous place in terms of the climate conversations for several reasons. One is that, of course, one of the major players has decided that climate change is not an issue, which is kind of a problem. The other is that, so in Europe, there is actually now a realization, both in the public and in government, that it's important to lower down emissions, so that's good. On the other hand, as we are looking ahead in time, the countries which are today the poor countries, which, as you say, have not reaped any of the benefits of carbon that we are going to pay for in the form of climate change, turned out to be they hold the key to the future reduction in greenhouse gas emission, or to the future explosion of greenhouse gas emission. So that's country like India. Of course, China is already extremely high but could decide to go down. Even countries in Africa that are poor but have a lot of people, and as they become hopefully less poor, their emission could increase dramatically. And so as we are looking from today onwards, leaving the US aside because who knows, they're a wild player, the role of today middle-income country and today's low-income countries in choosing what is going to be the emission trajectory of the world is critical, essential. And of course, these countries want to ensure, growth to their people. But there is maybe the conversation should say, well, they should want to bring happiness to their people. And happiness is not just, potentially not just greenhouse gas powered economic growth, in the sense that one could envision one could envision different choices. Choices like for a country like India, for example, would mean less pollution in places like Delhi or many of the industrial cities, because the carbon-led growth also leads to irrespirable air. So when India removes a ton of carbon of the atmosphere, it's a benefit to the world, but it's also a benefit to India, if they can see it this way. So I think one thing that similarly in Europe, you could say, going, it's not just more cars, for example, it could be more public transport that would be good for the atmosphere, could also not make people more unhappy. So one thing we have been arguing in Good and Green for Hard Time is that the key to climate change is not just technology, it's also understanding that we can live different lives that are just as happy but less carbon intensive. And I think one voice that Bhutan can bring, in a way, is that there is a way to do this. There is a way to conserve the forest and have a good lives for many people. There is a way to combine less poverty and a good environment.
Thank you, Professor, and apologies for signaling to you, because the timekeeper keeps signaling to me. So my understanding is that Bhutan can show the world that there is a different way to live, right? And we have been shown this way by the Great Fourth, His Majesty, the King, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. And so maybe I think the solution to the climate change problem, one of the solutions could actually be for all of us to make this lifestyle more famous, right? And that means maybe the youngsters in this room, I think instead of doing TikTok hauls of your favorite consumer products, maybe it's time for us to actually talk about how the Great Fourth has taught us to live, right? The environment, the respect we have for our culture, the not choosing money over all things mentality, all of these were given to us by His Majesty. So I think maybe it's our turn to make that famous and then contribute back to the world. And maybe while the two of you are here as Nobel laureates and with a significant number of eyes watching you everywhere you go, maybe you guys can help us make our lifestyle, make our king, make our Great Fourth famous as well. Now, the timekeeper is still signaling to me, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask one last question, and I request that you keep it to 1 or 2 sentences, because GNH has been around for almost 50 years now, and His Majesty, the King, Jigme Singye Wangchuck, is now retelling GNH for what you described as modern perilous times right now. So that retelling is happening in the form of the Gelephu Mindfulness City, which I'm sure you have heard. So because you two are world-renowned economists, I want to ask you, if you were advising such a project, what is one thing you would tell us that Bhutan needs to do in order to make GMC a functional city, number one, but not just a functional city, but to make GMC a living model of mindful capitalism? 1 or 2 sentences only. I'm sorry, doctors.
I'll say one thing, which is not, I assume you've thought about it, but it seems to me that a lot of these cities that have prospered in the world, I won't name them, but it bothers me, have often prospered by draining resources from the rest of the world. And I think the first thing to be mindful about in a mindfulness city is to not drain resources, not to be a fiscal haven, not to be a place where people escape from the consequences of their actions. I think that's too many places in the world have been living on that.
That's a great place to end. Thank you very much.
So thank you, La.
Thank you.
Last year on this same stage, I had the pleasure of talking to Dr. Doji Wangchuck about what it means to be Bhutanese. The take-home answer I got from that conversation was that to be Bhutanese is to be compassionate. The take-home answer I'm taking from this year's session is that for economics to be useful, it has to be compassionate, right? And put together, I think it gives us a very clear logic, which is that the world needs compassion, right? And from my talk last year, Bhutan has compassion. So I hope those of us listening at home, abroad, in Bhutan, Australia, take that as a sign. I think it's time for us to step forward, not with arrogance, saying, oh, we're Bhutanese, not with that sort of arrogance, but with purpose. Bhutan can and should help lead the way, and I thank our speakers today for giving us the clarity on how we can do that.
Before we break for tea, I'm delighted to inform you that after the break, we will hold a short quiz based on this morning's sessions. The winner will be awarded a 3D Bhutan and Kelly Doji collab Yeti flask. We kindly ask that you return to your seats by 11:35 a.m. so we may continue with our next session. Thank you, La.
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gelephu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In Gelephu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber, and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
My dear children of Bhutan, the future of Bhutan. Today, I want to tell you a story of the Great Fourth.
As prophesied by the great treasure revealer Terten Drukta Dorji, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck was born on 11 November 1955 in the Chencholing Palace, Thimphu. He began his studies in North Point, Darjeeling, and later went to study in Summerfield and Heatherdown schools in England. As a child, His Majesty was a star sportsman and loved to play hockey, rugby, and boxing. After returning to Bhutan to continue his studies in Ugin Academy, Paro, His Majesty introduced basketball, golf, and tennis in the country. His childhood was unfortunately cut short when he had to become the King of Bhutan at the age of 16 upon the death of his father, the third Drukyul. Soon after becoming king, His Majesty worked tirelessly for Bhutan, putting the welfare of his people and the country beyond everything else. At the time, he was the youngest and best-looking king in the world, but he spent all his youth constantly working towards the progress, peace, and prosperity of Bhutan. His Majesty, the Great Fourth, was a visionary who put forth policies that would have far-reaching implications for the future of this nation. His Majesty took pride in being Bhutanese and accorded the highest importance in preserving our culture, national identities, and our spiritual tradition. He was also concerned about the well-being of his people, and very early on during his reign, he propounded the philosophy of gross national happiness, putting happiness at the center of development. It was one of the most challenging times for Bhutan when some Indian militants who were illegally encamped in Bhutan's southern borders refused to leave the country, despite all the efforts made by the 4th Drukyul. When all measures failed to convince them to leave our country, His Majesty led some 3,000 of our bravest soldiers in an operation to chase them from our country. Leading the operation like a true hero, he led his soldiers from the front without any fear for his life and secured victory within a short time. After the successful operation, all of us in Thimphu, including the government, was excited to give a hero's welcome to His Majesty. We wanted to line up the streets and hail him a hero. But His Majesty came home quietly. He didn't want any hero's welcome, like a true bodhisattva. He believed that in war, nobody wins. His Majesty was an absolute monarch with absolute power. He was not just the head of state, but also the head of government. But he realized that it was time Bhutan became a democracy, and that introducing democracy would be in the best interest of the people and the country. He set about the process of decentralization as early as the 1980s, starting with gradual devolution of power from the capital to the districts and then to the geogs. His Majesty also set about preparing the nation's new leaders for the new system. 5 ministers were elected from the parliament who assumed the role of prime minister for 1 year, each for 5 years. Then he held many meetings with the people all over the country, where he explained to the people about his plan to introduce democracy in Bhutan. Most of the time, the people were surprised and shocked to hear this and begged His Majesty to continue with the current system and not to introduce democracy. His Majesty would very attentively listen to all the pleas made by the people, but in the end, he would very firmly tell the people that the right time had come to introduce democracy, and that democracy would be the best form of government for the people. His Majesty retired in 2006, and the nation celebrated 3 historical milestones: the 100 years of monarchy in Bhutan, the introduction of democracy, and the coronation of our present king, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. Besides being a great statesman, a true warrior, and a visionary, His Majesty, the Great Fourth, is also a loving grandfather. He is a proud grandfather of 19 children. He enjoys the company of his grandchildren and loves spending time with them, instilling them with the right values of life from time to time. In turn, the children love him, look up to him, respect him, and admire him greatly. His Majesty also goes on walks every day where he meets people from all walks of life. One of the amazing qualities of His Majesty, due to his deep compassion for his subjects, is that when he meets people, he can instantly sense if they are suffering from any ailment. To ease their sufferings, His Majesty sends them to his doctors and refers them to hospitals where they can be treated for their illnesses. Thousands of Bhutanese have benefited through such grace and compassion of His Majesty the Great Fourth. When His Majesty was about to resign, he instructed the 4 queens to engage and immerse in activities that benefit our people. Consequently, Her Majesty Gyalum Aji Doji Wangmo Wangchuck started the Tarayana Foundation, which looks after the welfare and upliftment of our rural population. Her Majesty Gyalum Aji Thiringpem Wangchuck started the youth development of Bhutan to care for our youth and help with their problems and challenges. Her Majesty Gyalum Aji Thiringyandin Wangchuck's initiative involves preserving our cultural and historical heritage and caring for the nuns of our country. Her Majesty Gyalum Aji Singye Wangchuck looks after our women and the problems they face. She also upholds the rich textile tradition of Bhutan. In gratitude to what His Majesty the Great Fourth Jigme Singye Wangchuck did for this country, we fold our hands together and say thank you for all the sacrifice he made to ensure Bhutan remains a peaceful, happy, and sovereign nation. As our current king, His Majesty Jigme Gesar Namgyal Wangchuck said in one of his National Day address, "There never was a king like His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck in the past, and we shall never also see the like of him again in the future."
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. Desuups stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question: what lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. A gift from His Majesty to his people, the Desuup Skilling Program. A program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday Desuup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, the founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the Desuup Skilling Program is a beacon of hope, equipping Desuups with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 Desuups have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each Desuup who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment, about ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with everyday Desuup who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
Punyin kang machu da runyen lobe yu rongsum jubine nyam chaksin odong mingzina ni di ru ke peshin lupa shinmi li sunkar solekpa ti pangdu tena lochuni gekmi ki tempa chergeshin larsen chen ki dekki lenchida.
Nyam gawi joka yendenjang sheri gi bitse demia ben mi wanji bi kadin I dizum gi kadin gatortu da junati gi milambe.
I will serve my people, my heart, my soul. My every breath belongs to Bhutan.
And today I'm going to interpret on the bravery, courage, strength, and the confidence of His Majesty the 4th Gelephu. Many years ago, long before the peaceful days we now enjoy, our beloved country faced a silent storm brewing in the south.
His Majesty King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, the Great Fort, did the unimaginable.
This courage, this selfless devotion, this is the kind of king Bhutan was blessed to have. and I quote, "There will never be a great ruler like him," by Tashi Gomang.
Let us remember not just the king, but the guardian, the father, the hero.
May his vision guide us. May his legacy endure.
Jigme Singye Wangchuck is forever in our hearts. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, great fort.
May you live long and well.
May you live long and well. You are our being of destiny.
Zeshada Tembi, Himalaya, Karitsuki, Takoi Pulu. Towi Rida, Wajang, Kesalda Tembi, Lungshuchina. Ganewa, Icheto Tota, Dunyamkam, Kakapchichadi. Mashibi Yundunlin Denyamgi Tsisung Rangi Juluyubi Sanwi Nubasu Chikatuniki Takul Beole Lebi Tonangda Hembitatsu Tsenangmebi Lamdup Sulukudi Yamsen Chengi, Nasul Lamlukta, Rajin Yetang, Kachide, Tuntoto Beyubi. Drukyul Kap Chitangi Kechusu, Seltun Bewi. Gawi Drukyul, Geljugi Kakap Nalu, Jumba Lesu. Ani Kinyam Chengi, Kante da Puntagi Sago Digi. Dashi lungi yabitada, katunda chuyang tsugi bulu. Drukyul Sem Shosubi Kawada Kiba Nyamsu Nyondi Yumidigi Chorei Misedi Chetichilu Jurwa Tansubi Ishiyu
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. Desuups stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question: what lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. A gift from His Majesty to his people, the Desuup Skilling Program. A program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday Desuup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, the founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the Desuup Skilling Program is a beacon of hope, equipping Desuups with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 Desuups have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each Desuup who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment, about ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with everyday Desuup who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gelephu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In Gelephu, green and
Tonight. Our speakers include Miss Amanda Chong, who is a lawyer trained at Cambridge and Harvard and a writer whose work explores gender and power. Her poetry collection, Professions, was shortlisted for the Singapore Literature Prize, and her plays have been staged by major theatres. She received the Commonwealth Points of Light Award from Her Majesty the Queen for her advocacy. Miss Huma Salim Qureshi, an acclaimed actress known for her roles in gangs of Wasipur and Maharani. Miss Huma now steps into the literary world with her debut novel, Zeba, an accidental superhero spanning New York and a mystical kingdom. This story blends fantasy and culture to explore self-discovery, identity, and empowerment with nuance and depth. Moderating this unique session is Mr. Tenzin Lamsang, the co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Bhutanese newspaper since 2012, a multiple award-winning journalist, including the 2023 Jigme Singye Wangchuck Journalism Award. He began his career at the Indian Express and later worked with Business Bhutan and Kinsale. He serves on the Bhutan Media Foundation Board and is involved with regional media and transparency organizations. Let us listen deeply and rediscover balance in our own narratives through the power of storytelling. Thank you, La.
Your Serene Highness, Honorable Limpos, Excellencies, and honored guests, a warm welcome to this session. You may be wondering what is in common between Amanda Chong, a Singaporean lawyer and an award-winning poet and playwright, and Huma Qureshi, a very famous and award-winning Bollywood actor as well as OTT star. For one, they both express themselves through their artistic work with an empathetic focus on women, exposing the vulnerabilities and realities, but also creating space for empowerment and hope. They are also social advocates in causes apart from women's rights and are role models for young women in their countries. Amanda's plays like Psycho Bitch, #Women Supporting Women, and the poetry book Professions very ably portrays the challenges of women professionals and women in every aspect. A central theme to her power, as you heard earlier, is gender and power. Talking of gender and power, many of us are familiar with Huma's powerful female roles in Gangs of Wasipur, Laila, Tarla, Dalal, Maharani, Deri Ishqiya, and there's so much more. It is then perhaps no surprise that Huma's foray into the literary world is through her book Zeba, an accidental superhero. It is a fictional story about a flawed and unwilling heroine discovering her powers. So let's start the Q&A round. Amanda and Huma, you talk and write about strong but also imperfect and vulnerable women, turning the stereotypical notions of feminism of in control and perfect women on its head. Is this a deliberate move on both your parts to redefine feminism in a more realistic sense? Amanda, you first, and then Uma.
Thanks very much for that very, very thoughtful question. And I'm really glad to be here in Bhutan. I've just been here for a day, but it's just such a beautiful and fascinating place. So to your question, my work on representing women's characters actually comes from wanting to push back against the oppressive conditions and the gendered expectations that women face. And by that, I'm referring specifically to the narrow range of acceptable behaviors for women. And my perspective on that really comes from my work as a lawyer. I began my career as a lawyer working as a sex crimes prosecutor for 6.5 years. And during that time, I really experienced this duality of gendered expectations. On one hand, to be a successful prosecutor in court, I had to almost wear this armor of toxic masculinity, to kind of project a certain image of myself in order to make sure that my cases were successfully prosecuted. But on the other hand, the women who had experienced gender violence that I was representing, they had to perform in an entirely different script of gendered expectations, and that was the one of the damsel in distress. And I think all of us are very familiar with the kinds of stereotypes that we have about women who are sexual assault survivors, that they could have worn more modest clothing. Why didn't they scream? Why didn't they report this case earlier? And I think what was really impressed upon me in those days in the courtroom was really that in the courtroom, it's not just a contestation of facts, but really a contestation of stereotypes and ideas that we have about gender. And in order to really drill down to a more equal world where abuse of women would be considered unconscionable, we really have to come at it from the perspective of shifting culture. And to me, shifting culture, the levers are not just legal or policy levers, but they really are levers in art and in pop culture. And I think this really segues quite nicely into the work that Huma does as a performer and actor and a creator of pop culture. Because for me, in my own small way as a poet and playwright, that's exactly what I'm trying to do in representing women, is shifting all these ideas and impressions and really representing women in all their multitudes and shades and tones, and not as just caricatures.
Amanda, I've just met a sister. We just met a while back and we shared some butter chai outside. And I'm like, I've just met my sister who, just from another country. And there's so much that we all have in common as women, and we could be from any part of the world. But when you just really get down to it, our stories are so similar. I have always been obsessed with the idea of badly behaved women. I love that. I think, there's so much pressure on women to talk, speak, act, behave a particular way, where often it comes, it just suppresses them and suppresses the full experience of what it is for themselves to be. And I'm obsessed with the idea, both as an actor and now as an author, to talk about real, living, breathing, three-dimensional women in all their glory and all their, toxicity or whatever it is. Because to be a woman is not a binary, and I feel like that expression has to seep into popular culture. And we've been actually exchanging some ideas on that. And because I do believe that any kind of social change always has and stems from popular culture. When I was a kid, I was not watching documentaries or reading books. I was watching Backstreet Boys and, those were my cultural references. And I feel like we have to sort of present ideas that actually end up making social change. We have to embed them through popular culture. And that's, I think, I'm dedicating my life to doing that and also having a bit of fun.
Thank you for those wonderful answers. Amanda, Psycho Bitch is partly based on your experience. However, the actual play is so much more. And even though you are ethnically a Chinese Singaporean, you chose a Tamil Singaporean actor to play the main role, Anya Samuel. Your play goes into gender, identity, patriarchy, unrequited love, subtle racism, and societal pressures to conform. What Anya faces would even apply to a professional woman in Bhutan. Please explain the name Psycho Bitch and what your play says about the pressures a modern professional woman faces.
Okay. So I think before I explain the name Psycho Bitch, perhaps I should just explain what Psycho Bitch is about. So Psycho Bitch is about this type A overachieving journalist, Anya Samuel, who was engaged to a CEO of a tech company. And he asked her to explain the 4 times she's cried in public in the course of their relationship to prove that she's not an emotional person. But because she is the type of woman who doesn't like to lose an argument and who is always conditioned to be absolutely excellent at everything she does, she prepares this crazy PowerPoint presentation to prove why she's not a psycho bitch. And that includes infographics of her menstrual cycle, as well as animations of her uterus. And a lot of people ask me, oh, this is such a wild idea. How did you come up with it? Fun story, it's based on my story. This really did happen to me. I did date someone who asked me to explain the 4 times I cried in public in the course of a relationship. But I am not an expert at PowerPoint. I'm a litigator, so I prepared 30 pages of legal submissions which were color-coded.
Live away for a breakup. Like, that's an amazing way to break up with a guy. Just send him like a document.
So, I mean, to go to that, the title of Psycho Bitch, or why I decided to call it Psycho Bitch, is because that is the trope that we label women with messy emotions, or women who make their emotional needs known. They are known as psycho bitches. And really the whole play is a dissection of that trope of a woman, and an uncovering of that universal story that I think all of us carry, that behind all of this is really this desire to be fully known and fully loved for all our complexities and our tensions, and not to be reduced to any specific label. And to the aspect of your question as to why is it focused around a Tamil Christian woman, it is because at that time, as I was going through that particular breakup, one of my best friends is a Tamil actor in Singapore, and she was also going through a terrible breakup with a Chinese man. And for those who are not familiar with the racial dynamics in Singapore society, Chinese is the majority, and Indians are one of our minority races in Singapore. So there's a whole kind of other degree of like complication and complexities in interracial relationships, and we also wanted to explore that in the play. So the character of Anya Samuel is really 2 women coming together in solidarity to exercise all their breakup demons at once.
Wonderful. Huma, in your movie roles, you keep breaking the mold with different roles. Similarly, your book, Ziba, an accidental superhero, breaks the superhero mold. Please talk about the inspiration behind the main character and the main message of your book to young girls.
Well, in my journey as an actor, I feel like, especially because it's a role that, I have to be in front of the camera, and I'm open to everyone's idea of what I should look like or how I should dress, or, I'm an actor's, anyone can comment on an actor's life, body, face, whatever. So I've been always obsessed with the idea of like, what is it to be perfect? And as a superhero, need to be perfect. And I've often come to realize that not necessarily. In fact, it's the imperfections that make us more interesting. And in my own personal journey as a woman, I think the older I'm getting, the more at ease I'm getting with myself and how I'm looking. I think my 20s, I was a mess. I used to just think I'm just the ugliest person, and I don't know how to talk, and I don't know how to dress. And I think as you get older, you're just like, there's no ticking bomb. You think in your 20s, like, oh my God, if I don't achieve this by so-and-so deadline, like, life is just going to run out. And that's not necessarily true. There's more and enough time. You have to find that space within you. And for me also, the journey of Zeba in this book is also about finding that space within herself. She's the most badly behaved, badass woman you'll ever meet. She was raised a Muslim, but she does everything unholy that, is expected from someone who looks like her. She has multiple boyfriends, she smokes pot, like she doesn't know how to talk politely. So she's not someone who's the conventional superhero, but through her self-discovery of who she is, she comes to terms with herself and the world around her, and it's that interpretation. And I love that idea. I was very scared when I presented a copy of my book to my mother because I didn't know how she was going to respond to it. And she had a very interesting interpretation of it as well. And I think when she sort of accepted it, I also felt very happy about it. And it's a book that came out of all my troubles during COVID. I think I was just at home and I found all the time in the world to write this book and what I was feeling at that point in time.
Thank you so much. A very interesting experience and book as well. Amanda, in your play, #Women Supporting Women, on one hand, there is a Chinese Singaporean, Karina Teng, who is the youngest female partner in a prestigious law firm, and she represents privilege. On the other hand is Sarah Ismail, a Malay Singaporean intern, a former intern, who experienced a toxic workspace and sexual assault in her office. But the conversation eventually exposes the supposed empowerment of Karina in a patriarchal setting. Your play delves into gender and power in the workspace, sexual assault, lack of women's solidarity for each other, race, class, privilege, women as victims, and the hollowness of some women empowerment slogans. In Bhutan, we are finally having a lot of conversation around toxic workplace culture, sexual harassment at the workplace, and if the glass ceiling is really broken. Can you please speak to what your play brings out about a common experience of women in workspaces with a largely patriarchal, male-dominated power dynamics?
Thank you very much for really taking time to understand my play. I think that was the best synopsis I've heard. In Women Supporting Women, I really wanted to explore the intersection of different types of feminisms. And I especially think that between the Gen Z and millennial feminists, we have different conceptions of the way that we would want to approach a situation that we're in where we face inequality. I think what we see is that the Gen Z women are really leading the charge in terms of calling things out very directly. But there will be some who might consider that, propagating cancel culture. And the millennial women, I think, we believe that we can affect change within the systems that we are in. Perhaps we may be outspoken within the systems that we're in, but we still, at least speaking for myself, perhaps, there is that fear of rocking the boat too much. And I think as to women in workplaces, I think the tensions that we experience are really the same all around the world. And I say this with a fair degree of confidence because in writing this play, I interviewed various women, from UK, US, India, and my part of the world as well. And the main thing that we face is this duality, that ultimately the corporate world is a world that is shaped after men, because men have been in it and led it for a very long time. So there are certain male characteristics which are expected of women or are seen as leadership qualities. That is assertiveness, decisiveness. But somehow when these qualities are manifested in a woman, yes, they are seen as good, but at the same time it comes with this negative tinge, which is like, why are you being so dominating? Why are you taking up so much space? And I also had to navigate this in my own career as a sex crimes prosecutor. So in Singapore, the defense bar, so the defense lawyers, they tend to be older men. And in a very, very palpable way, when they speak to my male colleagues, who are also fairly young male prosecutors, they would call them sir. But I have been called girl, darling, basically everything but ma'am, and I've also been in situations where I know that they do not want to be contradicted by a young woman, and so things that are usually settled very quickly by a discussion between lawyers where we agree on the law, we agree on the facts. They wouldn't want to agree that I'm right on the law, and so they would insist that it goes into an interlocutory application in front of the judge, because they want the judge to arbitrate between whether me, the young woman, and them, the older, respected man, is correct. And so I end up doing so much extra work. But I have to say that in those circumstances, what was really, really important for me was to have older women mentors who would be able to support me through that kind of dynamics. And I'm sure, Huma would also have stories of having to navigate, the duality of expectations that women face.
No, absolutely. And just to add to that, I don't think we talk enough about like older women mentoring others. And I feel that's such an important, that sisterhood or those relationships are something I really value in my life. And somehow, I've always had this issue with, whenever entertainment journalists ask me a question, they're like, oh, tell us about a cat fight that you had on that movie set. And I was like, when two men fight, you don't call it a dog fight, do you? But there's always this lensing to be like, oh, two women never really get along. And I said, actually, the opposite is more true. In fact, I have had better relationship with so many of my female colleagues than with the male star, because I feel we understand each other's experience, issues, and there's always that sense of, friendship. But no, it's never really represented that in that sense. And I feel like more conversations need to be had about that. So I completely agree with what you're saying. And yeah, we need to do something about the adjectives that I used. Like sometimes I'll get a script and it says, oh, she's a strong woman. And I'm like, but why do you have to specify that she's a strong woman? What type of woman is not strong? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a conversation that needs to be had and should carry on. Huma, as recently as May 2025, you said that despite the success of the hugely successful Maharani OTT series, you experienced a significant pay gap compared to male stars in the OTT industry. It is very clear that gender influences pay and power in Bollywood and the OTT industry. So how are the women actors there working to change things?
Well, honestly, I'm also a producer now, and more than the female actors changing it, is the systemic change that needs to come from studio heads, executives who work, on these OTT platforms. They need to change their mindset. The female actors, if you give me a bigger paycheck, I'll take it. But it's the systemic understanding that I don't deserve it, and I feel it's very, very unfortunate. But that's just the way things are. Till date, I don't think barring the shows and films that I headline, if I'm doing a film with a bigger star, I don't think I'm paid adequately. But that's unfortunately how things are. And if I or other actresses say something about it, we're just seen as too difficult.
By the way, I watched Huma's latest OTT series, season 3 of Maharani, and I love the twist in the end. I'm not going to spoil it, of course, but please do watch it. Amanda, your poetry book, Professions, is about broken love and is also a feminist critique of romantic relations and power dynamics within it. In the same book, you have a patriotic poem called Lion Heart, written when you were just sweet 16, I would say, and inscribed into the Marina Bay Helix Bridge in Singapore. Yet in the same book, your adult self wrote Notes from a Colonialist 2065. That is a satire on Singaporean nationalism, the survival myth, and consumerism. The same book, I noted, has both acceptance and rebellion within it when it comes to romance and nationalism. Was this friction and the counterpoint deliberate? Before you answer, for the audience, this brilliant book is for sale at the festival, so go get a copy, please.
Thanks.
Will she autograph it? But
gladly. So I think what you pointed out is exactly right. That to me, in any good piece of poetry, you need that consonance and dissonance, right? The art is in the tension of ideas. And I wrote Lionheart when I was 16, and for some reason it then got engraved into the Marina Bay Helix Bridge. So if you come to Singapore, you will see the poem there. And again, something that I did not expect was that it then got added into the Cambridge International GCSE syllabus. And I was 16 when I wrote it, and the other 16-year-olds have to study this poem. And I only realized this when I was getting all of these emails from 16-year-olds asking me for homework help. And of course, on principle, I did not grant it. I feel like 16-year-olds should do their own homework. But in any event, I think to me, I writing notes from the colonialists, I felt that the idea of Singapore I portrayed as a 16-year-old was a little bit too simplistic. And I think that we are idealistic, and there's always a place for idealism. But as I grew older, I realized that we need to be able to see our country from different angles. And only then are we able to think about what is the best way forward for a country. So I have often said that Singapore is in a crisis of story. And by that, what I mean is that the narrative that the world knows of Singapore, which is that we've gone from third world to first in a single generation, that is no longer valid for my generation because we grew up in a developed Singapore. But how then, and so now we have a crisis of story, because what is the story of Singapore from now going forward? And I feel that the responsibility for addressing that crisis of story really comes from looking both at our history as well as into the future. And so I want to contribute to that by offering my different perspectives, because I firmly believe that any sort of dissent comes from a place of love. And there's so many different ways to be patriotic. And I think that also extends into my ideas about romantic relationships. As you observed in my poem, in my collection of poems, I do have poems which are simultaneously both about gender power dynamics and about the history of women being excluded from female professions. So the title of my book, Professions, already encapsulates that duality, because it refers to occupations as well as confessions. And the backbone of the book is actually poems written from the perspective of a disgruntled muse about being left out from the work of, like the writer, the physicist, the lawyer. But these poems are also about gender dynamics. And I really believe that what poets are supposed to do is they are supposed to be witnesses to the insides of moments. So my poetry book begins with this epigraph by Zadie Smith. Every moment happens twice, the inside and outside, and there are two different histories. And I can't comment as to the inside of the moment for other people, but I want people to be able to see both the outside of that moment as well as my perspective of the inside of the moment.
Thank you, and this is the first time I've genuinely heard a Singaporean talking about dissent. So congratulations. This is for the both of you, in any sequence. Both of you deal with sensitive topics. Singapore is not known for free expression, and you work in a relatively conservative environment. In India, actors taking on sensitive topics face boycott calls, legal cases, and even attacks on cinema theaters. When both of you select projects, are you aware of the boundaries and how do you stretch or even break them? Have you experienced online trolling due to your work, and how do you handle it? Anyone, please. One after the other.
When on the eve of my book getting out, I had an anxiety attack. And I called Himali, my agent, and I said, what have I done? Like, I have to be the stupidest, most dumbest human being ever. Here I give an interview and I get misquoted all the time. It's part of what I do. It's like occupational hazard. And here I have written a book where I have poured my thoughts onto a piece of paper for perpetuity. Like, that's just dumb. And the choice is a fantasy fiction novel with a female Muslim superhero with a hijab as a cape, which can be misconstrued in so many different ways. And my next interview for a film could turn out to be this political, meltdown situation. And what have I done? But I think, I think I would have not been honest to myself if I had not written that book and put it out there. I felt like it was something that I had to do, and I think people have been really kind. I think it's been appreciated in the right way. I've been invited to every possible literature festival to talk about it, whether it's Jaipur or Abu Dhabi or here, beautiful Bhutan. And I feel like sometimes we have to make brave choices to express ourselves authentically. Because if you don't do that, actually, out of fear or criticism or backlash or trolling, the only person you're doing a disservice to is you yourself. Because I felt something inside me would have not would have died. And does trolling hurt? Yeah, it sucks. It's awful. But I think trolling is also so much more about the person trolling you than about you. It's about their deep unhappiness and resentment with the life they're leading. And that's the only way I can look at it. So sometimes when someone's trolling me, I'm like, sir, are you okay? Are you having a good day or not? And I feel like, that's the only way I can deal with it.
So as a poet, I am very used to speaking truth within constraints. And to your comment on, this is the first time you've heard a Singaporean talk about dissent, actually the phrase that I said about dissent coming from a place of love is something that I said in a conference which was attended by many Singapore ministers. So I said so very unapologetically. And I really do think it is about speaking with respect and with and understanding the context that you're speaking to. And I actually do work as a lawyer for the Singapore government. So I also am very, very aware of what the boundaries are, legally speaking. And I'm very clear about staying within those boundaries. So I think, you do have to educate yourself on the right boundaries. But I have to say that an interesting fact about Singapore is that poetry is actually our most popular literary form. So we routinely sell, thousands of poetry books. So our Singapore poets actually sell far more books than our Singapore novelists. And the reason, and it's so rare for in any other society. And I really do believe that the reason behind that is because there are certain things that you can say encoded in poetry that would attract a very different scrutiny when you say plainly in prose. And the other point that I do want to make in this respect is also that, the question was on boundaries, right? Sensitive topics, yes. Okay, I remember what else I wanted to say, which was that, yes, because I am quite outspoken on feminist issues, I have actually been called a dominating woman. And I was like, kind of like bristled at it at first, and then I was like, oh my gosh, that's a brilliant title. That I'm going to use that for my trilogy of plays, Psycho Bitches 1, #Women Supporting Women, and my third play, which is yet to come out, but it will be centered around women's issues. And the reason why Dominating Women, I thought, was a fantastic title for my plays is because it has two meanings. On one hand, it's the idea of a dominating/intimidating woman, but on the other hand, it is about women being dominated, right? And a lot of my characters, they are very strong female characters who are still suffering under the oppression of the patriarchy. So thanks to the troll who called me a dominating woman, I now have the title for my next work.
Thank you very much. Amanda and Huma, there is growing fatigue with words like breaking the glass ceiling, women empowerment, etc. Because while things have changed, so much has also not changed for women, especially in our Asian cultures and settings. So how do you ensure that your works on gender do not fall into the traps of meaningless slogans and tokenism? Again, in any sequence.
It's tough. It's tough, and it requires you to constantly also reevaluate your own ideas about things and choices, and it's a process. I don't think we've arrived there yet, but I don't think anyone can ever arrive. I think, and that's the beautiful thing about relationships, which are about and conversations about feminism or toxic masculinity or whatever it is. I think we are constantly. And also today with how technology is interacting with human behavior, we're constantly sort of reevaluating how we are dealing with all of these things. For me, like I said, through my work, I'm constantly looking at people and then trying to be like, okay, how best can I absorb this person's experience and try and put this in my work? So when I'm playing a village woman in Maharani, who's never been to a school and is chief minister now of a state, I try and portray that as authentically as possible. So, whether that, because I feel like when that show gets the love it gets and it gets spoken about globally, I'm representing the reality of that woman from that rural belt in India who has never been represented like that. We have an idea that that Indian woman is supposed to be dumb, has no agency, is suppressed. But no, actually, there are many such women like that who are actually agents of change. But those stories are not glamorous enough to be portrayed. And I really enjoy that. Or I'm playing Tarla Dalal, who's India's first master chef. You know, who was a feminist even before people knew what the word feminism was. Or to play like a devilishly sexy character called Monica, oh my darling, that I remember doing an interview, and there was a female interview, and she asked me, so tell me, this character you're playing a vamp. And I said, excuse me, why did you choose to use that word for me, vamp? Because this is a black comedy where everyone's trying to con each other, but you've not called the male actor a villain. So how do I become the vamp? So these are ideas that constantly through our work and through the showcasing of our work, we need to constantly keep challenging. It's a process.
Thanks so much, Huma. We were talking a little bit about this outside. I really appreciate the work of like intelligent actors like yourself who put in the research to break down the characters to ensure that they're not just playing caricatures, but really reflecting the full humanity of characters. And to your point, Tenzing, about the social media slogans, and things like #LeanIn, #GirlBoss, #Women Supporting Women. All of these slogans, I don't want to completely say that they are lacking in value entirely, because I do think that they help women come together. And the most potent example of that would be Me Too, which became a platform for women to tell their individual stories of sexual assault. And I do think that's where the distinction comes in, where you need that storytelling, you need that complexity of reflecting individual stories, because hashtags blunt the binaries and the complexities behind our individual experience. And I would like to think that art, especially when sensitively practiced, by actors like Huma, they really help to expand that understanding of different social issues. And we need art to offer perspectives of the gray, the ambivalence in our society, so that we can navigate and better move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very interesting session. I guess we're out of time. Oh, okay. Vigorous signboards going on there.
We're leaving. Don't throw us out.
Yeah. So we know two very interesting ladies here on stage, and not enough time, but I think everything good must come to an end. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for all your lovely questions.
Thank you.
You're wonderful.
Before we begin our session, I would like to inform the audience that food or drinks are prohibited in this auditorium. To continue with our sessions, we now journey inward to rediscover Tashi Gomang, a sacred spiritual tradition that commemorates the Buddha's teachings and symbolizes the path to enlightenment. Joining this cultural revival is His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Terry Matthew, who is a distinguished French diplomat, scholar, and specialist in Himalayan studies. Currently serving as France's ambassador to India, His Excellency has held key diplomatic positions and was a leading role in shaping France's Indo-Pacific strategy. Renowned for his contributions to Bhutanese scholarship, he introduced the concept of catalytic transition in Bhutan's unique political evolution. His Excellency initiated the Tashi Gomang Preservation Project under royal patronage. His Excellency has received high honors from France and Thailand for his diplomatic service. Mr. Thrin Tashi, a Bhutanese author who was the first ever Bhutanese to receive the esteemed 2023 Sethaya Academy Academy Premchat Fellowship. He has authored and co-authored several books on Bhutanese history and culture, including The Bodhisattva King and Bold Bhutan Begins. A regular contributor to national and international publications, he also serves as a festival director at Bhutan Echoes. Moderating this unique session is Dr. Ariana Maki, an art historian specializing in Bhutan and the Himalayas. She leads digital humanities projects to promote Himalayan cultures. A two-time Fulbright scholar to Bhutan since 2007, she is co-authoring Bhutan's first art history and serves as an advisor to Bhutan Echoes. In this dialogue, we learned that even in stillness, a few voices can be profound.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for joining us. It is an absolute pleasure to be talking about Tashi Gomang. The very first time I came to Bhutan, many of you who are around my age might remember these still being performed at down in the Thimphu vegetable market, down in Paro Tsechu, and it wasn't until reading Ambassador Mathieu and Tsering Tashi's book about Tashi Gomang that I recognized, where did they go? Why am I not seeing these anymore? So it's a particular honor to be speaking with you both today and hearing more about Tashi Gomang. For those who are perhaps younger Bhutanese or those who haven't seen a Tashi Gomang before, there's one here at the end of the stage. And could you, Ambassador, kindly give an overview of what Tashi Gomang are?
Well, it's a unique, it's a three-dimension like a tanka, actually. But it's a tradition which is originated in Bhutan, I will have the opportunity to tell you about, and that used to be carried by people, the Manip, around the country to teach Buddhism. So as you said, 30, 20, 40 years ago, we used to see some Tashi Gomang quite everywhere during some cheshus, or even at the Sunday market here in Thimphu, but they disappeared. So I remember it was in 2015. At that time I was ambassador, in Burma, and I thought about the Tashi Gomang who said, where are those Tashi Gomang gone? Tsering visited me and we had a conversation. I asked him the question, and he said, well, I don't know. You have to find out. And we launched the Tashi Gomang project. I'm happy to say that we have been able to rediscover 33 Tashi Gomang for the project itself. Since then, I have in my record 37. And we were most happy through this project, under the leadership of Her Majesty, the grandmother, to restore, revive, and preserve this tradition, because this object is not only an object, it's full of spirituality, it's a tradition with the Manip who chant special prayers with a special ritual. So it's an object directly linked to the culture of Bhutan, which doesn't belong to a museum. So this was very important for us to launch this project, and thank you very much to give us the opportunity to show to the new generation Tashi Gomang. I have to tell to the audience that the Tashi Gomang is supposed to contain as much images of deities and saints than 100 temples. So it's an auspicious occasion for all of you to see a Tashi Gomang. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you used the term Manip, and I'm wondering, Tsering La, could you share who are the Manips?
Every 4 years, the International Association for Tibetan Studies host an international seminar. It attracts the world's leading scholars in the field. In 2016, when the call for paper was announced, I applied. To my surprise, to my great surprise, I got confirmation the very next day. I can assure you, my friends at IHS had nothing to do with my quick admission, but everything to do with the subject, which was the Tashi Gomang. In Norway, I quickly discovered the scholars are not bodhisattvas or compassionate as one can imagine. Just before I presented my paper, a good friend, when she found out that I was going to announce that Tashi Gomangs are indigenous to Bhutan, she cautioned me. So I had to rephrase and say unique to Bhutan. That is the moment when I realized that if Tashi Gomang is unique to Bhutan, what about the Lam Manips, or the traveling monks who are the custodian of this sacred and national treasure?
And so historically, you mentioned a bit that they would be moved around and people would experience the stories. What sort of role did that play in society and culture?
Well, actually, as I said, maybe we have to go back to the history, how and when they appeared in Bhutan. So we have to go back to the 17th century, the first Shabdrung. We are in 1637. He was starting to build the dzong in Punakha. The work was going well during the day, but during the night, evil forces were said to, destroy what had been done in the day. So he decided to enter into meditation, and a Daikini came to him and told him to counter, to subdue evil forces, you have to use a Tashi Gomang. But nobody knew about Tashi Gomang. Actually, at that time, Tashi Gomang was referring to one of the 8 types of stupa that could be seen in Tibet, including in Halung, which is, as everybody knows, the seat of the Drupa Kagyu, and also in Zangtopelri, realm of Padmasambhava. So the Shabdrung decided to summon a carpenter, a man called Zobalep, very skillful, ask him to come, ask him to sleep next to him during 3 nights, and during his dreams, he took him to Tibet, to Ralung, and Zangtopelri. And after 3 days, on the 4th day, he asked him to craft a Tashi Gomang. So first, Zobalep carved it out of a small radish. The Shabdrung was very pleased, and he asked him to do the same in wood. And he also summoned other craftsmen, blacksmiths, painters to contribute. The Shabdrung himself was reputed by using his thumbs to imprint images of a Buddha, so he contributed, and the first Tashi Gomang was done. This was used, as the prophecy of the Daikini said, to subdue the evil forces, and he could build the dzong in Punakha. And then he asked other Tashi Gomang to be built, and to the Manips to take them around the country to teach Buddhism. And at that period, so not only the Tashi Gomang were used to teach Buddhism, but also it was a source of revenue for the monasteries. So a very important social function.
And if I understand correctly, the Lam Manips, as they were traveling around, what were the origins of them, Seringla? Is there a certain village or a place that's associated with them?
Anyone watched the Hollywood movie News of the World? For the benefit of those who have not watched, the actor is a 2-time Oscar Award winner, Tom Hanks. He plays the role of a veteran newspaper reader and travels from one town to another in Texas to an illiterate group. Our Lam Manips can be compared to the American newspaper reader, but with many contrasts. First, the Lam Manips are real and not a figment of someone's imagination. And also the common denominator between the Lam Manips and the newspaper reader is that both of them have captive audience, illiterate, and who lead hard lives, starving for entertainment and hungry for news. The Lam Manips in Bhutan, they are found in a remote village in Tongsa called Simphu Kempa.
And during the process, please, did you want to share about how...
Yeah, I would like to add something about the uniqueness of the Tashi Gomang tradition in Bhutan. As a matter of fact, Bhutan is the only country where we have some historical records and the oral tradition history I just mentioned. I try to see if there are Tashi Gomang outside of Bhutan, travel a lot in Tibet, in India, in different places. Well, we have traces of Tashi Gomang in those places. In Lhasa, some exiled. I remember having seen some Tashi Gomang. Charles Bells was the British officer for Sikkim, and Bhutan took a picture of one in the Chumbi Valley, actually very close to the border with Bhutan. But it seems that even if they existed in those places, they disappeared, mainly because, well, we need wood to make a Tashi Gomang, so no wood, in Tibet, so they use instead, the tankas. As a matter of fact, the only place where I was able to find the equivalent of a Tashi Gomang is quite recent. I was in Arunachal Pradesh last year, just at the border with Bhutan, and each time I go in some place in the Himalayas, I ask in the monastery, do you have, a Tashi Gomang? And they always say no. But that time, they told me, yes, I have one. So I was very surprised. So I went to a small monastery just on the border, Indian side of Bhutan. And as a matter of fact, they have one. It looks like a Tashi Gomang from the outside when it's closed. But when you open it, it's totally different. It comes in different parts, like a jigsaw. So, as a matter of fact, we can say it's a unique tradition to Bhutan because it really developed in Bhutan. Well, as far as the Manips are concerned, Tangtong Gyalpo is credited to be maybe at the origin of the Manip, and interesting enough, as an architect, he had also a role in designing Tashi Gomang, stupa. So this is back in the 15th century in Tibet. But there are no traces, no records between this, meaning having Tashi Gomang stupa, and having this kind of object. So this is definitely why we say it's a unique tradition to Bhutan.
Exactly, because when I've heard Tashi Gomang before, it was usually in the context of the Gyaltse stupa, the very large stupa at Gyaltse, where it's multiple floors. You can go into these many, many shrines. And so then when I encountered these and heard that they were called Tashi Gomang, the first thing I'm thinking is of Gyaltse stupa. But as you rightly point out, we still haven't found the literary accounts or other resources that share how Bhutan's unique tradition developed out of it. I was wondering, where can we see Tashi Gomang today? What are the places where we can engage with them? And sort of what was the broader process of doing this entire revitalization project?
Well, as I said, we have been able to retrieve 37 Tashi Gomang, so they are all around Bhutan, mainly in central Bhutan, Tongsa, in Thimphu, in Wangdi, and in Punakha. So they are in Dzong, in Liakang. So if you have a chance to go there, and if the monks accept to open, you can see them. More and more, I hope thanks to our initiative, you can see some of them during, Cheshus. For, the foreigners, there are a few Tashi Gomang abroad. One is in Switzerland, so it's a very interesting story because the last Tashi Gomang, actually, after our project, the Prime Minister, which is who was at that time the Prime Minister, is still the Prime Minister, decided to propose to His Majesty the King, the fifth King, to commission a new one. And so it was done and offered to the fourth King for his 60th anniversary. But before that, the fourth King commissioned a Tashi Gomang at the beginning of the 80s, which was sent in Switzerland in a museum, ethnographic museum in a city called Neuchâtel. So there you can see a new Tashi Gomang. There is also one in a private collection in New York, which was shown once at the Rebel Museum. I mean, that's all. So once again, it's an exceptional object, and we are all blessed to see one here at the festival.
Absolutely, and we're extremely fortunate that two Lam Manips are here and will be sharing a performance of the Tashi Gomang for us today. I'm curious, who were the key partners in getting the project revitalized? You mentioned that Her Majesty, the Royal Grandmother, was a major patron, and how were resources leveraged to identify these new Lam Manips? Who taught them? Who trained them? How did you find the older Lam Manips who are still here?
So as I said, everything started in 2015 from a conversation between my good friend Chering and I. Then Her Majesty was definitely the one who decided to launch the project. The Tanka Conservation Center was also essential because they had to restore the monk body, obviously. It was up to the monk body to decide and to accept that we launch this project and to see where, in which, Liakang and Zong, we could find Tashi Gomang. So the process actually first was to identify those objects, then to bring them here to Thimphu to restore them. So the Royal Textile Academy took the initiative of a great exhibition. Actually, this is the catalogue we wrote about this exhibition from November 2016 to February 2017. So during this exhibition, we had 29 different Tashi Gomang exhibited. And then after the exhibition, the Tashi Gomang were sent back to their original location. But, and I want also to add that, of course, the royal government of Bhutan and the Department of Culture was also key. And as mentioned, Prime Minister himself took the initiative to propose to His Majesty to commission a new one, because this is an important fact to mention. Initially, only the Shabdrung was able to commission the Tashi Gomang, and now only His Majesty the King is allowed and able to do that. And it was very important to rediscover the tradition of how to make a Tashi Gomang. You have to know that this object is the only object in Bhutan which uses 9 of the 13 Drukyul, the traditional art and craft of Bhutan. 9 out 13, so it's really impressive.
And moving forward with the future of the Lam Manips, how will this project help to spur the tradition to continue, and how will we be able to ensure that it continues into the future?
Before I answer that question, if you think Lam Manips are cool and you're considering a career change, the first quality to become a Lam Manip is physical strength. Back in 2016, Ambassador Matthew tried to carry on Tashi Gomang, and he could barely walk 100 meters and almost broke his back. And that is when we decided to weigh, and for the first time, we found out that each Tashi Gomang weighs about 30 kgs. Can you imagine Arina Meke or Ambassador Matthew carrying a Tashi Gomang, walking from one village to other, crossing unforgiving terrain, wading through fast-flowing streams, and also being able to run from bears? The second, third, fourth quality is you have to be a natural storyteller, you have to be charismatic, and also a powerful singer. talking about the future of Lam Manips, because of thanks to the project in 2016, we found 2 Lam Manips. Both were over 75 years, both health failing, and luckily one of them trained 5 Gomchens from Simpu Gyemba, and we've invited 2 of them here who are sitting with us.
I just want to insist on the fact that this was actually the key of the project, because we retrieved some Tashi Gomang, but there were only 2 Manips. And the real thing about the Tashi Gomang is, as I said, not only the object, it's the significance, the spirituality. So only 2 old Manips, 80 and more, knew about the tradition, knew about the ritual, knew about all the chanting and the prayers. So we recorded hours and hours. I took thousands of pictures of Tashi Gomang, and fortunately, thanks to the project, Chering was able to create a special fund to train Gomshem from Simpu, monastery. So we can say now that thanks to Chering and thanks to those Gomsheng, the young Manips, the Tashi Gomang tradition is still vivid.
In terms of the types and the styles of Tashi Gomang, it seems like there are different deities. And in your research, did you find that the Tashi Gomang centered on different figures? And if so, does that indicate that they're for different purposes, or how would Lam Manip be associated with a certain type of Tashi Gomang?
Well, I think this is where you should jump in, because I'm not a specialist of Buddhist art. But yes, there are usually, it's admitted that there are 4 types of Tashi Gomang, but actually it varies according to what, all the Manips told us about the names. In one instance, we are told that there are 5. So, well, let's say that there are 4 types, each of them corresponding to a different, direction of the Buddhist realm, east, south, west, and north. So, when I say you should be involved in that, is that we need now to know more exactly which type of Tashi Gomang correspond to what deities, etc. So, well, for instance, the most popular is the Zangzo Pelri with 3 stories. Some have only two stories. Some, like this one, is a square-shaped. Then we also found, round-shaped. Usually on the top there is a Guru Ugen Rinpoche, perhaps up from a lotus flower. But as I said, and actually it's also one of the reasons of the project. I really would like, I dream that a real specialist of Buddhist art would take all the real Tashi Gomang project to study really the significance of it and know exactly to which saint, what are the deities specific to each category.
One of the things that I noticed when I was able to benefit from some of the photographs that you took, and something that got me really excited about Tashi Gomang is how the entire Buddhist world is encapsulated in this small object. 30 kg, yes, but you have the bodhisattvas, you have protectors, you see Tara, you mentioned Zangdo Peri, which is the heaven of Guru Rinpoche, the heaven realm of Guru Rinpoche. So perhaps a listener could be taught how to envision that and how to experience that in their next life. And then in one, I remember just on the very inside bottom, there was the most beautiful, adorable, charming shabdrung, and you had to really look and peek around there. So it just shows how much engagement that these can provide to the community, and how important it is for the Lamanips to be able to remember and accurately recount each of these figures, because they are essentially a little walk through the steps to enlightenment. It's a map to enlightenment, and oftentimes the listeners were not literate historically. They weren't able to read the texts themselves, and so these Lamanips were the ones, they were the avenue through which they could access the teachings that could then inform and improve their practice. So it's so exciting to know that we not only have 2 here, but there are also 3 more Lamanips who are working to keep this tradition going, and we're just so grateful for you to be here. We do have a few minutes, and so I thought, unless there's anything else as a concluding remark, if there are questions from the audience, if anyone would like to speak. I know we haven't done that yet today, but I wanted to open it up for questions if there are any.
Quickly, my 2 concluding remarks. For those interested in making history, we've not had a single Lamanip woman. And also, so far, all the Lamanips have been Bhutanese. Unfortunately, you cannot go to Naropa University or the great Nalanda University in Delhi because there's no established institution, and the formal curriculum of Lamanip is yet to be written. My second remark is, it's been 9 years since I attended the International Association for Tibetan Studies seminar. My good friend is not around, she is overseas, and also over the last few years, we've not got anybody disagreeing with us. So on behalf of Ambassador and myself, we would like to declare that Tashi Gomang is not only unique to Bhutan, but indigenous to Bhutan.
Are there any questions from the audience? So for those who couldn't hear, the question was, late husband had begun the commissioning of Tashi Gomang, and is it okay to continue that project in light of the statement that His Majesty, the 5th King, generally commissions them currently?
Well, Tashi Gomang is completed when actually it's blessed through a specific ritual, and it has also an ID, kind of ID. Actually, in some of the Tashi Gomang we retrieved, there is a very old paper written in Tsongkha, and so you have to go through this process. But I want to add something. I mean, I have a suggestion. I mean, so as I said, new Tashi Gomang has been produced, one beginning of the 80s and one in 2015, and it was gifted to His Majesty the Great Fourth. Actually, the last official known Tashi Gomang, maker, died at the end of 19th century. It doesn't mean that other craftsmen were not able to do some miniature temples. As a matter of fact, Your Highness, I'm sure you know that your great-great-great-grandfather, Kwenga Gyaltsen, was described by your grandmother in a book in 99 as the master of, miniature. Made not a Tashi Gomang, but when you look at it from the outside, it looks like a Tashi Gomang. But my suggestion is that maybe the Dzogchen Chusum Institute could include in its curricula the making of Tashi Gomang, because as I said, this subject needs at least 9 of the 13 Dzogchen Chusum.
Since I'm not a diplomat, I can be candid. For a Tashi Gomang to be commissioned, you need an edict. Without it, it is illegal. And secondly, just because you make a Tashi Gomang doesn't mean you can carry it from one place to another without another edict which is specific to a location. Like for example, the Simpu Manips who are here, they cannot bring the Tashi Gomang, they can bring it here for exhibition, but they cannot carry in Thimphu. They can only operate within the Trongsa or the central region of Bhutan.
Any other questions? We have time for one or maybe two more. Yes, Your Highness.
Is there a particular reason why they're not allowed to take their Tashi Gomang out of the Trongsa region? Is there like a spiritual belief, or is there a type of rule?
No, I don't think. Actually, I think it's a supposition. It was linked to the origin to the monastery. As I said, well, ancient time, a specific monastery had its own Tashi Gomang. So it has, a constituency, so to speak. So, the Manip was allowed to roam around in the constituency, not go outside because, as I also said, the Manip got some, retribution. So going outside of his constituency will infringe to some extent what another, Manip has to do in its own constituency.
They had strictly defined markets.
Yes.
One more question. Yes, Larry.
Mine is not a question, it's just like a thank you, because I come from Trongsa, and for people who are in the late 30s and early 40s, this has been a very integral part of our childhood, because we used to see this in all religious gatherings, especially during Sechus. When we were bored of the Sechus, we would come and just hang around this person. Sometimes the Manips would also be drunk. So, but then towards the early 2000s, late 90s, this vanished, and we did wonder where this went, and I'm so grateful to Singh Tashi and Sir here for reviving this project and introducing it to the Gen Zs and Gen Alpha, because we are familiar, but it's like a fragment of our childhood. We're almost lost and vanished. So at least for me and the children of Trongsa, thank you for taking us down on nostalgia. Thank you.
What a wonderful note to end on. Thank you so much, and thank you for your work, and thank you for sharing this project with us. Thank you.
To conclude our morning, we celebrate the transformative power of culture and how it shapes, and how it brings communities together and offers expressions beyond words. We welcome Mr. Tsering Sherpa, an internationally renowned artist known for blending traditional Tibetan Thangka paintings with contemporary pop culture. He has exhibited globally, including representing Nepal at the 2022 Venice Biennale. His art features in major collections, including the Victoria and Albert Collection and the Rubin Museum. And moderating this session is Miss Pema Yangden, a mixed media artist from Thimphu, whose work explores joy, memory, and connection through experimental materials. She held her first solo exhibition, Identity Threads, in 2024 and exhibited widely using Vast Bhutan. Ms. Pema is also a freelance interior designer and the shaper with the WEF's Global Shapers Thimphu Hub. May this dialogue affirm that through art we rediscover connection, not separation. Thank you, La.
Hello. Before we begin, I'd like to invite everyone to take a breath and think about a work of art that made you feel, pause, or remember. Art often speaks when words fall short, and it bridges distances between cultures and generations. Kuzangpo, and a very warm welcome to everyone. My name is Bema, and I'm a visual artist, and it is a true privilege to be here at Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival. I'm so grateful to Bhutan Echoes for this opportunity, which is under the gracious patronage of Her Majesty the Queen Mother. Your Serene Highness, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, this special session is titled Bridging Boundaries, the Art of Cultural Dialogue and Personal Expression. And I'm so excited to be here with Mr. Tsering Sherpa, a visionary artist whose work redefines and reimagines the Himalayan iconography with, iconography through a deeply personal and global lens. So to begin with, my first question is if Mr. Tsering could share a little about your journey through art and how it has evolved through time.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Your Highness, and dignitaries here, and the audiences. It's so wonderful to be here in Bhutan for the first time, and I'm loving every bit of it and very, very appreciative of everything. So I was born into a traditional Thangka painter's family. So my father is a Thangka painter, and being born in Kathmandu, surrounded by the traditional art in the 70s and then slowly 80s, I also noticed that traditional art was becoming more and more of, how do you say, it was being accessible for more of the visitors. And from at one point, traditional art was viewed as an object of veneration for me. But gradually, I also saw it become like a souvenir product. So more and more tourists were coming in, and they were diluting it to the point where a lot of factories were being sprung in Kathmandu for traditional Thangkas and objects and etc. So even though I was trained by my father for about 5 years in the basic training, and then slowly helping him do a lot of traditional Thangkas and murals, etc. I always had like a little bit of, as if I was trying to run away from the traditional artwork. So I had the opportunity to travel to the US in '98. And that gave me the opportunity to actually get exposed to many different forms of art as well. And I think living in San Francisco, being among artists, writers, and being able to visit galleries, museums also, that gave me the opportunity to actually really understand from a different lens about traditional art. And it was actually, so growing up, I only saw traditional art in two contexts. First, it was object of veneration, a tool for meditation. And then the other one was a souvenir product, but nothing in between. So when I first walked into a museum in San Francisco, I had the opportunity to see a traditional tanka displayed in a museum, and that was the time I came to learn that, wow, this can be also viewed as a fine art. But I also found out in San Francisco that they were only interested in like older objects. So you couldn't see like, in museum collections, the newer tankas that were being painted by masters in Nepal, Bhutan, or even like, India, Tibet, whatever. So another thing was because I was surrounded by many of the artists who had gone to conventional art school, unlike me. They always talked about self-expression. They always talked about like being creative, etc., etc. And I wanted to actually pursue my art career even further by trying to figure out what is contemporary art, because I had no clue what is contemporary art. And after having like interacting with many artists, studying a little bit of art history, I came to find out that art actually is a medium for us to share stories about us. And right around early or mid-2000, I also started seeing many Asian contemporary art coming into museum context in the US. So I had the opportunity to see two important exhibitions. One was contemporary art from South Asia, an exhibition where I got to see contemporary art from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, etc. And then the other one was contemporary art from China. So, because I was trained only as a tanka painter, the only skill set that I had was of traditional techniques, traditional tanka painting techniques. And these two exhibitions actually gave me the opportunity to see that how these artists were using traditional technique to talk about new subject matters. And they were talking about like personal, spiritual, political, or social issues, So, and which was very, very relevant to today. So, and then I started experimenting using the traditional technique and mixing it with some of the newer techniques that I was learning while I was living there. And that gave me the opportunity to actually start creating some work. So one of my first works, actually it might be in one of the slides, is a human figure with a face that looks like a protector or something like that. This one. So this is my my own body, and then the face I sort of like borrowed from traditional images. Art can also be sometimes very responsive. So there is like, depending on the social context, how you are feeling or what you are going through or what you are thinking, and you want to respond to that through your work. So living in America, what I felt was that general public had a very stereotypical idea about us, for those who came from the Himalayan region. whenever I would be invited for dinner, somebody else would speak for me saying, oh, he's a Buddhist, he doesn't eat meat. or he doesn't drink wine. Or even to extend like, at one point I was in a museum demonstrating. At that time, I was still a traditional Thangka painter in the beginning when I arrived in America. So I was demonstrating Thangka painting to a group of audience, and a lady walked up to me and she started crying because I was having lunch. And in my lunch, I was having sandwich, Coca-Cola and chips. And she walked up to me and she started crying and she said, I feel so bad for you, now you're drinking Coca-Cola. You know? So to the extent like how they were perceiving me, just because I happened to come from the Himalayan region, that they would categorize me into a box. And I needed to respond to that, and because I didn't want that perception that, like always, because that's a huge burden for someone like myself, having to accommodate to somebody's expectation. And so they were projecting something very, maybe Buddhist, maybe something onto me. And but me as an individual, a human, as equal as them. So that was the response, and I started calling this series Spirit Series. So that was how it all started.
That's such a beautiful reflection. So you've closely worked with artists and other artisans. So over the years, I was wondering, what do those collaborations mean to you? And not just in terms of the work itself, but the relationship and the community that they've built?
So I was living in America until 2015 continuously. I would come back to Nepal every once in a while. But in 2015, we had a huge earthquake, major earthquake in Kathmandu. And I had to come back because my parents were also in Kathmandu. So I actually stayed back, and I was preparing for an exhibition in Hong Kong. So I was in Nepal for almost 6 months at that time. And I was born in near Bodhanath Stupa in Kathmandu. So this monument that is a symbol of like our protection, our veneration, everything. During the earthquake, it was like cracked, and many of these temples, monasteries were also destroyed. And that, like the object which we grew up having, this, the protector in itself was also in danger, on the verge of like cracking or collapsing or destroying. So it was so heart-wrenching to see that. And how do I talk about this event through my work? So that's when I was constantly thinking about that. But at the same time, I also noticed like many of the traditional artists who were in Nepal at that time. I got to meet them closely because I was staying there for almost 6 months. And that gave me the opportunity to actually talk to them and find out what their situation is like. And many of them were on the verge of giving up their work because some of the really highly skilled masters were not able to compete with cheaply produced artworks in price or anything. So they couldn't survive as an artist, and they were trying to leave the country and probably not continue their practice or whatever. So I felt maybe there's an opportunity for us to work together somehow, so that because the work is only displayed in like the shops in Nepal, in Bodha, or in Tamil, the places in Kathmandu, I felt maybe if we can somehow bring this skill set with the contemporary twist, then they can be appreciated as high art. They will have gained that respect again in a different, to a different audience. So that's when I started collaborating with the bronze artists. I started collaborating with the weavers who wove carpets. And I started collaborating with the repose artists. And and I think the artists were also the traditional artists were also very excited, because it was a new avenue for them to, work together. And so.
Thank you for that. So when you talked about the Nepal earthquake, the artwork which came about from it, so the first time when I saw it, it gave me goosebumps as well. And then it didn't look right at first, but when I read in depth about it, the meaning that it holds was quite amazing. So I wanted to ask, how did people respond to that artwork? And how did you handle criticisms?
Yes, there's always a mistaken notion, because we normally just like how my experience in America, how somebody saw me in a certain way. So when we look at the artwork, sometimes it appears as if it's, it has a different intention, but which is not. Because I think being born and brought up in a Buddhist family, immense respect for traditional art is always there. But I think to reach out to a wider group of audience, it has to have multiple layers of interpretation, approach in creating art also. So I felt I learned some ways in how you convey this message to the audience, especially to the lay audience in the US or in the West, who have more understanding of this, interpretation, I would say. I think another reason why I always wanted to keep the traditional technique intact was this became an opportunity for me to reach out to a wider group of audience, and especially like in 2015, I was invited for Asia Pacific Triennale in Queensland, Brisbane in Australia. And this was the first event where I was participating with multiple international artists together, showcasing your work. And the diverse group of artists from different regions. But I also remembered, or I also knew that this artist from this Himalayan region is not, how do you say, we don't have many number of artists who are participating in these kind of events. And I felt it's very important for me to retain my identity when I am initiating this dialogue. So maybe the technique or the style can also be the initiator for a conversation for them to understand more about this region. So that became like my sort of, pursuit in some sense.
So in line with that, as to how artists' visibility needs to be there, as an artist, it's important for your work to be shown in the public. And why do you think this visibility matters?
Because visual art needs to be seen. That's why it's called visual art, right? So, but I think, you know, especially in our region, like in the Himalayan region, I think I'm so glad, like, I moved back from America in 2018. So mostly I'm living in Nepal now, but also to like see and experience, you know, a lot of younger generation in our region, like in Nepal, in Bhutan. I had the opportunity to meet many visual artists yesterday, and I was so inspired to see that how art is like pushed forward here in Bhutan, and it was an amazing experience to see that. So at my time when I was growing up, that kind of how do you say, programs were not there. But it looks like now, I think many of the younger generations are much more interested. And I think for us to be relevant and also to have the opportunity to listen to audiences' reaction, I think it's very important for us to keep exhibiting in, you know, our work so that it's seen. Yeah.
So how do you hope your art will be remembered or received by the future generations?
That's not something for me to say. I think my job is to keep creating, and maybe like if there's any inputs I can give for upcoming younger generation artists, you know, guide them and share some of the experiences that I have learned. Probably, especially like you know, how to navigate the international art scene. It's a very challenging thing because the art world in itself is a huge monster, and to be relevant in that scene is always challenging. It's always very competitive, but at the same time that also gives us a lot of opportunity to be, because we happen to come from this unique region. We have our own culture, language, identity, which we can always like present in our work in a unique way, which can be beneficial for not just, you know, our region, but to the world in some ways.
Since I do have a lot more questions, but time is running out also. So before we end the session, coming from a small country like Nepal and to be here, and then there's youths in the audience also. So the question that I wanted to ask was, as an artist, what is your advice to them for those who want to honor their heritage, but also wanting to create something new?
I think what is really important for us to, like we're talking about using traditional technique and then having a contemporary expression, it's very, very important to also understand the actual visual meanings and deeper symbolism of our traditional motifs. Without that, just like, you know, dragging it and mixing it is not a good thing. Because I actually was a practicing thangka painter for almost 25 years before I moved on to become a contemporary artist. So I have my limitations, and I know exactly what I can do and what I'm not supposed to do. I think that's very important because you also want to respect our tradition. You don't want to dilute our tradition, but there are rooms within the tradition where you can extract like certain things to express your expression.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring and thoughtful conversation. It's such an honor to host you, and you've shown not only that art is not just seen, but it is felt, it is transformed, and it is carried as well. To end with, as we head into the rest of the day, I'd like to thank everyone here and tell everyone that to hold creativity in each of your lives and remember the power of sharing stories. Enjoy the rest of the festival and have a wonderful lunch. Thank you, La.
This concludes our morning sessions and brings us to our lunch break. Thank you all for your kind attention throughout this inspiring morning. Before you leave, there will be a lineup of entertaining open mic speakers in the tent outside. Please return promptly as our afternoon sessions will resume at 2:15 p.m. Katanchela, and it has been my sincere honor to serve as the MC for today's morning program.
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gelephu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In Gelephu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber, and bamboo, the mindfulness city blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
My dear children of Bhutan, the future of Bhutan. Today, I want to tell you a story of the Great Fourth.
As prophesied by the great treasure revealer Terten Jukta Dorji, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck was born on 11 November 1955 in the Chenchuling Palace, Thimphu. He began his studies in North Point, Darjeeling, and later went to study in Summerfield and Heatherdown schools in England. As a child, His Majesty was a star sportsman and loved to play hockey, rugby, and boxing. After returning to Bhutan to continue his studies in Ugin Academy, Paro, His Majesty introduced basketball, golf, and tennis in the country. His childhood was unfortunately cut short when he had to become the King of Bhutan at the age of 16 upon the death of his father, the third Drukyul. Soon after becoming king, His Majesty worked tirelessly for Bhutan, putting the welfare of his people and the country beyond everything else. At the time, he was the youngest and best-looking king in the world, but he spent all his youth constantly working towards the progress, peace, and prosperity of Bhutan. His Majesty, the Great Fourth, was a visionary who put forth policies that would have far-reaching implications for the future of this nation. His Majesty took pride in being Bhutanese and accorded the highest importance in preserving our culture, national identities, and our spiritual tradition. He was also concerned about the well-being of his people, and very early on during his reign, he propounded the philosophy of gross national happiness, putting happiness at the center of development. It was one of the most challenging times for Bhutan when some Indian militants who were illegally encamped in Bhutan's southern borders refused to leave the country, despite all the efforts made by the fourth Drukyul. When all measures failed to convince them to leave our country, His Majesty led some 3,000 of our bravest soldiers in an operation to chase them from our country. Leading the operation like a true hero, he led his soldiers from the front without any fear for his life and secured victory within a short time. After the successful operation, all of us in Thimphu, including the government, was excited to give a hero's welcome to His Majesty. We wanted to line up the streets and hail him a hero. But His Majesty came home quietly. He didn't want any hero's welcome, like a true bodhisattva. He believed that in war, nobody wins. His Majesty was an absolute monarch with absolute power. He was not just the head of state, but also the head of government. But he realized that it was time Bhutan became a democracy, and that introducing democracy would be in the best interest of the people and the country. He set about the process of decentralization as early as the 1980s, starting with gradual devolution of power from the capital to the districts and then to the geogs. His Majesty also set about preparing the nation's new leaders for the new system. 5 ministers were elected from the parliament who assumed the role of Prime Minister for 1 year, each for 5 years. Then he held many meetings with the people all over the country, where he explained to the people about his plan to introduce democracy in Bhutan. Most of the time, the people were surprised and shocked to hear this and begged His Majesty to continue with the current system and not to introduce democracy. His Majesty would very attentively listen to all the pleas made by the people, but in the end, he would very firmly tell the people that the right time had come to introduce democracy, and that democracy would be the best form of government for the people. His Majesty retired in 2006, and the nation celebrated 3 historical milestones: the 100 years of monarchy in Bhutan, the introduction of democracy, and the coronation of our present king, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. Besides being a great statesman, a true warrior, and a visionary, His Majesty the Great Fourth is also a loving grandfather. He is a proud grandfather of 19 children. He enjoys the company of his grandchildren and loves spending time with them, instilling them with the right values of life from time to time. In turn, the children love him, look up to him, respect him, and admire him greatly. His Majesty also goes on walks every day where he meets people from all walks of life. One of the amazing qualities of His Majesty, due to his deep compassion for his subjects, is that when he meets people, he can instantly sense if they are suffering from any ailment. To ease their sufferings, His Majesty sends them to his doctors and refers them to hospitals where they can be treated for their illnesses. Thousands of Bhutanese have benefited through such grace and compassion of His Majesty the Great Fourth. When His Majesty was about to resign, he instructed the 4 queens to engage and immerse in activities that benefit our people. Consequently, Her Majesty Gelephu Doji Wangmo Wangchuck started the Tarayana Foundation, which looks after the welfare and upliftment of our rural population. Her Majesty Gelephu Thiring Wangchuck started the youth development of Bhutan to care for our youth and help with their problems and challenges. Her Majesty Gelephu Thiring Wangchuck's initiative involves preserving our cultural and historical heritage and caring for the nuns of our country. Her Majesty Gelephu Singye Wangchuck looks after our women and the problems they face. She also upholds the rich textile tradition of Bhutan. In gratitude to what His Majesty the Great Fourth Jigme Singye Wangchuck did for this country, we fold our hands together and say thank you for all the sacrifice he made to ensure Bhutan remains a peaceful, happy, and sovereign nation. As our current king, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck said in one of his National Day address There never was a king like His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck in the past, and we shall never also see the like of him again in the future.
Dear children,
Punyin kang machu da runyen thobe yo rongsum jubine yam chaksi no jong mingzina ni di ru ke pishin lupa shinmi li sunkar solekpa thi phangdu tena lo chuni gekmi ki tempa chergeshin lar semchen ki dekki lenchida.
Nyam gawi joka yenten jang sheri gi pitse de miyang ben mi wan ji bi kadin I dizum gi kadin gatortu da junati gi milambe.
I will serve my people. My heart, my soul, my every breath belongs to Bhutan.
And today I'm going to interpret on the bravery, courage, strength, and the confidence of His Majesty the 4th Gelephu.
Many years ago, long before the peaceful days we now enjoy, our beloved country faced a silent storm brewing in the south.
His Majesty King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, the Great Fort, did the unimaginable.
This courage, this selfless devotion, this is the kind of king Bhutan was blessed to have.
And I quote, "There will never be a great ruler like him," by Tashi Gomang.
Let us remember not just the king, but the guardian, the father, the hero.
May his vision guide us. May his legacy endure.
Jigme Singye Wangchuck is forever in our hearts. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Great Fort.
May you live long and well.
May you live long and well. You are our beam of destiny.
Nangi
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. Desuups stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question: what lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. A gift from His Majesty to his people, the Desuup Skilling Program. A program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday Desuup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, the founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the Desuup Skilling Program is a beacon of hope, equipping Desuups with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 Desuups have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each Desuup who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment. About ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with everyday Desuup who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
제샤다 템비 히말라야 가리츠기 타고이 부루 토위 리다 모장 깨설다 템비 용수치나 가니와 이체토토다 뇌냠कर 갸갑치 차디요 마시비 윤둔린 내념기 치수 랑기 줄루예비 사위 뉴바수 치카뜨니기 다귤베올레 레비 토낭다 햄비타수 첸낭메비 람듭 술루쿠디 얌센쟁기 ngasul lamlukta rajin netang kachide tuntotobe yobi ndugya khap chirtangi khechusu seltun bewi gawi Drukyul geljugi kya khap nalu jomba lesu ani kinyam chengi kante da puntagi sago degi 수 룽기야 빅자다 카틴다 취향 수기 블루 Drukyul sem shosubi kawada kiba nyamsu nyondi yumidigi chorei misedi chetichilu juwa tansubi ishiyu
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gelephu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In Gelephu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber, and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
My dear children of Bhutan, the future of Bhutan. Today, I want to tell you a story of the Great Fourth.
As prophesied by the great treasure revealer Terten Drukta Dorji, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck was born on 11 November 1955 in the Chencholing Palace, Thimphu. He began his studies in North Point, Darjeeling, and later went to study in Summerfield and Heatherdown schools in England. As a child, His Majesty was a star sportsman and loved to play hockey, rugby, and boxing. After returning to Bhutan to continue his studies in Ugin Academy, Paro, His Majesty introduced basketball, golf, and tennis in the country. His childhood was unfortunately cut short when he had to become the King of Bhutan at the age of 16 upon the death of his father, the third Drukyul. Soon after becoming king, His Majesty worked tirelessly for Bhutan, putting the welfare of his people and the country beyond everything else. At the time, he was the youngest and best-looking king in the world, but he spent all his youth constantly working towards the progress, peace, and prosperity of Bhutan. His Majesty, the Great Fourth, was a visionary who put forth policies that would have far-reaching implications for the future of this nation. His Majesty took pride in being Bhutanese and accorded the highest importance in preserving our culture, national identities, and our spiritual tradition. He was also concerned about the well-being of his people, and very early on during his reign, he propounded the philosophy of gross national happiness, putting happiness at the center of development. It was one of the most challenging times for Bhutan when some Indian militants who were illegally encamped in Bhutan's southern borders refused to leave the country, despite all the efforts made by the fourth Drukyul. When all measures failed to convince them to leave our country, His Majesty led some 3,000 of our bravest soldiers in an operation to chase them from our country. Leading the operation like a true hero, he led his soldiers from the front without any fear for his life and secured victory within a short time. After the successful operation, all of us in Thimphu, including the government, was excited to give a hero's welcome to His Majesty. We wanted to line up the streets and hail him a hero. But His Majesty came home quietly. He didn't want any hero's welcome, like a true bodhisattva. He believed that in war, nobody wins. His Majesty was an absolute monarch with absolute power. He was not just the head of state, but also the head of government. But he realized that it was time Bhutan became a democracy, and that introducing democracy would be in the best interest of the people and the country. He set about the process of decentralization as early as the 1980s, starting with gradual devolution of power from the capital to the districts and then to the geogs. His Majesty also set about preparing the nation's new leaders for the new system. 5 ministers were elected from the parliament who assumed the role of Prime Minister for 1 year, each for 5 years. Then he held many meetings with the people all over the country, where he explained to the people about his plan to introduce democracy in Bhutan. Most of the time, The people were surprised and shocked to hear this and begged His Majesty to continue with the current system and not to introduce democracy. His Majesty would very attentively listen to all the pleas made by the people, but in the end, he would very firmly tell the people that the right time had come to introduce democracy, and that democracy would be the best form of government for the people. His Majesty retired in 2006 and the nation celebrated 3 historical milestones: the 100 years of monarchy in Bhutan, the introduction of democracy, and the coronation of our present king, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. Besides being a great statesman, a true warrior, and a visionary, His Majesty the Great Fourth is also a loving grandfather. He is a proud grandfather of 19 children. He enjoys the company of his grandchildren and loves spending time with them, instilling them with the right values of life from time to time. In turn, the children love him, look up to him, respect him, and admire him greatly. His Majesty also goes on walks every day where he meets people from all walks of life. One of the amazing qualities of His Majesty, due to his deep compassion for his subjects, is that when he meets people, he can instantly sense if they are suffering from any ailment. To ease their sufferings, His Majesty sends them to his doctors and refers them to hospitals where they can be treated for their illnesses. Thousands of Bhutanese have benefited through such grace and compassion of His Majesty the Great Fourth. When His Majesty was about to resign, he instructed the 4 queens to engage and immerse in activities that benefit our people. Consequently, Her Majesty Gelephu Doji Wangchuck started the Tarayana Foundation, which looks after the welfare and upliftment of our rural population. Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck started the youth development of Bhutan to care for our youth and help with their problems and challenges. Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck's initiative involves preserving our cultural and historical heritage and caring for the nuns of our country. Her Majesty Gelephu Singye Wangchuck looks after our women and the problems they face. She also upholds the rich textile tradition of Bhutan. In gratitude to what His Majesty the Great Fourth Jigme Singye Wangchuck did for this country, we fold our hands together and say thank you for all the sacrifice he made to ensure Bhutan remains a peaceful, happy, and sovereign nation. As our current king, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck said in one of his National Day address, "There never was a king like His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck in the past, and we shall never also see the like of him again in the future."
Punyin kang machu the runyen, Tobeyo Rongsum Jubine, Yamchaxi no Dong Mingzina, Nidi Ruke Pishing Lupa, Shinmili Sunkar Solekpa, Tipang Lutena Lochuni, Gekmi ki Tempa Chergeshing, Larsem Chenki Deki Lenchida.
Nyam gawi jaka yentenjang Sheri gibi tsende miyang Bami wan jibi kadin I Dizum gi kadin gatortu Da junati gi milambe
I will serve my people. My heart, my soul, my every breath belongs to Bhutan.
And today I'm going to interpret on the bravery, courage, strength, and the confidence of His Majesty the Gelephu.
Many years ago, long before the peaceful days we now enjoy, our beloved country faced a silent storm brewing in the south.
His Majesty, King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, the great fort, did the unimaginable.
This courage, this selfless devotion, this is the kind of king Bhutan was blessed to have.
And I quote, "There will never be a great ruler like him," by Tashi Gomang.
Let us remember not just the king, but the guardian, the father, the hero.
May his vision guide us. May his legacy endure.
Drukyul, Jigme Singye Wangchuck is forever in our hearts. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, great fort.
May you live long and well.
May you live long and well. You are our being of destiny.
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. Desuups stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question: what lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. a gift from His Majesty to his people, the Desuup Skilling Program, a program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday Desuup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, the founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the Desuup Skilling Program is a beacon of hope, equipping Desuups with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 Desuups have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each Desuup who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment, about ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with everyday Desuup who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
제샤다 템비 히말라야 가리수기 타고이 부루 토위 리다 모장 깨살다 템비 용수치나 가니와 이체토도다 뇌냠급 개갑지 차디 마시비 윤둔린 내념기 치수 랑기 줄루예비 사위 뉴바수 치카뜨니기 다귤베올레 레비 토낭다 햄비자수 첼낭메비 남줍 술루구디 얌센쟁기 ngasul lamlukta rajin netang kachide tunto to beyebi ndugya khap chirtangi khechusu seltun bewi ngawi tugu geljugi kya khap nalu jomba lesu ani kinyam chengi kante da punta gi sago digi 다시수 룽기야 비자다 카튼다 취향 수기 블루 kapgi sem shosubi kawada keba nyamsu nyodi yumedigi chorei misedi chete chilu jurwa tansubi ishiyu.
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gelephu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation and innovation. In Gelephu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
Any audience member who knows the answer, please raise your hand and wait for a volunteer to approach you with the mic. Here's your question. In what year did the Bhutan Echoes begin as a literature and arts festival? Can someone go with the mic? Oh, that's incorrect. I'm sorry.
1995?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect as well.
Bhutan Echoes the 2023.
Oh,
And the Mountain Echoes was like 2010.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Thank you. Please contact one of our volunteers to secure your prize. Yes, as she said, fun fact, the Bhutan Echoes Festival was originally launched as Mountain Echoes in 2010 before it was renamed in 2020. And also for the previous session, whoever won the Yeti personalized cup, please contact another one of our volunteers and they'll give it to you. But we'll first begin the afternoon by exploring the intersection of food and health in nourishing balance. Joining us today, we have our panelists, Tashi Gomang, founder of Chuniding Food Enterprises and a passionate advocate for Bhutanese culinary heritage. After 22 years as one of the first female royal police officers in Bhutan, she shifted her focus to food and how it works in play with health. Also joining us, we have best-selling author and leading public health advocate, Rujuta Dewekar. Her core message, eat local, seasonal, and traditional, has transformed the discussion about health around sustainable well-being. And finally, we have Pema Chodin Tenzin, our very own Bhutanese filmmaker, storyteller, and content creator. Best known for founding Yuong magazine, her storytelling captures remote traditions, festivals, and food heritage. Let them begin.
Hi, can we have one more mic, La? For now, I think we can share. Good afternoon, everyone. Has everyone had your lunch? Yes? All right. Did you think about what you ate? Were you mindful about what you ate? Not really? Okay, no problem. This afternoon, I have two speakers with me here, two ladies, and we will be talking about food, nutrition, but not really getting too much into how we look at nutrition, especially at this day and age. And I'm very excited about this because just lately I've sort of started delving into understanding food through culture, history as well, through my travel. Now, before we start, I'll just like to introduce the two speakers I have with me. We have Rujuta Dewekar. She's a very influential nutritionist from India. And what I like about the kind of work that you do is your unapologetic approach to understanding Indian food. So we'll delve more into that. And we also have Kazang Chodin, who is, personally, I consider her the food connoisseur of Bhutan. I think way before I started, yes. way before I started understanding traditional local cuisine as something that we only look at as sustenance. Kezang, who's also a dear family friend, and I actually call her auntie. So in between when I interview her, if I call her auntie, please don't mind. And she's been a personal guide and mentor to understanding Bhutanese food. So very excitedly, I think I would be very interested to delve into the food conversations. And just to give a short introduction about myself, I'm Pemsi. I am a travel content creator. For the past 1 decade, I've been exploring travel stories around unseen Bhutan. And food has always been an essential part of it. And when I found out that I'll be interviewing the two of you, I was very excited because just recently I did a food series. I traveled to rural parts of the country to understand unseen cuisines and recipes. But I never looked at it from a nutritional aspect. I always thought that there's very interesting stories about history, about food, but what about more? So Rujita, to start off with you, can you tell me about what makes Indian cuisine healthy? Because for the longest time, we look at Indian cuisine, Indian food, and I personally love Indian food, but we think it's, very spicy, oily, heavy, ghee, and all of that. So what would you say to debunk that?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here at the festival, and just so many, students. So I think it's wonderful. What makes Indian food healthy? I think the fact that we have diverse cuisines is what makes our food healthy. That we actually don't have anything that will qualify as just Indian food. We have various regions, and within every region, every 5 kilometers, there is a new way to make the same dal. There is a new way to make the same, even if it's aloo sabzi or potato sabzi, we make it in the same manner. But health comes from the fact that food is connected to our culture, cuisine, crop cycles, and language. I think that is what makes our food healthy. Of course, what you get in restaurants is a very poor representation of what is cooked at home, which is why I think what ma'am is also doing here is so wonderful, because we just had lunch at Chuniding, and it was so authentic, the flavors, the taste of food. And I think you're doing good justice to Bhutanese food, but I can't say that about many Indian restaurants. So I think if you asked me to pinpoint the one thing that makes Indian food healthy, other than the whole culture, cuisine, language, crop cycle, is the fact that we eat and cook with love and gratitude. And I think if we are able to keep that, and that's also, I think, a similarity that India and Bhutan share. So as long as we are able to preserve that, practice that, and pass that to the future generations, our food will continue to remain healthy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One interesting thing that I feel, that I found very similar between the two of you is your very simple, holistic approach to wellness and food. Especially at this day and age, we are bombarded, especially on the internet, with, diet fads, keto diet, and things like that. But what is it about traditional, authentic traditional cuisine that makes it holistic on its own? Even Bhutanese food, for that matter, that we don't really need to pay attention to what we need to eat, and pay attention to all these fads that we see online. So, Kezang, what do you think it is? Is it about Bhutanese food that makes it holistic?
Hello. Firstly, thank you very much for having me here. It's a privilege to be here and talking about this very timely and very important topic. And I'm no expert, as people they suggest. So, but still, through my experiences, everything is based totally on oral transmission and traditional practices, and my personal involvement in those practices. So, I cannot, I'm not a food expert as such. So basically, if you really see what makes Bhutanese food holistic is, there's a lot of spiritual and religious aspect to the food that we think for example, food is offered on religious occasions, and then there's so much spiritual connection. And what Lord Buddha ate 2,500 years ago, the food that he ate is still being used in our daily meals. And also, like, in a way, I think as Bhutanese, we are quite fortunate being a very small population, having a very small land area. I think the fact that we have 60% of the land coverage under forest area is it was a very wise and insightful thing that is enshrined in our constitution. So which means there is so much food in the forest. Everywhere you go, you will find. So if I can count, I think there are almost about 300 species of wild natural food in the forest which we can use, And also, I think we have to use them sustainably. We just cannot go on rampage harvest and all that. So, and then another reason is we eat seasonal. It's very important to eat seasonal for a healthy living, for a holistic living. As Bhutanese, we are so much, I think in all cultures, we are so close to the nature, community, and so because of that, we have so much insight. And moreover, we have in our families, like women, especially in the communities, women are the custodians of indigenous recipes. So they would have all the information on the medicinal food. And in the olden days, even my generation, we know what food to give if somebody is sick, If our children are sick, what food we should feed that child. And likewise, for the older citizens, what type of food they should be eating. So there's a whole storehouse of information there if you can tap into it. And also, because more or less my interest is mostly in the forest, natural, traditional food and the indigenous recipes. And this is all passed down through my grandmother, who lived for 110 years. She was a storehouse of information on recipes and on ancient recipes. So this is from what I learned from her. And then I try to practice it every day in my daily life. We cook that food every time. And in a way, I think Bhutanese are very fortunate because we are cooking it every day. We can't eat out that eating out culture, we cannot embrace it all the time because it's expensive. Eating out is expensive. So there's always cooking happening in the house. And that way, I think we are maintaining our recipes and also the ingredients that are found seasonally. And then lastly, I think it's very, when I said seasonal, it's very, because the culture of the rhythm of eating season-wise is very important. This has been, naturally passed down onto us. Because, for example, in the winter, it's very cold. I'm talking about the western and northern part of Bhutan. It's very cold, so that's why you have to eat heavy food, like butter, cheese, meat, bones, a lot of soup, a lot of heavy, even the fermented drinks and all that. So you'll be consuming that. That is to keep you warm and throughout the winter, to nourish you. And then when spring comes, then the whole atmosphere changes. So that is the time when you cleanse yourself. You have to detox your body of the food that has been ingested in you during the winter, And then in the spring, there's shoots, flowers, and all that. So you detox yourself, you cleanse yourself. That's why I think we have the Sagadawa, the holy month, in the month of March. Mostly it falls on the March, where you don't eat meat and all that stuff. So I think it relates to that also. And then in the spring, you prepare yourself for the bounty of summer, all the nutrition that comes in during the summer. So you prepare yourself for the summer. And then, of course, the autumn, the food and all that. And then again, the winter, again, that whole cycle is there. So I think it's a natural rhythm that nature has instilled in us. And that if we follow like that, then I think a lot of the issues that we have here will be addressed. And I think it's very mindful that we observe all this. Thank you.
I think that's a really wonderful piece of information. And I would like to specially direct this to the young students here. I think we have a lot of school-going kids here as well, right? Especially the information that Amkezang shared about the seasonal consumption of food. Especially at this day and age, we eat whatever's available. Not available as in seasonally available, but now you get a lot of non-seasonal food as well, right? So instead of just focusing on that, it'd be really interesting if your kids can start paying attention to understanding this seasonal consumption of food. Winter na kachizaina, summer na how you prepare for all of that. So understanding that, I was very excited getting to know that piece of information. So Rujuta, I think a lot of whatever Amkezang's learned is, the kind of knowledge that she got from her grandmother, her mother. Was there someone from your family that really influenced you to understanding food?
Well, not just one person, but many people in my family have influenced my understanding of food because, food is very central to our lives and our well-being. And just like here in Bhutan, even in India, we will cook fresh meals at least 3 times a day. So cooking and kitchens are extremely important. And today in modern times, we care a lot about fitness, but we forget that our fitness comes from our farms and forests. So, when we eat food which grows in farms around us, and when we learn to forage food from the forests around us, that's when we actually get all of the nutrients that we need, whether it is for good skin or good hair or a flat stomach or toned legs or whatever else that one is looking for. In my family, I think one of the main things that I learned was the involvement of men in the kitchens, So my grandfather came from a household which was, which was very poor, and he had almost 7 brothers and 4 sisters. So he had to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. But when he came from a small village into the city of Mumbai, at that time his family was going through hunger and starvation. So he had decided that he will only marry a woman who has a government job because that meant a secure income. And, so she would work and he would work, and to ensure that he, that he has a good marriage with her, he will cook every single day. And that wasn't the way of life back then, but he would cook dal and rice, which is a very simple meal, but he would cook dal rice every single day. And that allowed my aji or grandmother not just a good career, but also a very happy marriage, where then she was very happy to have, they had this system that one brother marries, ensures that his house is going well, then he brings the next brother over, and the brother would be instructed that you have to ensure that you do not become a liability on your sister-in-law, so learn to cook, prep, and clean up after the meals. So involvement of men in the kitchen actually ensured that the entire family got out of hunger, poverty, and then was able to pursue education and, have good careers. So I think if there is any message for young kids, it should just be this, that masculinity is also about learning to cook, prep, and clean up after. It's not just about reels and watching sports and stuff like that, but it's really also about having a helping hand at home. But I think Bhutanese men are better at helping at home, right? Slightly, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But not just as a helping hand, I feel men should learn to cook as well.
Men should learn to cook because while the custodians are always women, and also what makes food healthy, or what is healthy food in this day and age of social media, is food which has a name in your local language or in your mother tongue, food which is in season, food which you cook in your own kitchen, and food, the reason why mother tongue is important, because all our food wisdom is actually coded in proverbs and stories and songs and rituals that are available only in our mother tongue. And when we stop speaking in our mother tongue or regional language, then we lose that connect with our culture and cuisine also. And because Bhutan is so focused on GNH or, the index of happiness, I think we are happiest when we are eating our own local food.
That's wonderful. I think the other reason why I was also very fascinated about understanding food is the fact that it's so much more than sustenance, right? And it's also so much more than just taste. Can you ladies also tell me about the communal relationship that we have with food, our history, our culture, and also not just men's roles in the kitchen, but also how it sort of helps shape this holistic, wholesome community in general as well?
Go first. Okay. I think when we share food, we share our lives, we share our stories, which is why keeping our own authentic food intact is very important, because if all of us started eating in a homogenized way, you know, everyone is eating sourdough avocado, everyone's having a green smoothie, everyone's having some berry yogurt or whatever, then there would be nothing to offer or to value add in each other's life. So maybe when you come over to my home, I could make you a nice puran puri, which is a speciality of
what?
Puran puri. Puran puri is basically, it's a lentil cooked with jaggery but made in wheat, you know, like a roti, like a bread, but a sweet bread. And when I come to yours, it could be amidachi and rice. But if we all started going on diets, then there would be nothing to eat together or share. I think especially in cultures where there's a whole lot of diversity in beliefs, in eating practices, in the way of life, which we have in India, which I believe you also have in Bhutan, food becomes very important. It becomes a point where we come together, where we resolve our disagreements, where we share our love, where we collaborate, where we compromise, where we cooperate, and where we move forward. You know, so food is the essence of life. There's no good life without good food. And we must never think that tasty food is unhealthy food. Only healthy food is food which has excellent taste, you know, which you don't get tired of eating.
So we can have our cake and eat it too.
Absolutely.
All right. Amke-san, would you like to talk about how, because I feel sometimes that Bhutan, we have a not sad relationship with food, but I don't think we celebrate it as much. So how do you think we can make it a little more thriving, especially at this day and age?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Rita said about connecting with food. So, like in Bhutan, like if you go back to like my forefathers, I mean our forefathers' generation and all that, I think in the villages those days we were very, very mindful of how food was used. You know, food was used very sparingly, and because we were not because rice was meant only for the rich people who had big land holdings, and then who had enough labor and all that, because rice is very intensive. And then, and then for people, average people and the poorer section of the people, like we used to live on the 9 grains. It's called, traditionally it's called the dunagu. So it comprises, besides the staple food like rice, wheat, and maize. So other things were like quinoa, quinoa. We had quinoa in those days, you know. It's just that we never recognized it as quinoa. So we had quinoa. Then we have the millets, the different types of millets, and amaranth, and so forth. These are all minor cereals, and these are very climate resilient and environmentally sustainable. So maybe this could be a solution for the when combating climate change and food security and all that. So we have an answer to that. So like these foods were, was used on a daily basis because of their nutritional value. They have very high fiber and then essential minerals, antioxidants. So these foods were used on a daily basis. It's just that now, when it comes to today's world, now people prefer more, like what you said, we prefer more healthy version of the food, what the health experts say, you know. But actually, these are also equally healthy if you know how to. So all this food may be in this day-to-day life, because it was considered a poor man's food, but now I think we can bring it into our daily food by making it more interesting. You know, we could use this in this new healthy version of foods. and make it, use the traditional wisdom and with the nutritional science and blend it together and make it healthy. So I think we have an opportunity there.
Yeah, I think, no, even the Indian government, I think, pushed for the UN to declare, I believe, maybe 2023 as the year of millets. Because a similar thing happened also in India where people started associating eating millets with, it was associated as poor man's food, but there is just so much that millets have to offer. But over a period of time, this skill of cooking and the time-tested combination, so what millet to eat with, what kind of food, and in what season to eat it. That wisdom was kind of getting lost. And then because of that push, it has kind of gotten revived all over again. Of course, sometimes then we also see the bad side of it, where we now also get a lot of junk food which is using millets, because millets are now understood and considered as healthy, which is why cooking and learning time-tested recipes is important. In fact, my latest book, Mitahar, talks about eating, like you said, local, seasonal, and traditional food. The whole system of cooking certain things every season is kind of lost, and through the book, I'm trying to mainstream it. But when you said that Bhutan doesn't celebrate food, I'm not sure if you don't celebrate food. Maybe your celebration is just a little different, because like you said that you have this month in March where you don't eat non-veg. Even that is a kind of celebration, So having food practices is essentially celebrating the changes and the unpredictability of life.
No, I wanted to clarify on that. What I meant was, I think, because I've been working on travel content, especially for tourism, and every time we talk about Bhutanese food, it's either Emma Datse or Kewa Datse, right? But for a small nation like Bhutan, our cuisine is very diverse. I mean, even the more I talk to Auntie also, the kind of unseen cuisine and recipes that our forefathers have practiced is so diverse. But it just makes me sad that we don't see that in our mainstream cuisine as much. And even when we talk about healthy food, our ancestors have been eating healthy food. And based on that, I just want to share a very small short story. There's a community in Punakhala. There's a village called Pitari. It's on the way to Kasa. And once you get to this village, it's right on top of this mountain, rice fields everywhere. And there's a community there that's trying to revive pangtse oil. Pangtse oil I didn't find an English word, but the scientific word is Simplocus pinaculata, and it looks like peppercorn, Sichuan pepper. And there was a time in Bhutan where farmers started cutting down those trees because it was creating shade over their rice fields. And for Punakha, rice cultivation is very important. And but in the old days, we used to take oil, pangtse oil, and pangtse oil has this very dark green olive oil kind of texture. And now it's very difficult to find pangtse oil. It's very delicious, it's dense, but it's not easily available. That community is trying to revive that. So health-wise, I think we've already been eating a lot of healthy food, even millet for that matter. Sorry, my eyesight is so bad. How much left? We used to eat millet, we still do, but not as popularly as rice. So what are some of the recipes, especially in the Bhutanese context, or traditionally Indian food as well, that you would love to see come back into mainstream Indian food or Bhutanese food that we have been actually eating but don't anymore?
I think Indian food, more or less, we have all of the traditional stuff still going on. But I would just like people to, when they're having their celebrations also, even as kids, to do more of their regional food and less of the junk food. Less of the burgers and the pizzas and the fries. That's the only change that I would like to hope for. Less food out of packets.
Okay.
I agree with Rujita again. Less of junk food, more of real food, And then also one thing that I've been striving to bring back into our everyday meal, like for people to get interested, is the millet meal. So we're trying to make millets in the form of rice so that it's easy to eat. And also millet normally, like when it's cooked like a dough and you mix it with water and cook it, it takes a long time. So I have come with a solution of making it the rice cooker so that people don't have to keep on stirring it. No, it takes a long time. So in the rice cooker, 2 minutes, the millet is done. So I have come up with solutions like that. So I plan to put it up in the social media. Not me, I'll get somebody to put it up in the social media.
Your daughter probably.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we out of time? Okay, all right. Lasla, thank you so much. Thank you so much, La.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for that engaging discussion. But now, moving on to our next session, up next, we explore the world of dreams, magic, and storytelling with Simi Nalaseth. An artist, filmmaker, and animator, Simi is known for her work on various films, ads, and music video, as well as the Oscar-nominated Ice Age, which actually happens to be a personal family favorite. Dream Blanket, the fantasy feature that she co-wrote, is a graphic novel that invites readers to a story shrouded in magic and mystery, set in the mighty Himalayas. Please welcome her onto stage.
Hello. Greetings and Kuzuzang Pola to everyone and Namaste to everyone and a very warm welcome to all our guests. My name is Simi Nalaseth and I'm a filmmaker and now also a graphic novel writer along with two other writers, Shayantoni Bose and Zachary Coffin, who could not make it here, but I'm carrying them in my heart and you'll feel their presence here. So I want to thank everyone, especially the festival organizers and His Majesty and everyone who's contributed to making this festival possible. And actually I was really delighted to hear about the theme of the festival, which is the wisdom of balance, harmonizing heritage, nature, and the human spirit. Because I was really happy and because it really aligns with my book, my intention for writing this story. And the reason I actually wanted to write this story was I wanted to inspire the younger generation on how to navigate through difficult and challenging situations. So Dream Blanket is actually about being true to yourself and authentic to yourself first. But then that's a really hard question. So what I wanted to show was there is a way in which we can make correct choices so that we don't harm anyone and we can only help. And I want to share an incident which will actually make it easier to understand. So I grew up in Kolkata, and I grew up in a very all-in-one family. Like my mother's side was Sikhs, and my father's side was Hindu. And my father studied in Aligarh University, so he insisted on Muslim customs. And my sister and me, we went to Catholic school. So in this crazy, confusing house, was my very, very loving and spiritual Nani, my mother's mother, who I call Nani. And she was the biggest inspiration in my life, and she still is. And she's actually one of the biggest inspirations why I wanted to write this story. So one day, I was bullied a lot in school because I was short. I still am short. And so they used to call me tiny, shrimp, and moody. Like in India, we have moody, the rice puffs. So and then, and all these, horrible names. But the worst one was bonsai, because that would really get to me. And so I used to cry a lot because I was bullied. And one day I came home crying, and my nanny was there. And I told her, look, these kids are bullying me all the time. And I'm getting kind of really sad about this. And she was like, very sweet. And she said, she used to call me Simma, because my nanny was Sikh, so she was Punjabi. I mean, for those who don't know what Punjabis and Sikhs are, they worship Guru Nanak and follow and speak in Punjabi, and they're from Punjab. So she said, Simma, forgive them and love them, because they are, they are suffering. And I was like, wait a minute, they are suffering? I am the one who's suffering. They're bullying me. They are having fun bullying me. They're laughing at me. She's saying, no, they are suffering. She said, you are suffering, but they are suffering more than you, because that's why they are bullying you. And this would just not sit with me as a 10-year-old. And I was like, this is really not right. And it's not true. This can't be. And then I was like sitting really cross, like always angry because I was getting bullied. So she used to do this very sweet thing, and this always used to I used to just love it when she used to do this. She used to take a big shawl, and she used to just she saw me sitting angry, and she used to take a shawl and wrap it around me, very sweetly. And then she would say, Simma, Ik Omkar Satnam, Ik Omkar Satnam. It's actually a Punjabi prayer, which means God is one. And that truth, God's name is truth, and that truth is eternal. I'm just giving you the gist of it. And it is fearless, and it is without hate. And that's why she was telling me to pray for them. And but then I was like, I'm still really angry and all. But anyway, her embrace was so warm and loving, and I can still feel it. And it felt like the whole world was hugging me, with her shawl embrace. So that night, actually, against my will, like I was really angry, I actually found myself praying for them. I said, Nani says, so I'll do it. And then I did it, and then something really amazing happened. I go back to school, and like in a few days, the same people who were bullying me actually stopped bullying me, and we became really good friends. And to my 9-year-old, 10-year-old mind, this was absolutely magical. Like something really magical had happened. And I couldn't internalize it. I couldn't explain it to my parents or my sister. But I felt like I'd found a magic wand. And if I do this, I think all my problems can be solved. Like in my child brain, my little brain. So, and as I grew up, actually as a child, I really didn't fully understand her Ek Omkar wisdom. But as I grew up and I went to America to work, and there not only was I short, but I was also brown. And there were very challenging situations. And then I got married, then there were children, I had children. I would always remember my nani's. Every time I was in a difficult situation, I'd remember my nani's wisdom. And that Ek Omkar would resonate in my mind. And I would actually do what she had told me to do. And I found this deep inner peace every time I did this. And it really wasn't so much about the situation, whether it changed or it didn't change, or it softened or it didn't soften. I just found this peace. And I actually found that really this is the way to be. Like something is very truthful about this. Something is very, if God was to think and feel, then he would think and feel like this. Like that's how I kind of put it. And so over the years, it's benefited me a lot, my Nani's wisdom. So, so thank you, Your Excellency. I just want to thank you for bringing me here. And so my Nani's wisdom helped me a lot over the years. And now I wanted to write a story to share it with younger children. Like to pass on this truth to the next generation of young kids, because I I know everyone has their truths and everyone works out their challenges in their own way, but if even one girl or one child like me who was suffering and was painful, is bullied, if it can help them, then I think I'm fine. So, so that was my main intention for writing this story. And now we can take a look at a few slides, which is about Dream Blanket. So this story actually came from a film script. I actually first wrote the film script that we made into a graphic novel. And it's a film that inspires compassion and unconditional love. And first of all, I want to thank, I wouldn't be here without my friends. Shanab, who told me to actually go ahead and make the graphic novel. Like yesterday, he was saying, get out and act. That's compassion. So, and Chami Cheda, who's here, Chami, without her, I don't think the book would have happened. And we made this book in Bhutan with Mr. Tharchan from iBest Studios and Yuri Buni, who's the art director at iBest Studios. I want to thank also my co-writers are there, Shayantoni Bose and Zachary Coffin. These are my beloved artists, Jasbinder Singh, Ritu Bhrata, who, I mean, they're like my brothers who have been inspiring me to make this graphic novel, and they've also worked on it, done beautiful designs. And Ashutosh, he's a music director and songwriter, has done beautiful songs for it. Mahesh, a friend and producer. Zachary Sklar, he's a friend and a story consultant. He's actually won the Oscar for JFK. He's very talented. Dinesh Kapoor is a story contribution. He did story contribution. And Nishat is right now our film producer. And a huge, huge thanks. I mean, I can't even have words to express my gratitude to Sangeeta Bansali, our publisher who published our book in Mumbai first, because she was so selfless and, I mean, she was so dedicated to the book, and she helped us finish a beautiful finished book. And then there are many friends and family members, Chris Wedge, who gave me amazing notes. The book wouldn't have been so beautiful without his notes. And Nandita Gupta, Arundhati Das Gupta, Lisa Goldman, and so many friends and family members. Like, I just want to first acknowledge them, and then I'll go to the story. And Gyani, he was like my friend, very dear friend, Gyani, who's passed away, late Gyani. Yaneshwar, for his selfless service and artistic contribution, and this book is dedicated to him. I mean, he was such a bodhisattva, he was just amazing. And so the book is basically about a young weaver. She must summon all the compassion she can to rescue her father from a vicious demon queen who desires to terrorize all realms with a nightmarish dream blanket. And the inspiration of the story, I was inspired by the Himalayan culture because I travel a lot to Nepal and I've been to Bhutan too. But basically, I just love the weavers of the Himalayan culture and the weaving and their dedication to the craft. So, yeah. The tone is dreamy, it's enchanting and mysterious. So we are setting this film in Merak Sakten in Bhutan, because I just love the Brokpa community. They're a community of weavers and also yak herders, and it's a beautiful setting. So now I'll just show you the story in a few slides. So high up in a magical, misty Bhutanese village, everyone sleeps peacefully under soft, cozy blankets woven by Raptin, their beloved village weaver. Raptin's blankets are special because he blesses them with a silver magic light that he pulls from the air. Tista, his 11-year-old daughter, longs to weave special blankets too that will bring peace to her village. But she just can't pull the silver magic light. Tista has a temper which upsets her friends and makes her feel lonely. And when she tries to barter her blankets in the village, no one wants them. They only want Raptins. Tista desperately wants to pull the silver magic light. Raptin cheers Tista up with her favorite folk song, and lovingly comforts her, saying she will easily pull the magic light if she answers the ancient family riddle. Are you a drop or the ocean? Tista can't answer it, and she's afraid that she'll never be the village weaver. She's worried that she will let her family and village down. That night, Raptin is kidnapped by Doma, a vicious demoness who whisks him off to Zongpala. Tista is devastated. Determined to bring her father back, Tista goes to Zongpala and finds herself in a scary realm of dreams. Doma's demons try to steal her dreams. But a magnificent creature, Lopsang, saves her. Lopsang hates Doma as she has kidnapped his son Tashi along with other Zongpu children. In a council, Tista discovers that Doma is making a nightmarish dream blanket to steal dreams from all realms and terrorize them with nightmares. Doma's blanket can only be made by soaking Raptin's peaceful blanket in a child's happy golden dream. Tista now realizes why Doma kidnapped her father and Lopsang's son Tashi. The council tells Tista that the only way she'll get her father back is if she frees their beloved ruler, Master Dawa, whom Doma has imprisoned. So begins Tista and Lopsang's journey to rescue Master Dawa. At first, they don't get along. Lopsang thinks she's annoying and Tista finds him rude. But when Doma's demons try to kidnap Tista, Lopsang saves her. As Lopsang and Tista share their joys and sorrows, they start loving each other. Lopsang reminds her of her loving father, and she reminds him of his dear son Tashi. But then, Doma tempts Lopsang with a deal. His son Tashi in exchange for Tista. Lopsang is shattered. He loves Tista like his own child. Lopsang sacrifices Tashi and his own life so Tista can reach Master Dawa. Tista sees Lopsang dying with forgiveness for Doma's demon, who kills him. She has never seen such unconditional love before, and his death touches her deeply. Tista reaches Master Dawa, but is heartbroken to find that Doma has stolen his dream light, and he is slowly dying. Master Dawa tells Tista the only way she'll get Raptin back and also save Zongpala is if she retrieves his powerful dream light back from Doma and blesses her with it. That will free Doma from her pain. Tista is moved by Master Dawa's selflessness and compassion. In her human realm, leaders of countries wage war to kill their enemies, while Master Dawa is willing to die to save Doma. Just as Tista is about to free Doma from her pain, Doma captures her and throws her in prison with Raptin. Tista is heartbroken. Doma forces Tista to weave her nightmarish dream blanket, but Tista refuses. She hates Doma and wishes she would burn in hell. Eventually, losing her patience, Doma threatens Tista that if she doesn't weave her blanket, she'll kill her father just like she killed Lopsang. Hearing Lopsang's name, Tista remembers his noble death and is inspired by a vision where she sees her soul, a giant woven version of herself, where each person from her life is a woven knot. And Doma and her demons are woven there too. Doma is a part of her own soul. Lopsang's words ring true. Great Spirit's flame is the same in all beings. Tista realizes everything and everyone is a part of her. That's the answer to the riddle. She shouts joyously to Doma, I am the drop and the ocean, and so are you. And she pulls the silver magic light from the air. Tista realizes that this is the light of unconditional love that made her father's blanket so special. With this light of true love, Tista weaves a beautiful dream blanket. A brilliant starry night sky in which she frees Doma, the demons, and all of Zongpala. Tista awakes back home and sees Raptan as well. Was it just a dream? But she finds Lopsang's tendril in her pocket, and the meaning of the riddle expands. Tista tells Raptan she knows the answer to their family riddle, and he is delighted. A few months later, Tista barters her new blankets at the village market. Raptan watches proudly as villagers flock around, admiring her unique designs and amazed at the peace her blankets bring. So now let's connect the festival's theme, wisdom of balance, with dreams, magic, and storytelling. Every moment, are you feeling oneness with life? And so, dreaming of how you can contribute to lessen human suffering? And so, acting with compassion no matter how hard it is? If so, you are expressing the wisdom of balance. And that is the only true magical way to live. And then each encounter becomes a story with a happy ending. So our book launch is tomorrow, and it was available in Amazon India, but it's not available anymore. We've run out of some prints, but it is available outside. Tharchin and Duri from IBES Studios have published a very beautiful Bhutanese version that is available for everyone. You can buy it outside. These are the photograph credits for all the pictures that I used in the presentation. And this is my beloved Nani. She is alive right here with me, and Harmonizing Heritage. Thank you everyone so much for your presence and gracing the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that amazing presentation. But now, our next conversation dives into the evolution of storytelling in our current digital age. Please welcome our panelists, who just happen to be a dynamic sibling duo, Managing Director of Roli, India's leading art publisher, Kapil Kapoor. Alongside him, we have Editorial Director of Roli, Priya Kapoor, who has also commissioned and edited multiple best-selling books. Moderated by Ugen Tenzin, Chief Editor of Business Bhutan, and author of 2 books on His Majesty the King's reign, this discussion will explore how age-old narratives have evolved in modern spaces. Let's welcome them on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your Highness, Excellencies, friends of Bhutan, ladies and gentlemen. I have been following Bhutan Echoes for quite some time. As an editor, writing about it, editing stories about it for quite some time. And I remember one sentence or phrase which I have overused. The stars will descend in Thimphu. The stars gather in Thimphu. Today, I'm honored to be a part in this galaxy of stars. And I would like to thank Her Majesty, our Queen Mother Tashi Gomang Wangchuck, and the ones behind Bhutan Echoes for having provided me this platform. And this year, the 14th edition is very special because it's dedicated to none other than His Majesty King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, the father of our nation, an unparalleled leader, unprecedented statesman, and an extraordinary human being. His Royal Highness in the morning put it very beautifully. The idea of leading a king at 16 just terrifies me. It indeed does. I just remember while I was sitting there, something that His Majesty told John Scofield in 1974. John Scofield was writing for National Geography. That time, National Geography had a monopoly over Bhutan. And His Majesty told John, I will be happy if my country remains independent and sovereign. I will be happy if my people are happy and united. I don't think a king can wish for anything more. That's what he said, quote unquote. Your Majesty, we are sovereign. Your Majesty, we are independent. Your Majesty, we are happy and united. And Your Majesty, we will walk on the road that you have paved for us. We will continue to follow your footsteps. Now, today we have with us as the Kapoors from New Delhi. So now, when we talk about the Kapoors, immediately the images of Anil Kapoor, Shakti Kapoor, Bonnie Kapoor all comes in mind. No, they are not from the screens, okay? But they are celebrities in their own rights. I asked Gemini, is Priya Kapoor related to Anil Kapoor? The answer I got was, not even remotely. Now, Kapil here and Priya are siblings, as you all must be knowing, from Rowley Books, the largest publisher of art and art and illustrated books in India. They have won several awards. I just can't name them. I would tell you I've forgotten most of them, but it's immense, huge. And from India, they have already also gone regional and global. Priya, Kapil, welcome to Bhutan. We hope that you have a very good stay here. And we don't want anything but for you to take back cherished memories in this lovely country.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, Rowley Books was established in 1978, if I'm not mistaken, in 1978. And both of them, siblings, have dived into the publishing world. Okay? Now, I was thinking, why? Kapil, Priya, why? Why? Why didn't you want to be a doctor, an engineer? Or was it because apna ghar to sambhalna padta hai na? Or was it because you wanted to carry the flame ahead? And especially Kapil, you have been there for quite some time. So how is it now? How is it? How was it before? How is it now? And that's how we're coming to a theme. How is the challenge from innovation? How do we make use of innovation so that print remains? So if you could please tell us and the audience too.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Just want to start by saying, very, very honored to be here, given this platform to speak and to share a little bit more about what we do in our company. So thank you very much for having us. Yeah, of course, growing up, it wasn't always obvious that I will join, my father and the family business. There was thoughts of doing many things. But one thing is for sure that when you grow up in an environment where there is so much importance put on certain things like storytelling, and not only storytelling, but how to really communicate those stories. And of course, our company has been part of book publishing, and for a short period of time also a journalistic venture where my father had started a newspaper. So in whichever format, there was always this real enthusiasm for storytelling and telling it in a way that people really understand, but also are able to enjoy, reading or learning about those stories. And that changes over the years. So I feel what I have seen, and especially with the onset of the internet and digital and so on, of course, we are all addicted to our screens. There's the phone, there's the iPad, there's your laptop, there's the television. And today we are competing against all of those. Yet I think there wouldn't be a single person in this room who will say that they don't still buy books. And print is a very resilient format that has stayed, and for different reasons. In our context, we believe very, very strongly in it, and because it still is the most effective medium for us to be able to share the stories that we feel so passionate about. And most of our publishing, Priya will, I'm sure to say more about that, but most of our publishing is stories and themes, Indian subjects, Indian history, Indian culture, Indian cuisine. So for us, we feel it's still the best medium, and now not only are we completely committed to print, but interestingly, the whole digital innovation has come in making us make better print books. So we don't essentially make a digital final product, but we really use all sorts of digital tools to make more books, make better books, better quality. So digital has really helped our publishing and has really helped the print become better than it was. So yeah, I've seen that journey, and I think today a physical book holds a lot of value for many people.
Thank you. Just to add to that, I think we can no longer talk about print versus digital. I think you have to look at what people are consuming in different formats. And at no point would I say that, it would be foolish of me to say that there's no threat or there aren't people who are preferring to read on the Kindle, which is fine, because as publishers, our job is to publish wherever people are reading. So, for example, our non-illustrated books, there's a simultaneous ebook that is published as well. Of course, there are many impediments to ebooks really taking off in a country like India. One is, of course, the cost of a very well-functioning device, reader. The second is, of course, data, and the cost of data. And the third is that I think people who are still first-generation readers, they're still preferring to buy books. It's also an aspirational thing. I also feel that there's a digital fatigue. There's almost like a going back to things to do with your hands, to putting your screens away and maybe recapturing or reclaiming your attention. And books is something that is allowing you to do that. And just to give an example, that there are two genres of book publishing which are not just, recession-proof, but I would say technology-proof, and that is cookbooks and children's books. And it's funny because when you talk about cookbooks, every single recipe you would ever want from any country is available online today. You just have to Google it and it's there. But yet one of our most successful lists is our cookbook series. And I think there's something to be said about sitting with a book, reading about it, gifting it to people as well. So again, as Kapil said, that we don't look at his technology or digital as a way of, but we don't want to be a part of that. Of course we do, because our books have benefited from it hugely. Our bookmaking process has benefited it hugely. We are real hoarders at Rolly Books. We don't throw anything away. Paper is recycled. Old dummies are used for inspiration. And some of the things that I find in our archives are just incredible. The way that we make something called maquettes or dummies to present at book fairs as ideas. And today, you can just send them off to a printer and do a digital book and you won't even know the difference. But back in the day, I look at my colleagues and my father who used to make these maquettes, and they were actually pasted and cut you know, and I look back and I said, wow, they were able to also communicate their ideas so well. But of course, that process has helped, digital has helped that hugely.
Like Priya, like you said, a physical book, even the smell of the book, which the digital one can't offer. Something very, very interesting, Priya, is like, I think it was you who said, quote unquote, that print is about design, and design takes the narrative ahead. Could you please elaborate me or us on this?
So we, Rolly Books started off as an art and illustrated book publisher, and we still are. I would say that's about 70% of our list, and by that I really mean, you know, where the images or visuals are as important to tell the story. And when you have text and visuals, design is incredibly important. Maybe to the reader you don't pay attention, but that's almost a good thing, because design has to be at the back, but it has to make your experience seamless. It has to find a very good medium to bring together what you're reading and what you're seeing and to make sense of it as a whole. We do a lot of books on textiles, art, Indian miniature paintings. And can you imagine having a book without visuals, you know, to understand that? So that is why I say design and book design, it has to be very subtle but very intelligent. A book designer has to be a book lover, because they have to read. They have to read the text to be able to understand what to do with it. Even small things like where you place the page number or how you caption the image plays such an important part in the way that somebody is experiencing the book. So I do believe that, you know, and I'm talking about even in the book that we published, that was launched yesterday on Her Majesty. Even there, you know, the table of contents, how you're placing the font, it really adds to the reader's experience. The book cover, for example, went through many avatars before we got to the one that we really wanted. Even the color flaps, you'll see the end paper, it all comes together. And I think that also has an advantage in this digital world. You know, it almost becomes an object that you want to buy, you want to keep, you want to present, because it adds to your home, your library. It's something that you wish to desire to have also.
Just to add to that, you know, we've had in the past where we've published a book, like Priya mentioned, an illustrated book. It's gone through the whole design process. Text and visuals are sitting next to each other, and then, like most of the books in our catalog, we keep them in print for many, many years. So we are still today, you know, selling books which were originally published maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. So oftentimes, you know, when you are having to go through a reprint process, we redesign those books, and we go through we look at it fresh. And that's when you realize that, you know, the photographs are the same, the text is the same. The only thing that you're really changing is the layout and the design. And then and it really illustrates the fact, what Priya mentioned, is design has to be relevant for that time and the readers who are going to buy the book today. And what we published 10 years ago was relevant at that time. And, you know, to your point, where the design takes the narrative forward. And that changes, you know, every generation, every few years. The scholarly text remains the same, the images remain the same, but essentially it's only the design that changes. So we do pay a lot of attention to
that. That's very interesting. For us in the media, as you all must be knowing, social media is killing us. So as a lover of book, I'm also quite worried. I mean, as a lover of the printed versions of books, I just can't read digital books. I just can't. Now, the theme of Bhutan Echoes, the 14th edition, is maintaining the balance, the wisdom of balance. Priya, do you think that there is a balance between the digital world and the print world in terms of vis-a-vis books? Can we arrive at that balance? Because see, now technological innovations, even as we are speaking, is happening. So we don't know where it's headed. So, and we also don't know where the print version of books, especially books, are headed to. So in this context, if you could just tell me something about it.
It's a very good question, and I don't have all the answers because things are evolving so quickly. I mean, look at AI, and we're looking at how to adapt to that and how to make best practices without having to stifle creativity and encourage plagiarism. But there are advantages to it as well, and it is there as a tool to make our work more efficient. So we're finding ways to do that, but everything is evolving so quickly. For example, there are all kinds of questions about IP copyright, and from where, if it's open source, but who gets royalties? How do the authors get credited? It's so new that there's been, I think India has had one such case so far. So it's a difficult question to answer. What I would like to believe is that everything is cyclical, and while there's no question that the world that we inhabit, where, so much of our lives are spent in the digital world to get answers and for practical information, it's here to stay. But I believe balance is the key word. And I already feel like I'm sure some of you know about this American author called Jonathan Haidt, who's written this book, I'm forgetting the name, something generation. But basically, he has examined social media's effects over the last 20 years. And that is enough time to see how it has affected especially teenagers and adolescents and those in their 20s today. So if we actually allow ourselves to learn those lessons and to adapt best practices, I think balance can be created. We're finding that post-COVID already. When we were so digitally inclined and everyone was on that, there was a huge spike in book sales, which Kapil can tell you a little bit more about. And that was hugely encouraging. And that was not just in India, but in the West as well, where people were going back to doing things with their hand. There's so many books on how to DIY, how to go back to crafting, things like that. So I just feel like it's a difficult place. I would like to believe that we are going to reach a place of balance. So much of that is also self-regulation. As people I find that, and I'm a publisher, I'm reading all day, but when I go home, all I want to do is watch my TV, or like be on my phone. So I have to stop myself and say, read for pleasure. Even if it's 20 minutes, you're not having to edit this, but go back to reading the way that it used to be. So maybe sometimes it's just that. It's self-regulation as well.
It's quite interesting because the obvious answer to, something that you asked is, yes, there will come a time where, who knows if print will remain. And I think this question has been asked many times. It's not just now. I think over the years it's been asked. I think there was when audio became big, when OTT platforms became big, when social media became big. But somehow each time, without anyone really saying that books will remain confidently, it has. It stayed very, very resilient. And I think today, from a publishing point of view, both in terms of the ability to produce books and produce them effectively, and also on the other side, once the books have been published, to really reach the audience that you have intended the book for. On both sides, technology really helps us a lot. We would not be able to publish the books that we do today were it not for the uses of modern technology. I mean, I find it quite interesting that one of the biggest challenges for a publisher really is distribution, right? How do you get the physical book all around the world? You might have a reader who's sitting in Brazil, for example, and a small community there. We are publishing books out of India. They might be interested. They find out about the book through social media or something. How do I get the books to them? It's quite difficult. And today, what technology has allowed us to do, and not so much for the illustrated books, but mainly for the reading books, is this whole digital print-on-demand technology where, somebody buys one copy of a book sitting in Brazil and they print and they deliver that one book to them. And that's only possible with technology. Earlier, it wasn't there. So we're really expanding our readership as well. And when we do publish quite niche books, we know that there is a small community of people who will be interested. It's almost easier today to do that because with social media, you are able to really reach your target audience and, quite effectively. So I always feel that it's not a threat, it's really enabling us. And in terms of personal preferences and how you strike a balance, I think time has been sort of testament to that somehow people keep coming back to books, and they find that that's very something that they want to continue with. So I think I would like to believe that that's the future.
Sorry, can I just add one? From an editorial point of view, I just wanted to give two small examples of how the digital world has helped us in commissioning. There was a very successful podcast that came out in Pakistan called Notes from a Scandal by two journalists, and they did this over COVID. And I was listening to it, and at the end of a podcast, they said that, we're now thinking of converting this into a book. We have a lot more information. It was based on a true crime that had happened in the early 70s in Karachi. So I immediately contacted them saying that if you can write a script so beautifully for a podcast, I'm sure your book will be very good. And for the last 2 years, for 2 years, we worked on a book with them, which was published in November last year called Society Girl. And it's done very well in India and in Pakistan and internationally. So that's an example of a podcast first and then a book. And then in 2019, we published a memoir of a former prison guard in Delhi at Tihar Jail, which is our maximum security prison in India. And it was his life story. He was actually responsible, or he was overseeing all the hangings, those on death penalty. So it was a very difficult book, but we published it. And this January, there was a Netflix series that came out on it, and 4 years later. So the book has had a third life, again, because of the series, and the story has gone. So it's just another example of how today, digital storytelling, it comes somehow or the other, the book is a part of it. It's not either or. Yeah.
Kapil, very interesting thing, something like Priya mentioned, that the sale of books skyrocketed or increased during the COVID-19. How was it like? If you could just explain to us.
Well, I think a couple of things. One is, people had more time. So I think oftentimes you hear that I don't have time to read. I love books, I love to read, but I don't have time. So I think there was an element of that people did genuinely have more time, so they could, devote their spare time to reading. I also think that during that time, everything went digital. Your work was digital. You were doing Zoom calls after Zoom calls, and there was all of this fatigue, digital fatigue. So I think at the end of the day, your eyes are hurting because all day you've been on your screen, and I think maybe people wanted to have a break and read. And thirdly, like Priya mentioned earlier, there was probably a need of things to do with your hands, keep busy. I know our cookbooks were selling a lot more during COVID because I think people were at home and they wanted to, how else do you keep yourself entertained? You're always either experimenting with, new cuisines and things like that. So yeah, it did. But ironically, we had other challenges at that time because it was, the nature of distribution and the lockdowns and things like that. It was difficult for us to get the physical books to people. Oftentimes, bookstores were closed, so you couldn't go, and there was all of those concerns that were there. So it was tough because it was a time when you knew the interest in books and readership is really going up, but it was also a challenge to get books in the hands of people. Because in India we had, there was that essential services or essential products list that was allowed to be disseminated, and unfortunately books didn't come in that category. But anyhow, those were all brief periods. It kept changing. But overall, if you look at that period, I think it was a boon for publishers all around.
Yeah. Thank you. We are just moving a bit further from our topic. You're a publisher and editor too. So could you please tell me, how do I package a book worth publishing? What would take Rolly to publish my book?
If there was a formula, we would apply that to every book and make it a success. Unfortunately, good writing, honest storytelling, and in today's world, I think a writer who's also passionate about promoting their book. No longer can you just write, send it off and say, okay, let me know how the book does, But it's to be honest, as a publisher, sometimes it's also surprising, some of the books that, don't do well, because you put the same amount of effort, the same amount of marketing, everything. It's just, sometimes, there's word of mouth, one person will tell, or there's one review that you receive, and that kind of opens the floodgates. But as a proposal, I can say, like putting forward your proposal, it has to be really good, It has to be, you can't say, hi, editor, here is my book, without, please read it. No, like you have to present it like you'd be speaking to somebody. Those submissions do really stand out. And I say this with full honesty, that at Rolly Books, even the ones that are unsolicited, we read every single manuscript that comes in, and we do respond, because I think it's a respectful thing to do. That said, if you are not going to apply the same amount of time and respect when you submit it, you're going to get a very quick, okay, maybe somebody else is better for you. But yeah, I think a good proposal, you have to also have done many rounds of writing, and maybe sharing it with a friend or with a writing group or somebody whose opinion you trust before you put it out. That obviously applies a lot more in fiction. In non-fiction, it's sometimes easier, because if you're a subject matter expert, or your book is the only one on the subject, or there's a real need for it, and your scholarship or your research is well presented in your proposal, chances are that the publisher will definitely take you on.
Kapil, you agree with Priya?
Oh, he has the harder job than me, he has to sell the books.
The most heated discussions in Rolly is between the editorial team and the sales team, because the sales people want, short books, and often, and I'm the first to admit it, that it's often the editorial team that is forward-looking, and the sales team are backward-looking, because the sales team only rely on past successes. They just want to replicate it. If something has worked, can you give me one more of that? And it's the editorial team's job to really spot trends and do that. So it is always something that, the best book does come out where the two sides are equally excited. And that does happen, every now and then. And the moment that's happened, you will make it a success, because you are somehow invested in it. So it's like Priya said, there's no formula to it. But when you feel it, you know it. Yeah.
So there are many writers here. Your book better be good if you want Rolly to take it up.
Well, there are two of our authors here also. I'm very happy to see Dr. Nitesh, and I see Nandini also, who are going to be speaking tomorrow. Yeah.
When you were speaking about the book having to be good, I suddenly thought about the topic, the soul of the book. And maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I sincerely believe that books which are on the digital platform, they have no soul. And that only books which have come out in the print, they have that soul. Feel it, like I told you. You can smell it, you can give it to someone, you can see it somewhere in the library and all. So what do we have to say about it? Don't you think that people need to move away from digital to the print?
Honestly, I'm happy if you read. If you're just reading, I'm very happy whether you're reading on your phone, or you're reading on your iPad, or you're reading a book. Yesterday, Mr. Arun Kapoor told me he does both. He buys the Kindle edition and the physical edition, and he's my best reader, because he spent this money twice on the same book. So I'm quite happy, honestly. Sometimes it's also a practical constraint. You don't have big homes anymore. You're traveling a lot. You're an incessant book buyer, and it's just easier for you to have a Kindle. So that's also fine. That's okay.
No, I absolutely agree. I think for us, we are not married to a certain format. Of course, most of what we do is in print, because we still feel that is the best, vehicle to tell the stories. But tomorrow, if technology completely changes and we have a fantastic experience, even better in something else, then so be it. Our job is to ensure that the voices of authors and the stories really get to the people. And whether that's through a screen or through a printed book, that's fine.
In the morning, one of the moderators, I think it was Poop, Poop said that we Bhutanese have this, we really like coming late, what to say, that predisposed idea about Bhutanese not being really disciplined in time. Now, I don't want to waver towards that area, because we have a lot of friends from outside Bhutan. So I'll stick with the time and with the schedule that was given to me. We would like to invite questions from the floor if you have any. Please, if you are a writer, Rolly is here. Rock and roll, come on now. Anyone? Yeah.
Right discipline to my children and our children to read. Oh, thank you. Namaskar again. I got a mic. All right. My generation has failed. My generation has failed to enable our children to read effectively and to read as part of the pastime. As a result of that, we now have a generation below them that's growing up that doesn't really have that need to read as much. They'd rather be on the phone, they'd rather be on an iPad, and just keep scrolling. As publishers, what do you think we need to do to engage them more, to make reading a lifestyle for these young children? I noticed that we have some school kids from Ajmer, and they're all about 7 and 11 years old as well. And my grandson is right now 4, but he's going to get to a stage when he's going to be asking me, you know, what should I do? What can I do right now? And if I give him a book, is he going to engage in it? So the question here is, as publishers, is there anything that you think could be done to really bring back that pastime of reading so a kid can go on to this journey in his mind? Thank you.
Okay. That's a very good question. I think it has to start at home, you know. You have to lead by example. If my child sees me on my phone, she will want to be on the phone. If you read, perhaps she will want. I think it's also just that, just maybe trying to inculcate habits. Maybe schools have to also stop screens. Like it became, I know in India it's also become fashionable, like schools, how early can you introduce screens? You know, it's an example of a good school. But just, you know, old school scribbling, writing, storytelling, it is there. It's just that we have to find more ways to get children to engage. For example, I don't know if you've heard, many of you have heard of this literature festival that happens for children. In Delhi, it's called Bukaroo. It's, I think, in its 10th or 11th edition. And it's only for children, and it's all about, it's a literature festival like this, only for children of different age groups. So also making it fun, making stories come alive, getting them to like examine the world through books. That is how children make sense. That's how they first start to make sense of the world. I can only say this as a parent. We have a 3-year-old, and in the beginning, it's like a publisher's nightmare if she's not into books, and she wasn't. She used to just throw things, you know. She used to pick up the books and not really be into it. But now she's 3, and she wakes up, she goes to bed with a book, she wakes up, and I hope it lasts. But it also means that we have to be supremely strict about screen time. You know, we have to just make very strict guardrails about what screen time is, when it's used, and why books till a certain age is important. I don't know how much of that is really a publisher's responsibility, except to keep publishing really good books for children. But beyond that, I really do believe it starts at home and at schools.
Yeah, I think it's such a big responsibility, you know, and it's such a big task that it is a collective movement, you know. Everybody has to really believe that books are important, you know, events like this, platforms like this, literature festivals that we have in India, whether they are in different cities. I think today, probably in every city in India, there's a literature festival, which is, you know, remarkable. Children's literature festivals, theme-based literature festivals. Schools have to do their jobs, publishers have to do it. And at the end of the day, like I was saying earlier about our process of redesigning things and so on, from a publisher's point of view, you have to make the book exciting. You know, you can't, you know, the phone, you're competing with a phone and an iPad and things like that. Those are very, very exciting, alluring objects, you know. So you have to somehow make your books really, really enticing for a kid to pick up. So that's a challenge, and I think we have to keep that in mind when we are producing books. Thank you so much. Thank you.
it's a very interesting topic, and I'm definitely like this can go on, but we have our friends from there showing us that we don't have time. So thank you, Priya, thank you, Kapil, and thank you, Bhutan Echoes. Thank you.
We now turn to a lesson on the symbolism that makes up the core of all traditional Bhutanese art. Please welcome Dr. Ariana Maki, an art historian specializing in Bhutan. Considered by many Bhutanese the first female Tertin, a Bhutanese treasure revealer, she knows more about art than the average Jimmy, Pema, and Tsering. We also have Dr. Kingal Hendup, the executive director of Wangchuck Museum and Cultural Center in Bumthang, Bhutan. And finally, we have Pema Tsering, a multidisciplinary Bhutanese artist. More popularly known as Tintin, he creates a fusion of traditional Thangka forms with Buddhist symbols in abstract and contemporary styles. Together, they'll take us on a journey into the deeper meanings behind the Bhutanese art we see every day. Let's welcome them onto stage.
Good afternoon, Your Serene Highness, Your Excellency, Dashos, distinguished guests, speakers, and my young friends. Very good afternoon, Kuzuzangpo. My name is Kingal Hendup. As the MC mentioned, I work for the Wangchuck Palace Museum and Cultural Center as the executive director. And I would like to take this platform, because I may not get such a platform again, to say a little bit about this brand new institution. The Wangchuck Palace is the birthplace of Bhutan's monarchy. This is where the first and the second kings were born and where they governed the country from. I'd like to take this platform also to acknowledge our gratitude to Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, Jigme Singye Wangchuck, for renovating and bringing that palace to its former glory, funded and coordinated by the Bhutan Foundation in partnership with the Department of Culture and Dzongkha Development. Now, coming back, when I received this invitation to speak at this year's edition of Bhutan Echoes, I thought I'd be asked to talk about perhaps something to do with language and linguistics, because that's been part of my research and academic work. But now I've been put on this panel, and I was wondering what I should speak about, and I'm still confused. But I'm very honored to have fellow panelist, Dr. Ariana Maki, who is an art historian and an art teacher, and my friend Tintin, who is an exemplary artist, a celebrated artist in his own right. But the first question that came to my mind when I saw the topic was, what is Bhutanese art? What really is Bhutanese art? Is it an artwork inspired by Bhutanese landscape, Bhutanese culture, tradition, spirituality? Is that Bhutanese art? Is it an artwork done, is a piece done by a Bhutanese art? Or what about a piece, exclusive, exemplary artwork done by a foreign artist, but based on Bhutanese themes? Is that Bhutanese art? So what is really Bhutanese art? That was the question that came to my mind. And then what is Bhutanese art vis-a-vis Buddhist art or Himalayan art? How similar or how different are they? And like I said, I'm honored to have these two esteemed panelists. So maybe we start with that. What is really Bhutanese art?
Well, I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone who studies art history. And art history is a discipline that's not yet represented in Bhutan, but I think that it's something that Bhutanese educators and policymakers can think about in the future, because it's a way of looking at a work of art or architecture and identifying those elements that are distinctly Bhutanese, as well as the historical, cultural, and social contexts from which it comes. And so being able to do that, when we look at a work of art, we can say, oh, this is Bhutanese. We can tell because of these shapes, these colors, these individuals, these deities, but we can also see the ways in which Bhutan has been a really rich cultural neighbor for the last many centuries. And so pieces of India have come in, pieces of Nepal have come in, pieces of even Tibetan areas of China have come in. And so in that way, then you can start to say, what is Bhutanese art? So from an academic perspective, I would say that something that was made by Panchen Dewa, a Nepalese sculptor who was brought here to make things in the 18th century, 17th century, then that's Bhutanese. He came here with Bhutanese patronage, put something that is still on view in Tango and elsewhere in the country. And so to me, Bhutanese art automatically, to me, means traditional Buddhist art. And I think that that might not be the same idea held by my panel mates. And so I'm excited because we all come from different perspectives, from the perspective of a contemporary practitioner of art, from the perspective of somebody whose job is to be the steward of and presenting Bhutanese art and artifacts to audiences ranging from school age to foreigners to hundreds of different people. And so that for that reason, I think you might see a lot of disagreement between us about what is Bhutanese art.
Kuzambo, thank you, La. We were all discussing about the same thing, and I feel like when you want to really understand what Bhutanese art, then you have to think about what art is actually. It starts with that. So where did it come from? Like, what's the core essence of art? As a human being, so we have this need to express, and it comes from emotion. Like even communication is a form of expression, and it comes from emotions. So when you're born, the emotion that arises actually comes from when you're born, it comes from your roots. So the environment you're born in, how you're raised, the culture around you, not just people, but the mountains, the air we breathe. So this all comes together to form this emotion that you have and need to express. So that becomes a form of art. And as we are surrounded with, and we are born into this beautiful country, we can't not have it in our work. So that actually becomes special. So the moment you're born and whatever you soak in, it becomes a part of you. So that is, for me, what Bhutanese art is. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I work in a museum where our job is to showcase art, exhibit art, not really an artist, but then we have a space where we collaborate with artists to showcase their work and create meaningful visitor experiences. But one constant challenge we face is also, because our art is always related to Buddhist art, and it's sacred, there's certain meanings associated with it. So we always find criticisms when you put it in a museum setting. For example, if we put water offering bowls, and then by museum protocol, we cannot have water in it or rice in it. But by Bhutanese customs and practice, then if you leave it empty, it is not a good sign, right? It's not proper. So we have to find a balance. And similarly, we at the museum in Wadishaling, we have these sound cubicles where the design were inspired by this victory banner. And now we're using it in a certain context, and we get certain comments as well. So these are constant challenges that we face in a museum. But what I'm interested in is Tintin here creates his amazing art based on Buddhist themes, right? But you create it in a modern way. How do you balance that? Do you get criticism?
Now, I feel like when we talk about modern way or modern art, we have this misconception of like everything coming from the West is modern. So we really need to see, because there are like art coming from the West, which is like their traditional art. And we try to like copy them, and we try to learn from them, which is okay. But we have to understand what modern is. Modern doesn't mean like, coming from the West. It is something that has to grow from within. So something that grows from traditional values, like from your inner self, and then you make it in a modern context, your own expression. That becomes a modern expression or modern art for me. So that's why I feel like we really need to re-examine what we are taking in from the West, because there are so many lessons that we need to learn actually. And we are actually privileged because the art world has had so many changes in the past, centuries that we can learn from, and we are just growing right now. So we have to take the advantage and see what we can learn from everyone. So am I still making sense?
One that I have from that is, so as part of the learning process and engaging with other forms from other countries, or maybe what past artists have done from Bhutan, Nepal, or elsewhere, where do you view sort of the challenges of mistakes, or the challenges of using an old symbol in new ways, of how to educate the audience about what you're trying to do when you're repurposing a symbol that is being deployed in a way that they might not expect?
As my fellow artist friend Sring Sherpa, he mentioned before, so when you're talking about tradition, and we are trying to in a way grow with it, we have to make sure not to dilute it. So the only way is to, as Bhutanese, we will be the perfect person to really understand the essence of our surroundings. So we should value it and see how we can grow with it. So I was telling you before, such a nice thing if you can be like water, we have to go around things that can't be changed, but still it makes it grow in a way. So I feel like mistakes are really important. As an artist, we thrive with mistakes, but we have to have the courage and the wisdom to know when we have to correct the mistake and know when we can grow with it.
And also, I find that mistakes require a certain flexibility too. There has to be a flexibility of when we make a mistake, of recognizing it, of integrating the mistake that we made and being able to work around it in a new way. And I'm wondering if during the process of making a brand new museum, I'm thinking about how did you manage when you were building a museum literally from the ground up, if you saw something maybe going off the rails a little bit and you saw that symbol wasn't showing the story that you wanted to tell, how did you get that back on track? If that happened, it was probably flawless.
I wish I could talk in detail about that, but I just joined that organization a couple of months ago. But I do believe that we should be open to mistakes. Culture evolve, symbols evolve, so we should be willing to experiment and taking the criticism and where necessary, and if there's a room where you accept that there's a middle ground, you correct it. But we should be willing to make mistakes and experiment, and that's how we grow, right? I perfectly agree with Titin as well.
Could you share a bit about the Wangchuck Palace Museum and Cultural Center's logo and how you looked at symbols that would be recognizable to a Bhutanese audience but also accessible to the foreign guests that you'll be serving?
Yes, I have an interesting incident with regard to the logo. So logo is supposed to, it looks like a W at a glance. It's supposed to represent the first word of first letter in Wangchuck, W as well, but also inspired from this knot of eternity. So when I recently went to register this logo as a trademark with the Department of Media, Creative Industry and Intellectual Property, I was told that anything that resembles a traditional pattern cannot be registered. And I was quite up for a shock, because now if our artists are not going to draw inspiration from our traditional patterns and motifs, 20 years, 30 years down the line, what is tradition today is going to be what is modern today is going to be tradition maybe 100 years down the line, right? So our essence, our interpretation is going to be lost. So I was quite up for a shock. So similarly, what is tradition right now must have been modern at some point in time. So that was a challenge for us.
And the way that symbols can really change over time, I'm thinking in particular, I teach a lot of American undergraduates, and many times when I'm teaching the Harappan civilization, so, 1500 to 3000 BCE, I will always choose to show one of the Harappan seals that shows the swastika on it, because I want to show them that this symbol of auspiciousness could be taken by another culture through their lack of understanding with Nazi Germany, and they could turn it into a symbol that's the absolute opposite. It's something that represents hate and exclusion and discrimination and harm, which is the complete antithesis. And so when a symbol can be used in a way that is creative and dynamic and fosters discussion, that sort of use is excellent. But then we also have these ideas that might be causing some concern about when a symbol of auspiciousness ends up being shifted into something that's less useful. So I'm wondering, Tintin, with your work that does incorporate Buddhist symbolism, are there ever times where somebody who has a Buddhist practitioner background is saying, well, I don't understand what you're doing here, or what did you mean by this?
I feel like that's very common comment I get actually. They're like confused, what am I doing? No, what are you doing? Like, why is it so heavy? So these are like few comments I get, but I feel as an artist, I have to keep reminding myself to have fun. So fun is something that will take you the long way, like quite far away, I feel, because if you're having fun, what you're doing, then no one can stop you, right? So I've tried to not create symbol in a way, but use symbol, because we as Bhutanese have like lived around the symbol like since the time we were born, and it has a different meaning to us in a way, like not particularly me, but to everyone. So what I try to do with my work is try to connect to what I feel with the symbol. So in a way that has given it a new life sometimes, so it grows with my understanding and my feeling for the symbols.
And I know I'm going to plug your exhibition, if that's okay. Those of you who are in Delhi, Delhiwalas, if you are here, Tintin is going to be showing some of his art at Threshold Gallery starting on September 7th. And so that you'll be able to see it in person. And those of you here in Thimphu can see the other side of your arts, which includes magnificent watercolors. And I'm interested in knowing, in your work, how the watercolors that you tend to paint are often of the natural world, and I'm wondering why the shift between the Buddhist vocabulary that you use in a lot of your painting and sculpture and installations, and then your watercolors are very much focused towards the natural world.
Thank you. Watercolors are like, I love watercolors. So they're so fluid, and it's the best medium to capture air and light. So I really like that about watercolor. So, and when you're practicing a medium, it has to have a journey of itself. So you can't just be like doing 1-2 watercolors and thinking that, oh, this is a beautiful piece of work. It's like a long lifetime pursuit. Like, I have a watercolor master in Thailand, Dr. Suchat. He says, like, as a watercolorist, he like makes sure to paint watercolor every day. So that is like the practice and the passion that he puts in the work. Like, I love watercolor, but I use it in a different way, in a way, because watercolor, you need to go out there and paint, or you paint in the studio. So the practice and the touch with the medium is very important. So I use that as an excuse to like do landscapes and all. But when it comes to my painting, I use a lot of watercolor techniques in there, but sometimes it are not seen because of the way I use it. So in a way, both of it is very important. It's like helps each other to grow as an artist.
I had a question for you, Kingala. I'm full of questions. So one thing, I had the pleasure of visiting Wangchuck Palace Museum, and it was absolutely gorgeous. And if you haven't gone yet, it's full of animations of digital retellings of Bhutanese history, as well as beautiful artifacts. And what I really appreciate is the ways in which you are taking historical artifacts, but creating these displays with them. The one that sticks with me particularly is, was it Jigme Singye's arrows? What they've done is you walk into the space, and I won't ruin all of it, but objects are suspended in unexpected ways, and there's this lighting and sound elements that really bring the space alive, and they immediately draw you back into a historical moment. And I'm wondering how did the ideas to bring about these galleries in this way balance these traditional symbols, these historical artifacts, but also do such a great job of bringing them into the living present?
In a museum setting, that's always a constant challenge. And one challenge we had, the particular gallery you're talking about, is the gallery dedicated to Jigme Singye, the father of the first king of Bhutan. And for some interesting reasons, we don't have a single actual picture of Jigme Singye. So what we did in that gallery is create a silhouette of him, a silhouette, because he is popularly known as Debnakpo, or Black Regent, because he had a dark complexion, wore a black go, rode a black steed. So he is known as the Black Debnakpo, and drawing from that concept, we created a silhouette out of it. And then he is believed to have led the Battle of 1865, the singular war we had with the then British India. And what is in the palace collection, we had about 400 arrows that were used during the war. So we use that in an artistic way from a museum perspective to create that space to celebrate Jigme Singye. And this is a constant challenge for us. Showcase a historical artifact, but also do it in a way that can attract attention of especially young visitors, because we work very closely with the schools across Bumdang region. And on a monthly basis, we get hundreds of students who come to the Palace Museum, and that's one of the places where they spend a lot of time as well, because it's displayed in an interesting way. So this is a challenge. We take it upon ourselves to display historical artifacts in an interesting way so that we grab the attention of the visitors, especially the youth who come to the museum.
You did a fantastic job.
I'll just take this opportunity to ask Ariana, because she has so much experience. I was quite curious, like what you think of, you know, with your background, but you still have so much knowledge on the past art history, and now the museum scenes are changing. Museums are becoming more alive, you know, like they're adapting like contemporary art into the scene, and it has like come a long way. So what do you think? I just want to know what you think about the present movement of like how museum and artists work together in a way. Yeah.
Thank you for this question. It's extremely exciting to see the ways in which contemporary artists are being acknowledged and platformed and given opportunities. What I would like to see more of are curators from the region. Why not have a Tibetan curator, doing the Tibetan art show, a Bhutanese curator doing the Bhutanese art show? I think in general, something that many of us around the world share is that the humanities and the arts tend to be the lowest rung on the funding ladder. We tend to try and get what's left over after other initiatives have been funded. And so what I notice in the general museum studies, exhibition, gallery environment is that there are some more curators of the region working. There are more of myself and some of my colleagues. We are doing our publications and our exhibitions bilingually so that the material is accessible in native languages for those people being displayed. And what I'm very much hoping for Bhutan in particular is I would love to see a museum of contemporary Bhutanese art. I think the time is very, very close, if not already past. And to be able to cultivate that, I think would bring even more energy into the scene and be able to expand reach and recognition of what's happening here in the kingdom.
I just wanted to interject there. Till we have a dedicated Museum of Contemporary Art, at the Wangchuck Museum we have a temporary gallery which is a platform to work with, collaborate with local artists. And this autumn we are working with an artist from Croatia called Tatiana. She's going to exhibit her work at the Wangchuck Palace Museum through till winter. And then next spring we are working with a local artist, probably Tintin knows, a member of VAST as well, Kempo, together with David Hecht, Dr. David Hecht from the USA, who have been working on a spatial representation of the local deities in 4 regions of Bhutan. So ideally, yes, we'd love to have a contemporary museum, but till that happens, we are happy to offer that space for someone like Tintin, for instance, also to come and exhibit your work.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that.
But if I may just add, before venturing into academia and then working for the Wangchuck Palace Museum, I worked for the Royal Textile Academy for a decade and a half, so I will not do justice to, if I didn't mention textiles as an art, because when we refer to art, we always tend to think about Hazo, which is painting, or Jinzo, which is sculpture making, but textiles is an art form as well, right? Textiles is a living, breathing expression of identity, devotion, skill, and culture. And what is more interesting is it is the domain of the women who have been at the center of it. So I just wanted to mention that textile is also an art form.
I noticed all of us are grabbing our microphones to second. Yeah, please go ahead, Tintin. Oh, please, please.
After you. This is I think as a society we really need to understand art in the sense, because art is very broad, right? So textile, like music. Every time I tell people I'm an artist, they think I paint, which is nice. I am a painter, but it would be nice if like people could really understand like different kind of arts, like performing arts, like textile, no? And we have like film, of course, but performers, we are like, there's a lack of performance in the sense, not like theater artist performers, but performers, like in the galleries, they do some performance art, no? I don't know how to explain it, maybe you would be better.
Yeah, sometimes there'll be an event in a gallery that doesn't sit on a platform or be on a wall. Instead, it's about being present with the creator and with the environment that they choose to create in the gallery. And then it's just a moment. It's just something that happens. Maybe it's over a series of days. Maybe it's just for an hour, or maybe it's 10 minutes. One example I'm thinking of is there was one called The Artist is Present by Marina Jahovic, and she just sat in a chair perfectly still, and different people came and sat in front of her. Most of them were strangers, but then like somebody that she used to be in love with came and sat there, and you could just watch the emotion. And so that took place in an art gallery. So that's a way that we can think about a performance piece.
And this kind of pieces are like very powerful. It really makes you like feel emotions that you have not. But I'm not saying paintings can't do that also, but I'm just saying we have to like be open to different kind of arts. And if we venture into different sorts of art, then that's how we can make it grow in a way. So it's very important, I feel.
And I think one of the things that as an educator I try to do with my students is try to tell them how to look, or teach them how to think about looking. Because sometimes we might, there's a certain artist that I have a really hard time with that is quite famous. And I will sit and I will look and I don't get it. And I just don't get it. And then I feel like, what am I missing? And I'll tell you that artist is Mark Rothko, and I just don't get it. Until I was at a museum in Kansas City, Missouri, and a fellow grad student at the time sat down and he taught me how to look at Rothko. And it completely changed. He's still not my favorite, but now I know how to look at him, and it enriched my life as a result. And so I think as contemporary art is growing here in Bhutan by leaps and bounds, it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to encourage, especially younger people, how to look, how to see, how to think about, and how to just let ourselves be open to experiencing the work of art wherever it might bring us. Sometimes we might be confused or perplexed, and that's okay to then ask questions of the artist, ask questions of other people. Well, what do you think about that? What do you see in that? That's how the scene will continue to grow and be vibrant and sustain itself even more into the future, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I said in the beginning, here are two very passionate, talented, and people who are very passionate about their work, so they can keep talking this whole evening, I'm sure. But we're reminded about the time, so I would like to, in the closing remarks, I'd like to again take this platform to invite all of you to please visit the Wangde Shilling Palace Museum and Cultural Center. Come and partner with us, come and support us, and come and tell us how we can do our jobs better as well. Thank you.
Yes, Wangde Shilling's Palace's Instagram is wc.palace, and Tintin is at Tintin in Bhutan, so give them both a follow.
We'll now pause for a short tea break, but make sure to be back in your seats by 4:35 before anyone else occupies them. Please stay tuned as we have a couple of special sessions coming up, and at the end we have a special screening of the French film Wolf with a question and answer session afterwards. And right before we resume our next session, we have a special surprise prepared, so please make sure to stay tuned and be back in your seats by then. Thank you.
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to Gelephu Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In Gelephu, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber, and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity. preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
My dear children of Bhutan, the future of Bhutan. Today, I want to tell you a story of the Great Fourth.
As prophesied by the great treasure revealer Terten Drukta Dorji, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck was born on 11 November 1955 in the Chenchuling Palace, Thimphu. He began his studies in North Point, Darjeeling, and later went to study in Summerfield and Heatherdown schools in England. As a child, His Majesty was a star sportsman and loved to play hockey, rugby, and boxing. After returning to Bhutan to continue his studies in Ugin Academy, Paro, His Majesty introduced basketball, golf, and tennis in the country. His childhood was unfortunately cut short when he had to become the King of Bhutan at the age of 16 upon the death of his father, the third Drukyul. Soon after becoming king, His Majesty worked tirelessly for Bhutan, putting the welfare of his people and the country beyond everything else. At the time, he was the youngest and best-looking king in the world, but he spent all his youth constantly working towards the progress, peace, and prosperity of Bhutan. His Majesty, the Great Fourth, was a visionary who put forth policies that would have far-reaching implications for the future of this nation. His Majesty took pride in being Bhutanese and accorded the highest importance in preserving our culture, national identities, and our spiritual tradition. He was also concerned about the well-being of his people, and very early on during his reign, he propounded the philosophy of gross national happiness, putting happiness at the center of development. It was one of the most challenging times for Bhutan when some Indian militants who were illegally encamped in Bhutan's southern borders refused to leave the country, despite all the efforts made by the fourth Drukyul. When all measures failed to convince them to leave our country, His Majesty led some 3,000 of our bravest soldiers in an operation to chase them from our country. Leading the operation like a true hero, he led his soldiers from the front without any fear for his life and secured victory within a short time. After the successful operation, all of us in Thimphu, including the government, was excited to give a hero's welcome to His Majesty. We wanted to line up the streets and hail him a hero. But His Majesty came home quietly. He didn't want any hero's welcome, like a true bodhisattva. He believed that in war, nobody wins. His Majesty was an absolute monarch with absolute power. He was not just the head of state, but also the head of government. But he realized that it was time Bhutan became a democracy, and that introducing democracy would be in the best interest of the people and the country. He set about the process of decentralization as early as the 1980s, starting with gradual devolution of power from the capital to the districts and then to the geogs. His Majesty also set about preparing the nation's new leaders for the new system. 5 ministers were elected from the parliament who assumed the role of Prime Minister for 1 year, each for 5 years. Then he held many meetings with the people all over the country, where he explained to the people about his plan to introduce democracy in Bhutan. Most of the time, the people were surprised and shocked to hear this and begged His Majesty to continue with the current system and not to introduce democracy. His Majesty would very attentively listen to all the pleas made by the people, but in the end, he would very firmly tell the people that the right time had come to introduce democracy, and that democracy would be the best form of government for the people. His Majesty retired in 2006, and the nation celebrated 3 historical milestones: the 100 years of monarchy in Bhutan, the introduction of democracy, and the coronation of our present king, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. Besides being a great statesman, a true warrior, and a visionary, His Majesty the Great Fourth is also a loving grandfather. He is a proud grandfather of 19 children. He enjoys the company of his grandchildren and loves spending time with them, instilling them with the right values of life from time to time. In turn, the children love him, look up to him, respect him, and admire him greatly. His Majesty also goes on walks every day where he meets people from all walks of life. One of the amazing qualities of His Majesty, due to his deep compassion for his subjects, is that when he meets people, he can instantly sense if they are suffering from any ailment. To ease their sufferings, His Majesty sends them to his doctors and refers them to hospitals where they can be treated for their illnesses. Thousands of Bhutanese have benefited through such grace and compassion of His Majesty the Great Fourth. When His Majesty was about to resign, he instructed the 4 queens to engage and immerse in activities that benefit our people. Consequently, Her Majesty Gelephu Doji Wangmo Wangchuck started the Tarayana Foundation, which looks after the welfare and upliftment of our rural population. Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck started the youth development of Bhutan to care for our youth and help with their problems and challenges. Her Majesty Gelephu Wangchuck's initiative involves preserving our cultural and historical heritage and caring for the nuns of our country. Her Majesty Gelephu Singye Wangchuck looks after our women and the problems they face. She also upholds the rich textile tradition of Bhutan. In gratitude to what His Majesty the Great Fourth Jigme Singye Wangchuck did for this country, we fold our hands together and say thank you for all the sacrifice he made to ensure Bhutan remains a peaceful, happy, and sovereign nation. As our current king, His Majesty Jigme Wangchuck said in one of his National Day address, "There never was a king like His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchuck in the past, and we shall never also see the like of him again in the future."
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. Desuups stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question: what lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. A gift from His Majesty to his people, the Desuup Skilling Program. A program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday Desuup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, the founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the Desuup Skilling Program is a beacon of hope, equipping Desuups with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 Desuups have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each Desuup who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment, about ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with everyday Desuup who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
Dear children, I want to tell you a story. Please listen to me carefully. The story is about a boy.
Zeshada tembi Himalaya Karitsuki Takoi Pulu. Towi Rida Wajang Kesalda tembi Lungshuchina. Ganewa Ichetotoda Dunyamkar Takapchadiu. Mashibi Yundunlin Denyamgi Tsisun Rangi Juluyemi Sawi Nubasu Chikatuniki Takul Beole Lebi Tonangda Hembitasu Senangmebi Lamdup Sulukudi Yamsen Chengi Ngasul Lamlukta Rajin Yetang Kachide Tuntoto Beyobi 누기야 갑 칠단기 캐슈수 설든 배우이 가위 두규 겔주기 갸갑날로 점발레수 아니 기념증기 가테
Hello? Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed their short break. But now coming back to the surprise I mentioned earlier, we again have a simple trivia question with the opportunity to win a specially curated art piece by Pema Yangjen. The first person to correctly answer will of course get the prize. And so if everyone's ready, again, please raise your hand and the volunteers will approach you with the mic before you can answer. The question is as follows. What anniversary is being honored by the festival team in 2025? If anyone knows the answer, please raise their hand because we have the prize waiting right here. Does no one know? In the back? Can someone take them? Yes, if someone can go and give him a mic there. If you guys want, I can repeat the question. So, the question is as follows. What anniversary is being honored by our festival team in 2025?
His Majesty's 70th anniversary.
That's correct.
Birth anniversary.
Please come up to get your prize. The current theme of our festival, the Great Fort's Wisdom of Balance, Harmonizing Heritage, Nature, and the Human Spirit, was chosen to commemorate His Majesty's 70th birth anniversary. Now, shifting our focus back to our next session, we're extremely pleased to celebrate the launch of A Tale of Two Ravens by author Eugene Bay. This new work takes one on a journey set in the Himalayas, exploring the interconnectedness of nature and humanity through the lens of local myths and legends. Let us give a warm welcome to the author as he comes up to further introduce his book.
And do I speak? Does somebody join me or just me? Okay. Oh, okay. I've been coming to Bhutan for 20 years. And one of the things you notice very quickly, all Bhutanese want to tell you a story. If they tell you a story, not all those stories are the same. So if you talk about, for example, the Punakazong and where the two rivers meet the confluence, what is the fable? What is the story at that point? Some people will say 3 mermaids and a wizard were there when the Zhedrung was trying to build the Punakazong. Somebody else will tell you something else, but the essence is the same. You have such a deep and honored culture that you all hold these stories. But as you go on to the future, you're going to lose them because the oral tradition is going to disappear, especially disappearing in the cities. So what I was so impressed by, let me try my humble way of capturing the stories that I've heard over the years. So I made this concept, which is a quest, a journey for knowledge by animals who are really fed up with the fact that human beings are polluting the planet. Now, the Bhutanese don't do such a bad job as the rest of us, but you're still upsetting nature a little bit. These animals really want to tell you that you should stop doing this. So what I've done is made a quest, a journey, where animals try to find out how to communicate with humans, because they can't speak to you, and you're not listening. So they go and they look for the wise man of the mountains. Who's that? Well, you'll find out more in the book. But the wise man in the mountains turned out to be the Migu. So he plays a role, it's a he, I'm afraid. He plays a role in the story, and he tells the animals how to communicate with humans. The essence of all this is that everything that happens in this country, in this world, we look at it through human eyes, but we don't really look at it through what animals are suffering really and what's happening in nature. We talk about it, but we talk about it for our own benefit and what suits us or not. They have every right, plants, animals, spirits, the energies of the past, to continue living a happy life and a happy existence in this environment you're in. What better place than Bhutan to try and make this happen? Don't try it in some of the Western countries in Europe or whatever, it's no chance. But here there is a real chance. So I've written this story to try and influence you all to think twice, protect your country longer, and protect your storytelling tradition. So the book I'm just launching here, The Tale of Two Ravens, is basically that journey of trying to find that knowledge. And I play it out with animals, with the Migu, human beings. His Majesty plays a role as well, but also anybody who's got goodwill towards nature. Now, it sounds like some sort of boring story of please do this, don't do that. It's not like that. It's actually a fun journey, like The Hobbit, but in Bhutan. That's what this journey is about. So you come across all sorts of different tales and challenges along the way, but it all ends up in a good place. That's what my book is. So it's taken me 1.5 years to write, and I'm really happy with the result. I hope you are too. So it's my gift to say thank you to everything Bhutan has offered me.
We'd now like to welcome Mr. Mohammed Yunus, the UNDP representative, to help unravel the new book with author Eugene Bay. For those of you interested, a book signing of The Tale of Two Ravens will now take place in the upstairs in front of the courtyard. But next, we shift our focus onto women writers. In Word Unbound, we welcome Dr. Anuradha Marwa, who in addition to being an acclaimed novelist and playwright, is also a professor of English at Zakir Hussain Delhi College. We also welcome Marie-Jeanne Urek, a celebrated French-speaking author and filmmaker. Since 2003, she has published 13 novels and short story collections, and even been awarded the Prix Eugene Rambert in 2013. Moderated by the author and columnist Linda Leeming, whose work has been featured in The Guardian, The Huffington Post, and Mandala magazine, this session will reflect on the power of written word from female voices. Please come on.
Good afternoon. Okay, so here we are, and these ladies are extremely prolific, and I have a lot of notes here. Sitting Tashi just tried to steal, but anyway, our topic today is Word Unbound, when women write. Full disclosure, we have already had a Zoom meeting, so we're well acquainted with each other, and we've read each other's work. So we came to sort of a conclusion, and it's a little bit of a, a change, because we decided, when you write, Marie-Jeanne, do you feel like you're a woman writer?
No, actually, I never ask myself this question when I write. I'm just a writer. Then.
Okay, yeah, good.
Or I could say I'm a female writer. I'm 1.64 m high writer. I'm a Swiss writer. I'm a writer writing in French. So many things. But I think the writers who are here, we are just writers.
Yeah, yeah, okay. And Anuradha, do you feel like a woman writer?
I think the term woman writer is a political position, and at times I take it, but I would also say that I identify as a feminist. And I think that saying I'm not a woman writer is a strong feminist statement, because it's a refusal to get ghettoized. So, well,
there is that.
So I am, for today, not a woman writer.
Yes, nor I. I am not a woman writer, although I did claim to marry a country, but technically that doesn't make me a woman writer. But anyway, we came to discussions. These books that both of these women I have such extreme admiration for. The books are worlds apart. They couldn't be more different. Marie-Jeanne's book is a surrealist fantasy that it's very, very short, but this young man named Bartolome, I didn't butcher the name, his father dies, so he takes off. He lives in this beautiful mountain valley, not unlike Thimphu. So he goes off to see the world. It's kind of like Don Quixote or who else? You know, that's a formula in novels. You know, the hero goes off to seek his fortune, but then it turns really bizarre. He finds a town where they breed pigs in high rises, and there's a thing with the sewers where you have to flush at 9:30 every day. It's very bizarre, very surreal, and a wonderful, wonderful read. You feel with both of these women that you are in exceptionally good hands, and that's the sign of a great writer. You're just up for anything if you feel like you're kind of being carried along. Likewise, Anuradha's The Aunties of Vajrat Kunj is about three very unlikely women who become very good friends. One, Mrs. Gandhi, is this kind of housewife, pudgy housewife in this upper middle class enclave in Delhi. And she meets this Dini, is that right? Dini, who's very progressive, and she's a real warrior for these lower caste people, and she works for this NGO, and she's a real strong character. And then, what's the other ones? Shailaja. Shailaja's sort of been dumped by her long-term boyfriend. And so they're three completely different women, and you sort of know at the beginning, because the title gives it away, The Aunties of Vajrat Kunj, you know that they're going to probably become friends, but again, in such competent hands. You go along with it, and it's just really, really a fun read. Both of these are very interesting and fun to read. So, in our discussions, although the books, all of our books, couldn't be more different, there are a few similarities, and we want to talk about that today, now that we've sort of nailed down the women thing. But the idea of setting and place is really, really important in my books, for sure, so far, because I write about Bhutan, and Bhutan really gave me a home and a voice, and so it has to be Bhutan. I write about my own version, I guess, of it. But when you write, I'm interested, Anuradha, you write about Vajrat Kunj, and you also live there, right? So talk about that, if you would, and why did you choose that, and how does it help you kind of explore the larger themes of your book? Because it's not just about three women.
I see myself as a writer with a strong social sensibility. So critique of social mores and norms, that's an important feature of my writing. But before I critique, I own the place. I belong to the place. I chose Vasant Kunj because it is my particular experience. But I hope that in the book, it becomes more of a microcosm of the universe with fairly, it's about universal themes of love, heartbreak, desires, etc., etc. And I feel that it is because of using experience, not only my personal experience, but the collective experience. You talked about it being an upper middle class. And yes, Vasant Kunj is, it's a fairly typical, very, very, one might even say it's stereotypical South Delhi neighborhood. It is that. But if I take a step back from it, it also has certain bizarre elements to it, and that is because of its own social history. So what I put in the book is my particular experience and perhaps the experience, a shared experience and a collective experience, and which is what makes the book not a solipsistic journey within, myself, but brings a social critique to it. And this taking a step back is also where the humor, for instance, I mean, my books are funny. They are intended to make the reader chuckle. It's a sort of a compassionate chuckle. It is not they're not laughing at the women, but they will chuckle and they will say, maybe with recognition that yes, people do that in certain circumstances. So it is by taking this step back, by if I use the cinema language, it is by taking a long shot. And not a close-up, I think it's Charlie Chaplin who said that life when seen in close-up is tragedy, but when you take a step back, when you in long shot, it becomes comedy. So, that's the way I have tried to use Vasant Kunj, by taking a step back, a long shot, and with collective experience.
Okay, so in your books, from the first or second sentence, we know that we're not in the real world, whatever the real world is. We just had a conversation about how Bhutan is pretty, we both like magical realism, and we kind of live it every day here. The 8th century Saint Padmasambhava flew on the back of a tiger. And our daughter learned that in school as Bhutanese history, and that's pretty surreal. How did you come to surrealism and creating your own world, not a outer borough of Delhi, but what made you create your own world and a setting to get your message across?
Actually, I haven't chosen it. It hit me when I was a teenager. I fell in love with a writer on paper, not the writer. He was dead long ago. It was Boris Vian, a French writer, and I fell in love with his style. And I feel I am attached to this style. I don't know why, but maybe because there's a lot of humor, a lot of room for creativity, imagination, elements of satire. So that was my world, and then I read a lot of books, magical realism, Garcia Marquez, Calvino, so really it was my family. And then I decided to write because some things in life, in reality, I found them so moving and disgusting, dreadful, that I had to write something about it, and I noticed that surrealism is a good way to make a point, a statement, because sometimes you hear things that are moving on TV or said by journalists, but it's just a short information and you just grasp things, but it doesn't move you. And then when you make a story out of it and you go through surrealism, it emphasizes the problem. For instance, I just can give an example. We talk a lot about on TV about nuclear waste. What are we doing with them? It's a big issue, and we know we put them deep in the mountain or in the great depth. But that's just the information we get, and I think it's really an issue. So I wanted to write something about it, and then I decided, because we say we bury nuclear waste. We say that in French, actually. So I took it literally, and I really offered a ceremony, a ritual, like we do for a dead body, to this waste. Yeah. And I think that makes the point a bit more clear when we go through a surreal image, because the image is so striking that you cannot forget it.
Yes. It's really good. That there's a scene in her book where this main character wanders into a cemetery, and it's not a cemetery for people, but for nuclear waste, and they're saying prayers, and it's really effective. It makes you think. Another thing that interests me about location is where you actually write, and I wondered if you actually. I have trouble writing about a place if I'm in the place. It's good to maybe step back and go elsewhere, maybe a beautiful beach somewhere, I don't know. No, but if it's hard for me to write about Bhutan in Bhutan. You wrote this book in Vajra Kunj.
I write several drafts of the, I make many drafts of the novel before it gets shape. So I had started writing Aunties of Vasant Kunj. It wasn't called that. It had a long, clunky title, which I'll not inflict on you. And then I had a fellowship to Minneapolis, and I was there for a semester, and I think that really helped taking that step back and looking at Vasant Kunj, and also the bizarre element of Vasant Kunj became that much more heightened when I wrote it.
Talk about the bizarre, because it's a lot of bizarre too.
Yes, it is a lot of bizarre. So two things. One is, water and electricity problems beset a lot of middle-class colonies in Delhi.
We know about those here.
And I think there is an element of the bizarre there, because we have a WhatsApp group of the colony people, and when the water comes, in the sense that when there is supply of water, then people send a WhatsApp message on the group saying water has come. And I remember that we were sitting in a group in Minneapolis, and my phone pinged, and I sort of looked at it, and I said, water's come. And suddenly there was silence, and I said, what? Yeah, water's come, you mean your house is flooded? And then I said, no, it means that the tap is getting water. And there was this general,
You were in the U.S.
I was in the U.S., in Minneapolis, and I could see that it was absolutely bizarre, surreal, for them to imagine that such a message would be sent to people and be so important, because it's a very important message. We rush to switch on our pumps, our water pumps, which draw the water illegally from the main line, and also another pump that makes it go up to the water, to the overhead tanks. Now, I had a whale of a time explaining all this to a lot of people, and there was a lot of laughter there. And yes, I could, in that sense, this is my situation, but it's also a bizarre situation. It shouldn't be like this, perhaps, So, where I was writing it, yes, that was, I also, then after writing a little bit of it, I also read out portions. And you talked about Mrs. Gandhi, who's a quintessential Vasant Kunj housewife. It just, she has 3 children, 1 mother-in-law, 1 husband, 1 chauffeur, 3 domestics, so this is her world. So I read out some portions about Mrs. Gandhi, or from Mrs. Gandhi's perspective, to a Minneapolis group, which had a lot of people who had never been to India, did not know of the existence of Vasant Kunj, but I was delighted that one tall blonde woman did come up to me later and said, "Oh, I'm Mrs. Gandhi." And that was, I felt, oh wow, this is, it has been able to communicate itself. So maybe it is important at some point to take that very necessary distance from where one is, if one is, writing in a place, staying there and writing.
Marie-Jean, your place is in your mind. So do you have a problem with that? How do you write? Can you relate to what we're saying?
Yes, I can travel easily because my luggage is with me. So. No, but when I was younger, I traveled a lot through writer's residency, because I like to know a city well, and I always incorporated what I saw during the day in the book, even if it wasn't related to the book. So I used to travel a lot. Now it's a bit more difficult because I'm a mother. I have 2 children and young one. So I would say it's not where I write, it's more when I can write the problem now. But you're right, I could write everywhere. I just have to imagine the places. But for Unsteady Earth, I was interested in explorers like Columbus, Marco Polo, and all the others. And I end up with a thing that we have now. Earth is completely mapped, so there is no more unknown lands. And I want something in discovery is marvelous because we get to know new things, but there is also a darker side because we know that all these explorers just brought disease, death, colonization, and everything. So I kept that in mind, and I wanted to make my own hero, so Bartolome, the one who will discover the world. So I had to make up a world as the one ours is already there. So first I had to make the figure of Bartolome as a man that never left his village, mountain village. So the only thing he knows is this village with some ancestral rituals. And then I had to imagine a world. And actually it was me as Marie-Jeanne that I put in this world everything that struck me in our world. So I said about nuclear waste, pigs farming, and everything like this. So all these things that I found really bizarre and dangerous sometimes, I tried to make a world around that.
So what about? I mean, I can't get over the idea of farming the pigs in the high rises. I mean, where did that come from?
Well, actually, I said it to a workshop to students this morning, but the idea came in, it was actually 2 different ideas. I have a friend who lives in a country where pig is unpure and you cannot raise it, so because they cannot touch the ground. But they said that they went through this law, and they just put pigs in elevated structure, so like houses. And I immediately got the pictures of all these pigs in houses, like my houses or whatever. And I found it funny. So that comes from really reality. And then I had another picture in mind. It's a TV program about Hong Kong I saw, and they were speaking about the people, because of lack of space and of overpopulation and some poverty, some people live in coffin homes, like cages home. That means it's a room split in, 20 cages, and it's just as big as a coffin, actually. Wow. And I thought that was so dreadful that I wanted to say something about a world that would permit something like this. So I joined the 2 ideas, which were really different. One was more funny and the other one more dramatic, and I made this story. And we know that some countries like Netherlands, for instance, they are used to have this productivity, vertical productivity. So that was an idea that is real too. So I just made the...
So you take reality and just sort of twist it a little bit.
Yeah, and then it's also to say something about our reality. So I come back to say something about us after all this journey.
Yeah, we should talk about that, the overriding themes of your books, because that's the reality that you do address. But also, something occurred to me in your writing. Again, these books are gorgeous. You have to go and buy them because I think both of them are very prolific. She's written 13 books. You have many, many books. And your first book is now being reissued, and you can buy it there. What's it called?
The Higher Education of Gitika Mehendiratta.
It's really good writing, and it just carries you along. I'm not a fiction reader, but now I am going to read more fiction, because when you read a book that's just so well done, you're just carried along. It's such a treat. One thing that in Mrs. Gandhi's living room resonates with me because if we have friends in India and we go and like it's sort of a flocked wallpaper maybe, and it's kind of peeling off and it's kind of overwrought with this heavy, maybe teak carved furniture and stuff like that, right? And so one thing I think is so nice in both of your writing is all these little details, like the pig farm really kind of reveals a larger theme about the way we live, about the way we treat animals and all that kind of thing. But also Mrs. Gandhi's living room gets a makeover as she gets a makeover. So I think it's such a nice touch that you both use a lot of very small details to get your themes across. And both of you have very similar ideas about ageism, misogyny, just the way the world works, conservation, ecology, all of the issues now, global warming, they're all in these books. And so can you talk about that? Can you tell me?
You mentioned Mrs. Gandhi's drawing room, and earlier I talked about Vasant Kunj. Vasant Kunj is almost a character. The neighborhood is almost a character in my novel. And if one looks back, it has an interesting social history. These were budget homes that were made by the Delhi Development DDA Association, I suppose. DDA made these budget homes for general people. But then what happened was that South Delhi developed in a particular way. It became, the malls came up, the metro came up, etc., etc. So now Vasant Kunj is a prime location. It's become quite expensive now, although they were thought of as budget homes. And a lot of people who bought them early are fairly lower middle class. There is quite a lot of people who bought it when it was intended to be budget homes and for general housing. So, however, there is a strong desire which is very evident in the additions to the architecture that are made of social mobility. Now, Vasant Kunj no longer wants to look to lower middle class. They want to look elite. So there is a certain wannabe in the way Vasant Kunj is expanding. The way there are additions to the home, where you put shiny tiles here and there. And that's like, that I thought is so emblematic in a sense of the middle class desire for social mobility, which is evident everywhere in the cities in India. Everybody wants to look elite. They don't want to look belonging to those years where things were in short supply, when you had to sort of register for a motorbike and you'll get it after 3 years or something. I mean, it's the age of liberalization. It is like the middle class identifies with that, and that's how they want to look. Architecture defeats them a little, but they try and, So there's that interesting conflict between the way Vasant Kunj is built and the way and the desires of the owners to make it look different. So the larger themes do come up with, in a sense, Mrs. Gandhi in that sense mirrors Vasant Kunj mirrors Mrs. Gandhi. And I'm very comfortable with the social critique because I'm Mrs. Gandhi. I'm very much a middle class person with all the problems all the desire for social mobility, all the, for all this enthusiasm for liberalization, but also with a memory of the time when the world used to be different. So I suppose that's the way my themes get, expressed in the book.
And although both books, The Aunties of Vajra Kunj and Unsteady Earth, I'm thinking I didn't even say the names of the books at the beginning. I'm so sorry. But great books. Both of them create a world, a setting, a location. But the ultimate aim is to get us as readers to think about these very large themes of, what are we doing to the earth? And what are we doing to our fellow humans and, I guess, animals? And, well, what are we doing to the earth? So, do you want to say anything else in conclusion?
Yeah, I was just reminded of what Marie-Jeanne said in our Zoom talk, and I was hoping you'd come back to it. She said that in certain senses, both of us approach the subject matter in diametrically opposite ways. Could
but
you talk
with a
about
lot
that?
of compassion. You said compassion.
But we have both a very different style of writing. You are very realistic, and I'm obviously not. But at the end, I felt, reading your book and your book too, I had the feeling we share really a lot of things that are just universal things, and at the end, without all our difference, we can get to a kind of core, a same core that are maybe the basic feelings that animate human beings. So
and compassion. You said
compassion, of course, and we share the same problems. You are from India, I'm from Switzerland, but we are on the same planet, so of course we will have the same problems sooner or later. So, and I think the style it makes something, but at the end the purpose is the same.
And when we talk about realism, I suppose yes, in this book and in the higher education of Gitika Mendirata, my mode is realism. But realism can also encompass the bizarre, and and especially the humor, I think, pushes it in both the books. The humor does push it towards that, to just exaggerate. I attended Marie-Jeanne's excellent workshop, and she talked about exaggeration as a very important device of surreal writing. And I was thinking, well, yeah, I do that too, just to push it just a little bit to the sound of the pumps in the morning. I could just take them a decibel higher than they are and make them a complete, a complete orchestra there. Maybe they aren't quite like that. So a little bit of that pushing the realism towards the bizarre. That does happen in my writing. And that's perhaps another place where we might find kinship. Yes. Yeah.
This has been such a great experience, and I want to thank Bhutan Echoes for introducing me to the work of these women, and I think
if there's time, we could take some questions from the
Any
audience.
questions from... I don't see any questions. Oh, wait, I see one question.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, thanks for blessing Bhutan. And it's not a question. Your diamond piece of advice to the audience here in terms of writing or as a writer, author, whatever. Please.
Coming from my creative writing classes, I do, writing a novel especially means that you spend a lot of time by yourself. It's like exile, really. There you are, cut away from the world, writing away for years and years. But having said that, I think it's important for a writer to also keep in mind that it is not about oneself. It is not solipsism, Young people often, approach writing as though it is an individual activity. I would just say that it is a collective experience. Only it is a shared thing that one is really expressing in one's work. So to see oneself as an individual and as an individual in society, that is very, very, I think, important when to people who are wanting to write fiction. And having said that, one can be completely audacious, one can really swallow the world and really write about whatever one wants.
That's a good